Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 2, Health, for the Inquiry into Budget Estimates 25-26. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Dr. Amanda Conn and I'm Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Jackson and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will be examining the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of water, housing, homelessness, mental health and youth. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To our witnesses, thank you for making the time to give evidence today and welcome again. All witnesses will need to be sworn prior to giving evidence, except for a minister. I remind you that you don't need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. We do have witnesses in the overflow seating area today, and we will swear you in this morning as well. And I'd like to remind you that when you come forward to please bring your nameplate with you and place it at the front of the table to assist Hansard in ensuring the correct witness is identified in the hearing transcript. I'll also remind Ms Wood, Mr D'Amato and Mr Griffiths that you've already been sworn before the committee yesterday and therefore you don't need to be sworn again. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And we'll start from my left with Dr Wright.
Dr Murray Wright, Chief Psychiatrist. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good morning, Brendan Flynn, Exec Director, Mental Health Branch. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Amanda Jones, Deputy Secretary Water in the Department of Climate Change and Environment, Energy and Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Rebecca Pinkstone, CEO of Homes New South Wales, Department of Communities and Justice. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Michael Tipple, Secretary, Department of Communities and Justice. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Mr Paul Plowman, Acting Chief Executive Officer, Sydney Water Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Darren Cleary, Managing Director at Hunter Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Andrew George, Chief Executive Officer of Water New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Grant Barnes, Chief Regulatory Officer for the Natural Resources Access Regulator. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Julie Dixon, Acting Commissioner of the Mental Health Commission in New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given to me by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Zoe Robinson, the New South Wales Advocate for Children and Young People. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hugh Durrant-White, appearing as the Natural Resources Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much, everyone. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 with a 15-minute break at 11. In the afternoon, we'll hear from the departmental witnesses from 2 o'clock to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15 p.m. We'll be starting this morning with questions from the crossbench, and I'll start with some of my own questions. Minister, police continue to be first responders to mental health emergencies, and we're at a moment in time where there is extraordinary consensus that that is not the right approach, that all relevant stakeholders support reform in this space. You're on the record agreeing with this committee's findings that we should have a health-led response to mental health emergencies, but it's been over a year since we delivered that recommendation. Where is this reform up to?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair. And it is a significant reform and one that I'm committed to. Where we're up to is we have spent the last little while working pretty assiduously within government to develop an agreed framework across the relevant government agencies, primarily New South Wales Police, New South Wales Health, particularly the Mental Health Branch, and New South Wales Ambulance, to come to an understanding about what they think might be the right approach to undertake this reform. I mean, it is a significant reform, Chair. It's important, it's worthwhile, but it's quite a significant change to the way that actually thousands and thousands of calls that are currently being managed by police are being managed by other responders. So I know that that might seem slow to you, and I accept and hear feedback that people want this to be a change that occurs, and that's something that I want too. But it's also something of such significance that I don't think we should rush it. As I understand, the Deputy Secretary Elizabeth Wood briefly touched on yesterday in Minister Park's estimates, we have now commenced an outward-facing consultation period. That's just commenced, and again, I recognise that probably you and others are going to say, geez, can't we get on with it? But as I said, I mean, I'm not going to apologise for the fact that we're taking the reform seriously. That outward-facing work will, from my point of view, most particularly include consultation with mental health consumers, their families and their loved ones. And some initial contact has already been made with peak organisations representing those groups.
Minister, that consultation is certainly welcome, but it's not just my own personal opinion that this is urgent. This is an issue where harm is continued to be caused to people in the community for as long as we have inaction on this issue. And at estimates in September last year, you told us that you anticipated a new model would go to Cabinet by the end of the year. Then in June this year at question time, you gave the same response that work was underway within government between those relevant agencies, progressing to explore what an alternative model might look like. So I'm sure you can understand the frustration for people who care deeply about this issue, that you've essentially given this committee the same response over and over again for a year, that you're having conversations within government and that it's complicated. Where are we now that's different to where we were when I asked this question in September last year?
As I said, and I take on your point that it's not just your concern about the pace of this reform. Certainly I've heard and heard from and met with others who have echoed that sentiment, that this is something that they think is important and that, you know, we need to progress. The significant change that we have made, the progress that we have made, is that we have now reached a point where there has been an agreement, a whole of government agreement on a framework to engage with external consultation. That has taken a little bit of time, probably longer than I would have liked, but, you know, the reality is, as I've said, this is not a minor reform. This is not, you wouldn't be satisfied and I wouldn't be satisfied if the change that we were putting forward was tinkering around the edges. You would rightfully call that out as a missed opportunity and a minimal change. If we want to have the significant change, the bigger reform that isn't just tinkering around the edges, well, it has taken some time for the different parts of government that are currently involved in this piece to share their experiences, their understandings, their perspectives. That has now happened. We have now reached that sort of whole of government agreement point to go out on that consultation piece. As I said, it has taken a little bit longer than I would have liked, but that is actually quite significant progress that we have achieved in the last little while. And I think those conversations with external stakeholders, I imagine, will be very well received, although people will, I imagine, indicate, yes, this is great, but we're keen to ensure the pace of this continues.
I have no doubt that people with lived experience of a mental health crisis and their families, clinicians, experts, frontline workers and their respective unions will all want to be part of these conversations. What's the time frame now for that consultation work that you're undertaking?
So as I said, it's just commenced. I might ask Ms Wood just to briefly elaborate on the time frame. I do understand that you'll have more of an opportunity to ask her questions in detail this afternoon, but just in specific response to questions around the time frame. Ms Wood, you just want to briefly mention how long we're anticipating those conversations with the groups that Dr Con mentioned, might take.
Of course, thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair, for the question. We have just commenced, as I mentioned yesterday, and certainly the Minister has outlined. We're anticipating 6 months to get through this consultation. We're very conscious of the level of sensitive engagement that needs to occur with both consumers and families, as well as the work that we need to do with our workforces to really design what is a true co-responder response. We have to make sure that the community are always safe, as well as all of our staff across all agencies. So I agree in terms of the urgency and the need to get this right, but I think we do need to take a considered approach, and I'm confident with the timeframe we have.
While that significant piece of work is being undertaken, I wanted to ask you about the mental health acute assessment team model. This committee examined a number of alternative models through our inquiry and particularly focused on some models in other jurisdictions. But the MHAAT team was established in 2013, became a standard service in Western Sydney in 2015. I understand it's been extremely well received by consumers, by their families, by the staff who work in that service. Why hasn't that been expanded further in the interim, given this is a model that's already in place in New South Wales?
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer to that question is because at the moment there are a number of similar overlapping co-responder type models that exist in different districts. There's the one that you have mentioned in Western Sydney LHD. Obviously some districts and local police commands have PACER, which has elements of co-responder models as part of that. Up in Hunter, New England, they have similar sort of more virtual models that also include engagement with health-led responses as part of the work that they're doing. We haven't expanded them or scaled them statewide because we wanted to do the work to make sure that the model that we adopted was one that was widely accepted, informed by consultation with the groups that you've mentioned. And so, yes, in response to you rightfully identifying, well, we have done a little bit of this work in some areas and it has been successful. I agree with you. We didn't just want to pick up one of those models and scale it statewide without having done this work. I mean, similarly, I get a lot of positive feedback on PACER. People say to me, PACER's working well in my area. Why don't we expand PACER? I think there were questions yesterday as well. Why isn't PACER statewide? Well, the answer is because we're doing this work to identify the best models that work in the best ways for local communities, and then we hope that will underpin a statewide response.
In my remaining time, Minister, I have a question about the budget. Community living support programs have been found to not only reduce mental health hospitalisations and improve people's well-being, but they're also cost-saving. and there's not many initiatives in health and mental health that actually save the government money. Why is this not being expanded further in the 25-26 budget?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just a lot of pressures on the budget. I mean, I'd agree with the initial premise of your question, which is CLS is an excellent program. Obviously, as the Minister both for Housing and Mental Health, I'm extremely interested in effective programs that support people with mental illness to be housed in a stable, safe and secure way, and CLS is an excellent example of that. I agree that it works well. I agree that it's a cost saving. There are lots of different things that we would love in an ideal world, if the budget pressures weren't as they are, to have a significantly more expanded, but I think the service that we do deliver operates well. We will always look for opportunities to do more, particularly engaging with the Commonwealth or other levels of government that might be able to provide funding assistance. At the moment, as you know, we only have a 1-year health agreement with the Commonwealth, which is making it challenging for us to budget into the long term. We would hope once we had a multi-year health funding agreement with the Commonwealth that some of those areas of priority, of which CLS is one, would be able to be expanded. But at the moment, some of those budgetary pressures make that very difficult.
Sure. Given those budget pressures, though, the evaluation of community living support programs found net savings of about $86,000 per person over 5 years. That's actually a really short return. Surely it would be better for your budget pressures to actually fund an expansion of CLS.
Sometimes the way that those, seeing those programs as an investments that lead to savings is accounted for can be challenging for areas like mental health and housing and homelessness. And I suppose I would say your point is well made in terms of the way that those savings are accounted for and realised in the budget is a broader whole of government challenge. It's not one that we have a solution to in mental health. We regularly make the case that spending money on mental health services, CLS is a great example, but there are other examples too, saves the state money. That actually the criminal justice costs, the housing and homelessness costs of not doing that work are more substantial. But perhaps the Treasury officials over, in the Macquarie room, that's what we make that case, and we work as others do through budget processes to try and have that realised, but it's not always straightforward.
I'll go to my colleague, Ms Kate Fayman.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Minister. Minister, I think you know probably what I am going to ask you about first up, the pause on environmental water across New South Wales, which is incredibly concerning. I'm sure you're aware that delivery of this environmental water is critical to the health and functioning of wetland ecosystems and provides vital water for dependent ecosystems. I'm sure you're aware of the species that they support, including providing habitat for threatened species like the Murray cod and silver perch and many birds. So I understand there's been technical issues that have been raised by NRA or it's by DQ, we're not sure. I'm hearing different information from different experts. So is there some kind of information, issues paper, something that the government can produce, you can produce, so that the public know what the hell is going on?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to do that, Ms Fairman, and I am obviously aware of the issue that you've raised. I'm aware of the critical importance of the delivery of environmental water. No question from my point of view that must be resolved. That's a non-negotiable from my point of view for all of the reasons you have identified. I also agree with you that it's not just that there are potentially conflicting pieces of information. It is a complex issue, and so I am more than willing to take on providing some kind of information paper or public briefing that might explain what has happened. I'm happy to answer questions here today, but in answer to that specific question of are we willing to be open and transparent about what has occurred and our plan to resolve it? Absolutely. Okay, great. So in the spirit of openness and transparency, what legal advice has been obtained by the New South Wales Government in relation to this? So there was an initial piece of legal advice that was obtained by the CPHR division of DQ in relation to an environmental watering event that they...
CPHR is?
Conservation Heritage Programs and
That would be
Regulation.
CHPR,
Apologies, Ms. Fairman. It's within Minister Sharp's areas of responsibility. So within DQ, I obviously have responsibility for the water group. Ms. Jones is here. CPHR, am I saying that right? That division is within Minister Sharp. Minister Sharp is the environmental water holder.
Yes, so the legal advice.
That's right. They obtained legal advice in relation to a watering event that they wished to undertake that raised a question about whether or not that event was permitted under exemptions that they had in relation to the take of water. They obviously consulted with Water Group. Water Group also obtained their own legal advice through the Crown Solicitor's Office. That in a way confirmed that there was some legal uncertainty. This is not something that had been brought to our attention before. It wasn't resultant of a change that we made. To be honest, it kind of came out of nowhere. It was unanticipated, both for CPHR and for Water Group. Soon as it was identified that there was some legal uncertainty, we have taken action and are progressing a regulatory amendment, which we will hope to have finalised very soon. It is in draft. It is in drafting at the moment to clarify that legal uncertainty.
Are you suggesting that the legal advice obtained by the Environment Minister's Office and then the legal advice obtained by the Water Group differ?
No, they were consistent.
Would you be able to provide that legal advice?
Well, I'll have to take that on notice. As you know, Ms. Fairman, legal advice is subject to privilege, legal professional privilege, and our waiving of that...
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Well, that's right, but our waiving of that is not something that we do lightly. Certainly in relation to the CPHR legal advice, I'm not in a position to make any comment on that. I'll have to discuss that with Minister Sharp, but I'll take on notice your request to have legal advice or summary of legal advice made available. I'm not going to commit to that today. There are standard legal professional privileges that sit over that legal advice. But as I said, I'm happy to articulate the fact that it raised question marks that were unanticipated.
Okay, so maybe expand upon that then. If you can't provide the legal advice, I think as Water Minister you need to be able to explain what the issue is though, in terms of pausing environmental water releases at this significant time, which could have such a significant impact. So what did that legal advice say?
I might ask Ms Jones to try and...
Is there like what's your talking point say? Have you got like a few sentences just to summarise from the Minister's perspective? Because I have to say the government's been very, very quiet on this. We have heard from stakeholders, from conservationists, from First Nations communities, and the stories that I'm seeing, the Minister says that the government isn't really responding to.
Well, I don't think that's fair. We have responded to multiple media inquiries and attempted to provide clarity in relation to this, attempted to provide statements. To be perfectly honest, Ms Fairman, it's quite complicated. It is whether or not the take of water moving from a regulated system to an unregulated system, I understand, from different water sources is accounted for as water take under the Water Management Act. It is not straightforward to explain. Ms Jones, did you want to try and give a brief couple of sentence summary to Ms Fairman as to what the legal question has been, what the legal issue that has been raised is?
Happy to, Minister. As you mentioned, it's about water moving from one water source to another. When we think about environmental water and what it's used for,
Ms Jones, we won't go there, actually. That's fine. Let's do that this afternoon, just in terms of time.
I could add though, Ms Fairman, if you'd allow me, that the release of this kind of water is managed under water sharing plan rules.
Yes, Ms Jones, I am aware of all of this, so I don't need the time taken up. Thank you. I just want to ask, I'm needing to know where the government is sitting on it. It's also quite a political decision at this point.
Well, I just completely reject that, Ms Fairman. It's not a political decision. A legal question's been raised and we're resolving it. It's got nothing to do with politics.
Minister, are you aware that in 2023, with the review of the non-urban metering framework, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder made a submission regarding metering implementation issues and challenges that are unique to the delivery of water for the environment, and that it wasn't clearly addressed in the options paper, that they were critical issues that needed to be carefully considered and resolved. Why weren't those issues raised by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder in relation to the unique aspect of environmental water and how it's measured? Why weren't their considerations taken into, their concerns taken into consideration?
They were taken into consideration.
They, in what way?
Well, the requirements on the environmental water holders, to the extent that they must account for and meter the water that is taken for the purposes of environmental watering, are consistent with all other forms of water take.
That is exactly the opposite of what the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder was saying was their concern. The fact that the submission pointed out things like watering of some wetlands requires mobile pumps which cannot meet the telemetry metering requirements, attaching meters to some regulators impedes fish passage, hydrological assessments, modelling is used at some sites, river gauging is used for in-stream environmental flows, and a water balance method is used for floodplain overland flows. That it's very, very different. That's what the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder was asking to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, and we have been taking those things into consideration, but ultimately,
all environmental water has to be measured the same way as irrigated water.
I'm reluctant to do this, but the Minister is being talked over. The question should be posed. The Minister gets into about the third sentence and then cut off at the knees. That's just not the way these proceedings operate. The Minister must be allowed to answer the question posed.
I made the same ruling about 3 times yesterday, and I'll continue that way.
Ultimately, we have taken those concerns into consideration and we'll continue to work with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. But my position is this, Ms Fairman, and to be honest, I'm a little bit frustrated that it's not well accepted and understood. Ultimately, we must be able to measure the delivery of environmental water under our water sharing plans. The rules at that fundamental level apply to everyone for a good reason. We cannot have fair sharing of this valuable resource if environmental water holders think that those fundamental rules about accounting for and measuring the amount of water that they are taking don't apply to them. They do apply to them, and we are more than willing to recognise some of those differences between take of water for environmental use and take of water for irrigation, but my understanding is right at the beginning of the creation of the water management framework, environmental water holders had a level of consistency with all other water holders in relation to their obligations that includes their obligations to measure and meter the amount of water that they are taking, albeit from a different purpose. And if they refuse to do that, and if they can't do that, that makes our job very, very difficult because we don't know how much water is being taken from environmental purposes. And so to the extent that there's a pushback on what I consider to be baseline compliance with measuring and metering, then I'm not particularly sympathetic because how can I have a fair water management system, water sharing plans that fairly allocate this valuable resource if environmental water holders don't think they have to tell us how much water they're taking? Well, I think they do.
We'll move to opposition time.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Minister. Minister, I'm sure you'll be aware of the public statements by the CFMEU New South Wales Executive Director outlining the union's push into the New South Wales multi-storey residential construction market, which has been described as their jewel in the crown. Have the CFMEU had any contact with you about moving into the residential apartment?
No, they haven't.
Minister, with respect to the CFMEU statements, they've outlined that when it comes to the government's work, that, and I quote, the builders who are going to get that state government money are not our builders. Will the government rule out entering into any arrangements with CFMEU aligned builders?
Well, I mean, I don't know who those, I mean, it's entirely hypothetical, I don't know who those builders are. We have a clear procurement framework, which I'm happy to get Ms Pinkstone to outline in relation to what builders we use. I don't have any involvement in that. I'm not engaged in it. I don't know the builders that we use or don't use, other than my expectation, and I've obviously made that clear to Homes New South Wales, is that the procurement of those building services is consistent with government procurement frameworks. Other than that, I'm not involved and I don't really have a view.
Minister, the Queensland Government had implemented the best practice industry conditions and it was referred to as the CFMEU tax. Will the New South Wales Government rule out introducing any similar conditions in New South Wales?
Look, I have no familiarity with that. I'm that provision in relation to the Queensland Government that you've referred to is not one that I have knowledge of or familiarity of. Certainly we've had no conversations along those lines. That's not something that is in any way under consideration by the New South Wales Government and has been the subject of no briefings or conversations.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, I just want to turn to clarify some points. In supplementary questions for the last budget estimates, you outlined at question on notice 243 that there were 92,635 public housing properties as at the 28th of February 2025. It was also indicated that there were 94,470 public housing properties as at the 30th of June 2024, which is the same figure that's reflected on the social housing residential dwellings dashboard. Minister, why has there been a reduction of 1,835 public housing properties over 8 months?
The change that you are referring to primarily relates to the transfer of properties from the Homes New South Wales, or formerly Land and Housing Corporation, portfolio to the Aboriginal Housing Office portfolio. The previous government had a program, and one that I supported in opposition and continue to support now, of ensuring that where Homes New South Wales properties were tenanted by an Aboriginal person and that home would be better managed by the Aboriginal Housing Office, that the transfer of the ownership and management of that home occurred to the Aboriginal Housing Office. And so the figure that you are referring to is correct. You will see that that refers to what we call public housing. That's Homes New South Wales, formerly Land and Housing Corporation, owned and managed housing. But AHO housing, which is still part of the Homes New South Wales family, has had a sort of increase relative to the decrease of the public housing figure.
Thank you, Minister. So, as at that point, what was the figure of homes for the Aboriginal Housing Office?
In 23-24, are you referring to?
Well, why don't you give it? Do you have it as of 30th of June?
24-25. We have preliminary data that we can provide on that, but obviously that is relatively recent data.
Sure.
The figure that I have as preliminary data for 24-25 is 6,552 AHO properties.
Thank you. And how many public housing properties?
92,709.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, further, you indicated that as at the 30th of June 2024, there were 155,905 social homes in New South Wales, while indicating that you project the number of social homes to be approximately 139,900 at the end of 2030-31, in accordance with question on notice 2025. Why are you projecting the loss of 16,000 social homes?
I can only imagine, Mr. Farlow, that whilst I don't know the second figure that you referred to and the source of that figure related to the Homes New South Wales portfolio and did not include CHP or ACHP properties. So the figure that you are referring to that was provided in relation to 23-24 social housing dwellings, the 155,905, is the total social housing portfolio in New South Wales. So Homes New South Wales properties, AHO, community housing providers and Aboriginal community housing providers. I don't know without further information, but I can only imagine that the other figure that you've referred to does not include some of those categories. There's absolutely no question that we are on track to deliver record increases in the social housing stock in New South Wales, not just because of our own budgetary commitments, but because of commitments through the Commonwealth and the Housing Australia Future Fund. There's just no doubt that that is the trajectory that we are on, and that in fact we are on track to increase our stock by historic numbers.
So, Minister, are you projecting that then there'll be 139,900 public housing and Aboriginal housing properties by 2030-31?
I will have to take that figure on notice. That's not a figure that I have and am able to provide clarity in relation to, but I'm more than happy to take on notice what that figure refers to and provide clarity to you in relation to our projections.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, also, as at the 30th of June 2024, you indicated that there were 315,004 bedrooms in public housing in New South Wales, the reference being question on notice 245. You also, at question notice 246, projected that at the end of your Building Homes for New South Wales program, that 275,000 bedrooms are projected. Why is there that loss of 40,000 bedrooms?
Again, I mean, without having that source of that data in front of me, it's challenging for me to know whether or not the component parts that have led to those figures are similar. As I reiterate my answer before, there's absolutely no question that we are increasing our stock by historic numbers. I mean, you don't put $5.1 billion in the budget, project increases of 8,400 New South Wales government funded homes alone, let alone those delivered by our community housing partners and funded under the Housing Australia Future Fund, and not project a significant increase in the number of not just social housing homes, but social housing bedrooms. So I'll have to take on notice the comparison between the figures that you have provided, but my answer is very clear. Our projections are all a significant increase in stock, which is much needed.
Minister, why did DCJ quarterly statistical reports on social housing delivery end in June of 2024?
I don't know the answer to that. Does Mr Tidwell or Ms Pinkstone have any information in relation to that?
We have produced additional information. Mr Farlow, if I can take that on notice, I'm happy to respond, but the amount of data we have provided has grown, so I'd need to look at whether it's been replaced by something else that we're providing in a different format, but happy to take it on notice.
We can come back to that in the afternoon, perhaps. Yep. Thank you, Mr Tidwell. Minister, the Productivity Commission's report on government services shows that recurrent funding to community housing providers was reduced in 2022-23 when it was $178.4 million to $133 million in 23-24, a 25% cut. What's the figure in 24-25?
I don't have that figure here. Ms Pinkston, do you have that figure?
I can take that on notice for you.
Okay. And if you could also take on notice the projection over the forward estimates relating to that as well.
That's the funding from the New South Wales Government to community
funding from the New South Wales Government for
yes.
community housing providers.
That's fine. We'll take that on notice for you, Mr Farlow.
Now, Minister, I understand that Homes New South Wales has acquired 3 sites at present as part of the land audit, those being 20 Nelson Road, Box Hill, 451 and 633 Alfords Point Road and Old Illawarra Road at Menai, and 72, 84 and 86 Menangle Road at Camden. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay, and how much was paid by Homes New South Wales for those sites?
You've got a figure of that. Ms Pinkston is advising me that the figure was $30.39 million.
Thank you. And where was this funding sourced from?
The budgetary allocation that we received under the Building Homes for New South Wales program.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And what sites is Homes New South Wales negotiating on purchasing at present as part of the land audit?
I know some of those. Ms Pinston, there may be others that I'm not aware of. The ones that I'm primarily aware of are Transport for New South Wales owned sites at Woolloomooloo, at North Everleigh. There's one at Hurstville, and the fourth one is escaping me in terms
Haberfield,
of...
is it?
I can go.
Oh, yes, it is Haberfield. Thank you, Mr. Farlow. So those 4 Transport for New South Wales sites are ones that are under active negotiation between Homes New South Wales and Transport for New South Wales in relation to our acquisition.
We're transacting on one with SOPA at the moment, and I can go through those if you'd like.
And so with respect to that, let's go to that SOPA one then. I understand that it was indicated that it's been transferred to Homes New South Wales. Agreements have been exchanged, but the transfer of ownership hasn't been completed. Is
That's
that correct?
right. We've exchanged on the purchase of the site, and we're just going through the settlement process. There's actually on the site it needs to be subdivided, so we're just in the process of doing that with SOPA.
And how much has that site been costed?
I can take that on notice and give it to you this afternoon.
Thank you. And with respect to the source of funding being the Building Homes for New South Wales package, how much has been apportioned within the Building Homes for New South Wales package for land purchases as a result of the land audit?
I will have to take that on notice. I mean, in a way, it's a little bit iterative, Mr. Farlow. As you know, the land audit is the land audit that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friend. So as sites become available into the future, it may be that Homes New South Wales identifies a site that currently is not in the land audit, that they think, wow, this is a fantastic opportunity, and really wants to snap that up. That will obviously have a budgetary impact. We have $5.1 billion as part of the $6.6 billion that was allocated for housing and homelessness, specifically for capital delivery. Exactly how much of that is going to be used for the purchase of land under the land audit, I'll have to take on notice. But as I said, we will provide you what figures we can, but I don't necessarily want to give you a commitment that I won't be back here next year or the year after saying, well, actually that changed because an opportunity presented itself in the land audit in 6 months' time, and we thought, wow, what a great site, we want to grab that one and deliver housing on it, in which case obviously we'll have to make that right within our budget, but you know, we would be prepared to do that if a good opportunity to deliver more housing presented itself.
Do you have a provision within that budgetary allocation for land purchases in general?
Yes.
Yep, and what is that provision?
Do you have that figure?
No, I can get it for you.
Okay, thank you.
But yes, I mean, I would say, Mr. Farlow, in general, we prefer to redevelop our own land. It's obviously cheaper. We spend less of that $5.1 billion on land acquisition, and many of the projects that we are delivering are redevelopments of our own land. But yes, there are provisions within that budget for land acquisition. You know, we will need to acquire more land to deliver housing. We can get you that figure, but that is just part of making sure that, you know, we have enough opportunities to deliver on the 8,400 homes.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, with respect to those acquisitions, is Homes New South Wales required to pay full independent market price for that land?
Land identified under the land audit?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. There is a process through the government property framework to determine or resolve disagreements or disputes in relation to the value of land. The Valuer General has a role to play there. But yes, the government property framework, which is obviously administered by Minister Camper, does have a provision that we pay market rates for the land.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, with respect to some of these projects under the land audit, what's the status of the carriage works proposal?
As I mentioned, that is the North Everleigh site that is currently owned by
Transport for New South
TAM,
Wales.
I think it is now called. And we are negotiating with them. There are still some transport assets on that land, operational assets that Sydney Trains use. So Sydney Trains is needing to relocate them, but I did recently have a conversation with Transport for New South Wales about needing to resolve that urgently, and Matt Longland from Sydney Trains was part of that conversation and accepted that. So we are in negotiation with them. We are seeking to resolve that as quickly as we can, but it is absolutely still our intention, you know, and we are negotiating with Transport to have that resolved as soon as we can, hopefully by the end of the year.
Minister, when do you expect to commence construction on that site?
Well, if we can stick to the current timeframe that I'm anticipating, although, as we have already seen, sometimes I give timeframes here at estimates that end up being challenging. Nonetheless, we are hoping to resolve those issues with Transport by the end of the year. We would hope that once that occurs, we could commence construction on that site next year. Most of that land is vacant. As I said, it does have some operational assets on it, but once they are removed, we should be able to commence construction. And I will say, Mr. Farlow, that the team at Homes New South Wales are not waiting for the land transactions to be resolved to commence the planning and design work for the home. So that is occurring concurrently. We don't currently own those sites. They are still owned by Transport for New South Wales, and we're negotiating with them. But our team is still doing design work, doing planning work, so that once the ownership is transferred, we can commence construction as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Minister. And when do you expect that site to be completed?
I don't know if I have a date for that. Do you have a date for the North Everleigh site? No. Well, we can take on notice what timeframes we can provide.
Thank you. Now we might turn to some of the sites that I think that are in your control already. So with respect to the Kellyville site, when do you expect that to be commenced construction?
I will look that up, but do you have it there, Ms. Pinkston?
No, these sites are in due diligence with the agency, which is Sydney Water. There's a proportion of the site that we were going to take over, and so it's part of a broader negotiation process. So all of these sites from the land audit are going through the due diligence process. Those ones that we have transacted on were relatively straightforward, but there's some complexity on these other sites in terms of ownership and titling issues that we're working through at the moment.
Okay, so with respect to the Box Hill site, my apologies, that's one that has been transferred across, as I understand it. When do you expect to commence construction on that site?
Yeah, for the ones that we own, I can come back to you with the construction timeframes.
Okay. We will return to that this afternoon then. Now, with respect to the Housing Australia Future Fund, Minister, on my analysis, New South Wales will deliver 3,848 dwellings under the HAF funding, while Victoria is delivering 4,315, despite having a smaller population than New South Wales. Why is Victoria getting more money out of this program than New South Wales?
It's a great question. I encourage you to take it up
Ask
with
the Federal
Minister O'Neill. I mean, I will be very open, Mr. Farlow. We were disappointed, particularly with round one of the Housing Australia Future Fund. I've expressed that disappointment publicly. I've expressed it privately to the Commonwealth. We do have the biggest population. We have the biggest intake of net migration. You know, we are desperately in need of housing solutions in New South Wales. HAF round one was disappointing and underwhelming from a New South Wales government perspective. HAF round two, we felt better about. We're in a better position there, but I assure you we have been forcefully making the case to the Commonwealth that some of the HAF settings are disadvantageous to New South Wales, and that's a problem. And I'll identify one. The HAF currently uses a very narrow financial feasibility framework to assess basically sort of value for money, yield. Well, that's a problem in New South Wales because our land values are so much higher than every other state. So yeah, you get less bang for buck in our state because you have to pay more for land. That's the reality. And we have an expectation that the Commonwealth recognises that and doesn't take a very narrow assessment framework that discounts that quite significant factor. And we've been forcefully making that case to the Commonwealth, and we will continue to.
Minister, how many HAF applications has the New South Wales government submitted, and how many have been approved?
Okay, so I don't know if I have information in relation to how many we submitted in the first 2 rounds, Ms Pinkston. Do you have that?
Total. I could get you the total. We were successful for all in round 2.
So that was
the 14.
Yeah.
Sites.
So, as I said, round 2 was better, 14 applications, 14 sites. Round 1, as I said, 2 sites, Lane Cove and Maroubra, but I'll have to take on notice how many applications we put in.
Thank you, Minister.
We're back to crossbench time. I'll go to Mr Michael Banasiak.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, NRA received their full funding request of $36.3 million, and your government increased that further by $19.9 million. What is that $19.9 million getting New South Wales taxpayers?
Proper compliance and enforcement of our water laws, which I think...
So you're saying that we weren't getting proper compliance of our water laws before you chucked in that $19.9 million?
Well...
Or are you meaning to say improved?
Well, I mean, yes, improved, if that's a word that you prefer. I think I've been open with the fact that NRA's been doing a good job since its creation a few years ago, but that there have been challenges in relation to the delivery of compliance. I will give you 2 examples, because we have not just made funding changes but made regulatory and legislative changes, one in relation to not the non-urban metering framework, the other one in relation to...
Just because of my limited time, is this $19.9 million to facilitate the proper enforcement that's coming through with the proposed legislation? Is that to help facilitate that legislation being
No, not the entire $19 million, but in part, yes.
Is that additional $19.9 million being totally covered by water licensing charges and water user charges, or is there a component of that money being funded from funds elsewhere?
No, my understanding is that NRA's budget is funded in the same way as part of the WAMSI budget, which is IPART regulated and based on recovery from water users, although Ms Jones may be able to elaborate if there is part of the NRA budget that is supplemented from DQ other sources.
So WAMSI costs are spread from the state as well as water users, so they're proportionally allocated. IPART identifies what share water users should pay and what the government should pay.
Okay. So how much more compliance are we going to wring out of water users for this additional money, given that it has some of the highest compliance rates in the state? When you look at a regulator, I think it's 99%, or well, overall. Mr Barnes is shaking his head in the background. I couldn't get a clear answer from him.
You can ask Mr Barnes in the
afternoon. It has a reasonably high compliance rate, so I'm curious as to how much we're going to increase that compliance rate by, and whether that's value for taxpayer dollars.
That, for example, as I have indicated, compliance in relation to the non-urban metering framework is significantly lower than that, and in fact it is. There's
been overall issues with the rollout of that.
Yes,
so.
no, I accept that, Mr Banasiak, and I have been open about the range of issues that have contributed to that, but I merely make the point to you that there is quite a significant compliance gap in relation to that specific issue. But I will also say this: it is absolutely not fair to say that NRA's only role and the only thing that they will be expending their budget on is compliance. They have a significant educative role, and we would be hoping that work would be expanded. We accept almost everyone wants to do the right thing, and that education and support for people to do the right thing is as important, if not more important, than the compliance role, because most people do.
Are you able to, on notice, provide a bit of a breakdown in terms of how much of that $19.9 million would go towards education versus compliance, versus what other activities NRA will be doing?
That's fine. I can take that on notice, and perhaps if you, in the afternoon, I know your time is limited, you could ask Mr Barnes some questions directly.
Sure. The community benchmarking survey, how much weighting was put on that regarding the need for more funding and expanded powers? Because I know that the survey was only a small sample of the public, and asked some fairly benign questions about, do you think water theft is an issue? And it's like, well, if you asked 100 kids whether they wanted ice cream after dinner, most of them would say yes too. So what weighting was put to that?
Well, I mean, that is probably a question for IPART. I understand that those kind of community surveys are a requirement of IPART submission processes that, you know, IPART expects organisations to ask the community the kind of questions that you have articulated. IPART then makes decisions about how much weight to give them in the determination of the fair and efficient prices.
Was that survey paid for by IPART, or was it paid for under the WMC funding? Or?
I suspect it was paid for by NRA, by the organisation that was doing the submission.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect timing.
Ms. Kate Faeman.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, earlier when we discussed the release of the legal advice for the environmental water freeze, you said that it was first sought because of a watering event that was going to take place. Where was that?
I don't know that. As I said, that was something that
Ms. Jones, do you know what that is?
Minister Sharp may know, but do you know, Amanda?
No, I'd need to check. Yeah, I need to check.
It's not a watering event that we were undertaking, as I've indicated. It was by the CPHR group within DQ.
Okay. Minister, so I understand that the Water Management General Regulation 2025, that is due to replace the 2018 reg, that it differentiates metering requirements for water pumped from a river and water taken as floodplain harvesting. You aware of that?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it seems appropriate, it seems sensible. So if that can happen, I assume it can also happen for environmental watering?
Yes, it can. And that's, Ms. Fairman, the path that we are looking to use to resolve this issue. As I said, I really want to be clear to you, this isn't political, this isn't as a result of a change that we've made or a decision that we've undertaken. Quite genuinely, an unexpected piece of legal advice was received. I will take on notice how much of that I can share with you. We are using a regulatory pathway through our water management regulations to resolve that. That is literally being drafted by PCO in consultation with the relevant DQ entities right now. We recognise we have to resolve this. We very much hope it is a short, temporary pause whilst these legal issues are resolved.
So in terms of short temporary pause, quite a few people have expressed concern about the fact that there is due to be a release of water on the 1st of September that's critical for the breeding event of certain water birds. This is the spring breeding season. Will it be fixed in time for that?
Look, I'll have to take that on notice. That event, I've seen the media reports that you are referring to that reference that event. That's not something that environmental water holders have specifically raised with me, although I remain open to engaging with them on that. I would say there's quite a bit of water in the system right now. Thankfully, this issue has arisen at a time when we are not in dry conditions, we're in wet conditions. But let me take on notice that specific event and how we might manage it, because whilst I've read that media report, I haven't received any formal or official correspondence or information in relation to it.
There is a clause under the 2018 regulation, clause 233, which actually allows the minister to grant an exemption to a holder of a licence where it's not possible for water to be measured using metering equipment. Would you exercise that discretion for environmental water and for this particular watering event?
I would consider it, absolutely. As I said, I've taken on notice the specifics. I'm happy to receive advice, but I would be willing to. There is no agenda here to limit or halt environmental water delivery in New South Wales, and if we need to use some of those provisions in the short term, we will, but we are actively working on a solution right now because I recognise the point that you've made. We absolutely have to get this fixed.
So thank you, Minister. The Connectivity Expert Panel has also reported that the allocation policy in New South Wales allows borrowing against non-irrigation accounts to underwrite general security water for irrigation. Will you commit here today that any unused water in environmental water accounts will be preserved and not used to improve water availability for irrigation?
Yeah, I mean, well, that is absolutely not my intention. That has not been something that's been suggested to me. And yeah, I mean, I could not be clearer, Ms. Fairman, that I do not, this was an unexpected and unintended event, and it is in no way my expectation that environmental water would be used for any other purposes than environmental watering, and that if there is a short-term or temporary pause on the delivery of that water, it will not be used for other purposes. That's in no way our intention.
You said earlier that all water, the water needs to be metered, water that's used needs to be metered. Rainfall runoff isn't. There's an exemption for that. The connectivity panel, in fact, expressed their concern that it makes up to 44% of floodplain harvesting rainfall runoff, but 61% of that is exempt. So, I mean, it almost sounds like this is a slap down to environmental water when really there is a hell of a lot of water in this state that's being taken again by the big irrigators, floodplain harvesting water. That isn't measured, Minister.
Well, there are a range of exemptions. I mean, you are right. Environmental water holders have a range of exemptions. So it's true that exemptions operate. In relation to rainfall runoff, look, to be honest, the advice that I've received, and I mean, happy to try and provide more detail, or you could ask this afternoon, it is extremely difficult to accurately meter and measure rainfall runoff. It is a very, very challenging event to measure. We, of course,
I think the same could be said with environmental flows.
Well, to some extent, yes, but specifically in relation to where environmental water holders are taking water from a regulated water source, you know, really, to be honest, Ms. Fairman, that should not be particularly difficult in a regulated system for them to measure. But nonetheless, I don't want you to think that I don't recognise that, of course, there is a difference between water taken for the purposes of environmental watering and irrigation. I mean, they're clearly different purposes. But having said that, and again, I reiterate, I do expect baseline compliance with metering and measuring what we can, because otherwise we don't know. I mean, there are other forms of water that we take that we cannot measure. It is very difficult. I'm happy to continue a conversation about rainfall runoff, but the advice that I have is that it is very challenging to accurately measure and meter rainfall runoff.
Minister, I'll come back to this in the afternoon with Mr. Barnes as well, actually. So in the time I have left, how long before the 6 unregulated water sharing plans and the regulated water sharing plans will be remade and put out for public consultation? Where's that up to, and when can we expect them to be finalised?
Are you referring to the plans that were expired?
That's right.
Yeah. Well, we would hope to have them resolved as soon as we can. We don't have a time frame on that. It is our expectation that some additional consultation may be necessary. There's sometimes been criticism of us in the past that we haven't done the kind of consultation that the community expected, and we're very mindful of that criticism and wanting to do better. So in the circumstance where we may need to do some additional consultation, we are hopeful that that will happen soon. I don't like to have the plans expired and not remade, but on the other hand, Ms. Fairman, they're 10-year plans. It's important to me that we get them right, and if we're going to be responsive to feedback that we need to do better with consultation, well, sometimes that might take a little bit more time.
So I understand that not having the water sharing plans in place, the same situation has continued as under the old water sharing plans. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So 100% allocations were made on the 1st of July. To irrigators, including carryover ability, capacity?
I will have to check that. Is that what occurred, Ms. Jones?
So we can confirm the water allocations this afternoon, Ms. Fairman, but yes, the licences continue, so conditions on licensing continue without the plans in place.
And Minister, did you get any legal advice about that at the time?
Not that I recall.
Okay, but you're confident that that's all to allocate the water on the 1st of July without existing water.
The annual water determination allocations. Well, I have received, I should clarify, Ms. Fairman, I have received legal advice in relation to the operation of the Water Management Act and what occurs in the instance where the plans lapse. I have received legal advice in relation to that, which confirms the evidence that I'm providing to you, that the provisions and conditions on the existing licences and plans operate. I can't recall whether that specifically referred to the issue that you have raised in relation to allocations, so I will take that on notice as to whether that specific issue was referenced in the brief that I received in relation to what occurs in the event of lapsed plans.
Thank you.
Mr. Higginson.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. Just wanted to raise with you about, going back earlier, my colleague Dr. Conn was discussing the PACER program and the fact that we're changing the state's response, pointing out that people who are experiencing mental health issues are literally still being killed by police through these responses in New South Wales. I just wanted to note, in Lismore, there is currently no one filling the PACER. Can you explain what's happening there?
I can, Ms. Higginson. I've visited the Lismore Local Area Command, met the superintendent, I think is her name, or her title, excuse my ignorance of police hierarchy. They're extremely supportive of their PACER program there. They have tried again and again and again to recruit their PACER clinician, and they simply cannot find anyone who is suitable. I've engaged with the mental health branch. We've engaged with other local organisations, mental health organisations, to try and promote the advertisement, to try and encourage someone to apply. I think it is a really frustrating and unsatisfactory situation. We would love to have someone playing the PACER role in Lismore, but quite simply, Ms. Higginson, we cannot find someone who has the relevant skills to fill that role at the moment.
So is there anything that's happening? So if there is a call today in Lismore or that area for a mental health call out or a welfare check, who would be the person that would go and undertake that at this point in time?
Well, I imagine it would be police. I don't know, and I'm happy to take on notice. I mean, Mr. Flynn, you may know, although you may not, if the police have any essentially kind of Plan B provisions or other provisions in place to manage the vacancy in PACER. I'm not sure if they do. I'm happy to take that on notice. As I said, Ms. Higginson, it has been raised with me. We've had specific and direct conversations about what we can do to try and resolve this situation, but at the moment we simply don't have an applicant who's suitable for the role.
Minister, a number of us in the community are really concerned because we've got National Party MPs and others doing a bit of lynch mob politics, that the streets are suffering, they need cleaning up. I'm very concerned about the escalating circumstances there and vulnerable people. Is it possible for you as Minister for Mental Health to issue some form of directive to do, to assist, to try and temper and calm the circumstances, provide some kind of leadership guarantee that something's going to happen there to provide the systems and services the most vulnerable people in that part of the world need?
Well, I mean, I'm not quite sure in terms of, my legal capacity to issue some kind of directive, but absolutely I'm more than happy to take on engagement with the local area command there to make sure that in the absence of someone in the PACER role, that they are mindful of those issues that are significant in your community. I have to say, Ms. Higginson, I found the local police to be very responsive. The police leadership that I met there, very responsive to these
concerns. As you know, Minister, it's not the individuals, it's the uniforms, it's the weapons, it's the circumstances. Can I just ask in the last minute that I have, can you tell me why, or the primary reasons, Homes New South Wales has not accepted the lands that have been provided to Homes New South Wales for public housing through the land audit? The Minister Camper said in estimates 2 days ago that a number of those land audit areas of lands were refused by Homes New South Wales? What are the primary reasons?
In a way, you know, they just weren't the most suitable land for the delivery of our housing aspirations. We, as I answered in relation to Mr. Farlow's question earlier, we have to pay market value for land that we receive under the land audit. That's the provisions under the government.
So is it primary economic, like finance?
Well, I mean, we just have to be mindful of making best use of every one of our $5.1 billion. So, you know, when we have opportunities to purchase land under the land audit, we are making, you know, pretty careful decisions about whether or not this is a site that we're going to be able to maximise the delivery of housing. And so if a site has constraints, it's not well located, there's no transport around.
Is there reasons? Are you able to provide transparent reasons for why each lot may have been considered not suitable?
Yes, we could do that. As I said, it will be things like the location wasn't suitable, the zoning wasn't suitable, you couldn't deliver a lot of homes on it, it was a single lot that, you know, in an area, you know, that we didn't feel as though it was a priority for delivery. But because we have to pay, you know, for that land, and as I said, that's the provisions under the government property framework, you know, we're mindful about making sure that the sites that we select and pay for deliver most yield to us in our Building Homes for New South Wales program.
Thank you.
Back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. Minister, the status of Warragamba Dam this morning.
Yes, I am happy to provide some information in relation to that. Excuse me, Ms. Overall. The latest advice that I have is the dam has been slowly rising and is now close to capacity. A small spill is forecast to occur in the next few hours. Obviously, we have provided all of the relevant notifications and alerts to the community in relation to that. My understanding is the spill is, as I said, likely at some point today on the back of higher than anticipated rainfall, particularly near the dam wall. And as I said, the community has been alerted through all of the relevant notification protocols.
So with the alerts, is that flood warnings essentially in place, or?
Well, I don't know. We don't issue flood warnings. Mr. George from Water New South Wales might be able to provide more information. We don't issue those. The SES issue those.
But
we just
you're not
notify
aware
the
that
community.
anything like that is in place, that
We
you
just-
just let them know that it's going to spill.
Well, that's our responsibility is to indicate that the expectation is that the dam will reach capacity and will spill. But in relation to minor flood or major flood or any kind of flood warnings or alerts, we leave that to the SES.
Okay, and given that this is yet another instance of this occurring, Minister, will Labor commit to reintroducing our previous Nationals, Liberals coalition plan to raise Warragamba Dam wall?
Absolutely not. That is not in any way a sensible use of billions of dollars or a real solution to flooding in the Hawkesbury Nepean. So we stand by our election commitment to cancel the Warragamba Dam wall raising and think that it's a preposterous non-solution to that problem.
Very disappointing to hear. Moving on, just clarifying points raised by the Honourable Kate Fairman. NRA, the National Resources Access Regulator, issuing a stop work to your department for non-compliance at Tooral Station. Has NRA ever had to issue such an order to a government agency before?
I can ask Mr Barnes in relation to whether they have issued a stop work order to a government agency before. I would just clarify, Ms Overall, whilst the stop work order was issued to DEQ, it was not issued to the Water Group. It was issued to CPHR, the Environmental Water New South Wales Environmental Water Holder. That is under Minister Sharp. But Mr Barnes, perhaps just come up for these questions. Have you ever issued a stop work order to a government agency previously?
No, we have not.
Thank you, Mr Barnes.
Thank you very much. So, Minister, you raised the point earlier this morning of some of this has arisen because of conflicting pieces of information and the complexity. Your Labor government committed to simplifying water laws previously that could be contributing to issues like this. When are we going to see that happen?
Well, it is not fair to say, I think, that the issues at Tooral are related to the matters.
So they're not related to the complexity that you talked about earlier? of the water laws as they stand at the moment?
Well, I mean, no. I think that there was an issue in relation to...
A legal uncertainty, I believe, is the term that you used.
No, the issue that Ms Fairman was discussing in relation to the pause on the delivery of environmental water by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder is a separate issue to the issues that NRA has responded to at Taral. I mean, they're all linked to water, and water is complex, and the ongoing task...
And all linked to the water laws, generally speaking? The
yes,
regulations?
They are linked to water laws.
Yep.
Yes.
And the complexity of those water laws that you committed to simplifying?
Well, as I said, we are undertaking a program to try and demystify water for people in the state, but ultimately...
Is that happening?
I think we're making some progress.
Okay, great. Minister, is it correct that Water New South Wales is sacking 300 staff, 1/4 of its workforce, because of an $80 million shortfall?
Well, it is correct that Water New South Wales is engaged in a transformation process that does involve staff reductions, and that is because IPART issued a price determination that required them to undertake that transformation process.
So that's yes. Given the Productivity and Equality Commission's report of July last year, has your Labor government delivered a new funding model for local water utilities?
We have not delivered that yet.
Not delivered that. Has your government provided any new funding for the Safe and Secure Water program since claiming it was fully allocated?
No, we have not delivered extra funding for the Safe and Secure Water Fund, but I'm happy to report that there is still a reasonably significant amount of funding in the fund, and we are in fact desperately trying to expedite the delivery of projects under the fund because some of the allocations to which you refer had been sitting inactive since 2019, which is a very unoptimal situation. So our priority is getting those projects moving, and that is occurring.
So just to clarify then, Minister, it's not fully allocated then?
Well, it's fully allocated to projects, but it is in no way fully expended, and some of those allocations have sat dormant for many, many, many years with no progress. That's not a satisfactory situation to me.
So you will reallocate those?
If the projects, if in discussions with the local water utilities, those projects have no prospect of progress, then perhaps we will reallocate that, but that will be done in consultation with those proponents. But to reiterate, it's not acceptable to me if an allocation has been made under that fund years ago and no progress has been made, and we're very clear that our expectation is that if you've received an allocation under the fund, that you get on with delivering the project.
Yeah, okay, so, and no new funding.
Not
In the
at this
past
stage.
12 months, have more than a handful of town water and sewer projects progressed to shovel-ready stage?
I can take on notice exactly how many projects
That would be great.
have progressed to shovel-ready in the last 12 months.
Appreciate that. Exact number would be wonderful. Given the Treasurer says water infrastructure underpins the government's housing targets, has any new funding actually been committed for water infrastructure?
Well...
New funding.
At the moment, our priority is progressing the projects that already have funding. We have, for example, allocated additional new funding to projects such as the Yass water treatment plant.
Was that an election commitment?
I believe that was an election commitment. So that is an example. We have also been working jointly with the Commonwealth under the National Water Grid to provide opportunities for water infrastructure funding in New South Wales, and there's been a number of examples there. One that comes to mind is Kempsey, which has been the recipient of significant funding under the National Water Grid. There are others. I can provide the details on notice. So those are examples of areas where new additional water infrastructure funding has been allocated to try and support both water security and support growth.
NRA again, Natural Resources Access Regulator. Is it your government's top water priority, even though the Inspector General of Water Compliance has previously said only 0.28% of accounts are overdrawn?
Is water compliance our top priority?
Well, yes, the regulator, working with the regulator, given that the compliance is 0.28%.
I have so much love and respect for NRA, and I don't want Grant to take this the wrong way, but no, NRA is not my top priority in water. I'm very sorry, Mr. Barnes, to have to say that here. I know that you recognise that we're very supportive of the work that NRA does and want them to continue doing that, but it isn't my top priority in water. My top priority in water is water security,
the complexity of the laws,
water quality, and ensuring water infrastructure to deliver housing growth.
Very important. Since the independent panel's report was published in May, has there been any tangible progress on the Wilcannia Weir project?
So since the project, the tangible progress that we have been making in the Wilcannia community is the provision of the emergency bores for that town and the upgrade of the water treatment plant. If you want more granular detail in relation to the progress of those two projects, I could ask Ms Jones to elaborate, or you could ask her this afternoon.
I will ask
in
this
relation
afternoon.
to the weir itself, the weir replacement, no, we have not progressed that since May. We are still considering the quite comprehensive report and recommendations of the independent panel. We're very thankful for their work. They provided quite a number of findings and recommendations for us to consider, and to be honest, one of the reasons that we had to undertake the independent panel was the absolute trashing of community trust that occurred, to be honest, between the years 2019 and 2023, and we don't want to repeat those mistakes.
We've got that. We haven't progressed it since May.
That.
Is your government proposing to lower the Louth and Tilpa weirs as well?
We are working with the Commonwealth in relation to the delivery of the Northern Basin Toolkit. I have met with Louth community members who have expressed concerns in relation to the project at Louth Weir. We are working with the Commonwealth. Those projects under the Northern Basin Toolkit are Commonwealth funded, New South Wales Government delivered, to see whether there may be solutions that are suitable. I will be very clear with you, as I have been with the Louth community. I support fish passage. That is what those projects are intended to deliver. Right. They support fish passage too, but yes, it is fair to say that they have a different view than the one that the department had proposed in relation to how that can be done at Louth, and that is something that we are considering. But as I said, because it's Commonwealth funded, we have to secure agreement from the Commonwealth in relation to our delivery of that project, and we're still working through that with them.
Of the water sharing plans due to commence from the 1st of July, how many remain outstanding?
I believe it is 6 or 7.
So there are, the Ballabula regulated plan is being made.
That's
so,
right.
Yes,
it's
so
six now. It was, apologies, Ms Overall, it was 7, but Ballabula was finalised, and so now it's 6.
Okay, thank you. Has your department yet finished analysing the Northern Basin Connectivity Expert Panel report from July 2024?
No, we have not completed all of the analytical work. There are some elements of that that are still ongoing.
Of the 77 Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism sub-projects, how many are complete?
Do you have that?
So none are complete, all are in progress. They're due to for completion December 2026.
Are any behind schedule?
We're on schedule to meet the December 2026
all 77
deadline at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, wet weather is causing us some concerns right at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Of the 140 to 150 landholder agreements promised on the Murrumbidgee last year, how many have actually been negotiated?
Do you have that figure?
So that's just commencing next month, actually, with the landholder negotiation scheme and the declaration order now having been made.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have
so the answer is 0.
Do you have an idea of time frame, the expectation for that?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, similar to the SIDLAM projects, we are required to have completed that piece of work by December 2026. So that's the time frame. I mean, we don't want to rush those. We would be keen to have those negotiations wrapped up as quickly as possible. But on the other hand, when you are negotiating with landholders, we want to make sure that we give them adequate time to consider the options and the offers that we've put on the table. So that project, like the others, has a December 2026 deadline under Restoring Our Rivers. And if we can get some of those done before then, we absolutely will. But just mindful that we're negotiating with private landholders, and I don't want to be putting unnecessary timeframes or restrictions on those conversations.
We'll go with the vibe. Has the pilot for the Coastal Sustainable Extraction Project commenced?
I don't believe it has.
Has the framework been developed and peer reviewed?
Has it moved to peer review, Ms Jones? The framework is in development. I'm not exactly sure whether it's reached peer review.
It hasn't reached peer review, no, thank you.
Are the draft Murray and Murrumbidgee regional water strategies finalised and are implementation plans ready as yet?
Well, I mean, as you possibly know, our expectation is that we will have those plans done by the end of the year. So I anticipate that I will receive information from the department in relation to the release of those plans imminently. We've committed to them being done in 2025, and the current advice I have is that that is still on track.
Okay, we are heading towards the end of August. Not a lot of time left to do that, but at this point you believe it's on track.
That's right, that's my advice.
It's
Amanda is nodding and saying that's correct.
Has the draft Murray Valley floodplain management plan been delivered yet?
Yes, it's commenced.
It's commenced.
Mm-hmm.
The delivery date, the expectation for that?
The plan is in place, so it manages the approval of floodworks. The plan is in place.
So that's an ongoing matter.
But
yeah,
the plan is in place, and
right.
it sets the rules for floodplain.
Okay, thank you.
Works approvals.
What about the Billabong Creek floodplain management plan? Is it commenced, delivered,
Billabong
operating?
Creek, I think, is in progress. So
perhaps Ms Jones could take that on notice and provide clarification of the status of that plan this afternoon.
Has the minimum inflows method review pilot begun in the Border Rivers and Murrumbidgee as scheduled for this quarter?
The methodology for minimum inflows has been reviewed by the Office of the Chief Scientist and Engineers Independent Panel. That's a methodology that sets a potential framework for us to consider in terms of advising the Minister about any changes to water sharing plan rules, but that's the status of that work. We're due to have reviewed those clauses in those water sharing plans by the middle of next year.
Okay, so sorry, just to clarify for myself, what was scheduled then for this quarter? The review of the pilot?
There's not a pilot, it's a methodology that's been reviewed by the Office.
And that was due for this quarter?
Yes, and that has occurred, and I have,
thank you.
And the report
received
is
that.
released. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is the reconnecting the Northern Basin fish passage, as we've mentioned, it is on track despite the backlash around all this? I'm sorry, it's like we have qualified that previously, so that is what you said, that you're taking into account the...
It is on track. As I said, I'm being honest about the fact that I have received community feedback, specifically in relation to the Louth Weir, that that community would be interested in seeing a revision of that. So we are trying to be mindful of that, taking that into consideration. It is still our expectation that we will be able to deliver that project by the timeframes that have been indicated by the Commonwealth, but at the moment we are working through what we might be able to do to address some of those community concerns.
Okay, so are there delays with any other Northern Basin Toolkit infrastructure projects?
There are 4 programs, and the water group is responsible for 1. The other 3 are under Minister Sharp.
Is that Reconnecting Watercourse Country?
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
Yeah, so Minister Sharp manages Reconnecting Watercourse Country, and those ones, and we are on the Fish Passage project that you are referring to with Louth and Tilpa. That's the one that we're responsible for.
Okay, so Minister, there's obviously a lot of consultation, a lot of examination, reviews, plans, but we've got staff cuts, we've still got missing funding models, we've got programs that possibly aren't progressing as rapidly as you've admitted you would like to see, difficulties with reforms. You've talked about the complexity of the situation in relation to Toolrail Station, perhaps complexities, shall we say, around things being on time and delivered when they need to be. How can New South Wales residents, particularly in our regional and rural areas, have any confidence in the ability of you and your department to manage this really critically important portfolio?
Because the proof of the pudding is in the eating. That's exactly
and we've just gone
what we're
over
doing.
the proof of the pudding here, Minister, of things that are missing and not being done and behind schedule and not progressed, as you've pointed out, to the point that you are happy with it.
Well, we've done a lot of incredible work, actually. I mean, we just sit here, say, are you perfect? No. You know, we approach the task with humility and determination, but we have actually made a substantial amount of progress in terms of, as Ms Jones has said, all of our SIDLAM projects are on track. We have now 16 of 20 water resource plans accredited with the Commonwealth. When I became the Minister, that number was something like 7. We are on track to deliver our regional water strategies. You know, there is a lot of excellent work that we're doing in relation to trying to reset the non-urban metering framework, which again, when I became the Minister, compliance was, you know,
some good
in the
work
toilet.
being done, Minister, but we're getting stop work orders that have never occurred before. We've just gone through a litany of projects and proposals that you've stated are not happening, are behind schedule, aren't as they should be. You've said yourself the complexity
I feel as though
of
Ms
it.
Jones indicated that many of those projects were in fact on
There
schedule.
are some, it's like, and I'm happy to go through and do an analysis to come back to you later on which of those are and which aren't. But we do need to provide the New South Wales voters with confidence that your direction and leadership of this critically important portfolio to them is occurring as it needs to.
I have confidence that that is what we are delivering for the community. As I said, I don't come here with any boosterism. There's no mission accomplished, job done, but there is a hell of a lot of work happening. There's a lot of long-term, long-running mistakes that we are resolving, and I feel as though we're making a lot of progress.
Thanks, Minister.
Are there any questions from the government?
No government questions.
There being no government questions, we'll break for morning tea. We'll be back in half an hour.
What's in your hand?
Welcome back, everyone. We'll be resuming with crossbench time, and I'll go to Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, and good morning. It is still morning, yes. I wanted to ask you about the central... So I understand there's properties identified in the land audit. Is there a central fund for social housing into which the revenue from sales of properties identified in the land audit is being funneled?
I'm trying to think about the best way to answer that question, Ms Boyd. Are you referring to sales of properties identified as surplus through the land audit to private owners? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that would be helpful. Where does that revenue go?
To the agency that is the owner of the land, not to Homes New South Wales.
Okay. So no portion of that revenue is earmarked for Homes New South Wales?
Well, I mean, it's not hypothecated in a formal way, but I mean, just to be clear, Homes New South Wales has received a historic budget allocation of $5.1 billion.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's no question in my mind that we have a substantial amount of revenue and a substantial opportunity to participate in both the land audit and redevelopment of our own sites, but there's no formal hypothecation.
How much money? I understand that 3 out of 55 possible sites Homes New South Wales has purchased so far. How much money did Homes New South Wales spend on each of those 3 properties?
We provided a figure earlier of $30.39 million for all 3.
Okay.
I don't know whether we have here the breakdown. Ms Pinkston is saying we'll be able to provide that on notice for you, Ms Boyd. That 30.39 figure is for all 3 sites.
Okay. And did that money then go into the agencies that had the land? Is that where it's
yes, that's right. We did a land transaction with the agency that owned those sites, Camden, Menai and Brussels.
And was any stamp duty paid for those purchases?
I might have to take that on notice. Apologies, Ms Boyd. If we could try and seek clarification on that quickly, that would be great.
Okay. And the funding for those purchases, did that come out of the Building Homes for New South Wales package, that
Yes,
$1
it
billion
did.
funding?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so we're spending, so we spent 33.9 million of that.
30.39.
Sorry,
no, that's okay.
30.39 million of that, and we've paid other government agencies with it.
Correct.
Do you anticipate using any of that $1 billion of money that's still left on actually building new homes, or is it all going to be spent on buying land from other agencies?
No. The $5.1 billion, which was the budgetary allocation for the housing delivery component of the Building Homes for New South Wales program, includes both money for land acquisitions and home redevelopment, building the homes.
That $5.1 billion, that's $1 billion per year, I think we decided.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
So yes is the answer to your question. Some of that money will be spent on land acquisition. A quite significant portion of it will be spent on procuring builders and developers to build the homes that we have committed to delivering.
So it was recently reported that 2/3 of publicly owned surplus land identified through the land audit has been sold off for other purposes. Is that correct?
Well, that's... I know the reporting to which you're referring to. Obviously, that's a question for Minister Camper, just to the extent that, Ms Boyd, the way that the land audit works is sites, government-owned land is identified as surplus to needs through the land audit. We are given the opportunity, first opportunity, to see whether those sites are suitable for the delivery of housing under our program. You've mentioned a few that we have already transacted on, and there's more under negotiation currently. Sites that don't meet our needs for whatever reason, or of course, they will be activated for housing through the private market. That's always been clear. Our commitment is 1/3 of our housing will be social and affordable housing. So that still leaves 2/3 as you've correctly identified. In terms of the nature of those sales or the nature of those transactions, I'm not familiar with that because that's managed through Minister Camper and the land audit team.
Would it be fair to say, though, that when that land audit was first announced, it was announced as something that was going to free up land for housing?
My understanding, Ms Boyd, now again, I want to be clear, this is not being managed by me. My understanding is that the transactions of the other 2/3 are explicitly for the delivery of housing, and that Property and Development New South Wales, again, this is in Minister Camper's area, are explicitly using contractual terms to ensure that it is housing that is delivered on that land. Now, again, that is not within my portfolio directly, but that is my understanding, is that housing will be delivered on that land. It will just be different tenure types.
Yeah, but why did Homes New South Wales not bid for that land?
For a range of reasons. Some of the sites are lot size too small. Some of them have inadequate zoning. They're either zoned incorrectly or, to be honest, we're not able to utilise them to the extent that we would want. Some of them don't have the right transport or infrastructure links. I mean, there are a range of reasons why some of those individual sites wouldn't be suitable for social housing. And, you know, we have a historic amount of money to spend on housing, but we have to make sure that we're maximising every single one of those $5.1 billion, and some of those sites don't deliver maximum outcomes for us.
But they do for private developers.
Well, I mean, it's up, as I said, I don't know who they have been sold to or what the details of that are. If a private market developer thinks that they can deliver housing on that, I'm actually comfortable with that because I think we need the delivery of all types of housing. But I'm not directly responsible for managing those transactions.
Okay, but the audit has resulted in public land being sold off to private developers, correct?
Correct, for housing.
What pre-development application discussions did Homes New South Wales have with the City of Sydney Council in relation to redeveloping public housing dwellings at 4 to 6 Raper Street, Newtown?
I don't have that information in my head. Ms Pinkston, do you have that available, or will you take that on notice?
So those are, we haven't had negotiations with the City of Sydney on those sites. They're within our portfolio, and planning for redevelopment usually occurs internally before we go to the City of Sydney.
Okay, I understand that Homes New South Wales decided that it couldn't redevelop those properties into new housing. Is that correct?
That's right. We've made the decision to sell those properties in Raper Street. In the same street, we had a number of other properties that we have consolidated the site, and we're building a new generation boarding house on that site, 10 units for women escaping violence and older women.
Yeah, so those neighbouring 5 terraces, I understand 3 of them are in the process of being developed into that boarding house. But why not those other 2 properties then?
Well, I mean, the condition of them was extremely poor. I don't know if you've seen them, Ms Boyd, but they were beyond repair, and the various sort of zoning and development requirements of that site indicated that the potential cost of a redevelopment was not value for money in terms of the yield that could be delivered. I mean, that happens occasionally. You know, we have a historic pipeline for delivery, but the reality is sometimes a local site or local controls don't stack up. The site at 10 Raper Street absolutely stacks up, and we are delivering 10 units there for older women.
But again, you're selling these off, so you're selling public housing off, presumably to people who think they can do something with those sites. Why can't we do something with those sites?
I don't know. I don't want to speak for potential purchasers of that site. I would imagine that those sites would be redeveloped into single dwellings, and we don't generally redevelop one for one. If we're going to spend money redeveloping our sites, we want uplift, we want yield. I'm not hiding the fact that we are all about maximising delivery, and that is not always possible on every site.
But Labor promised to end privatisation and asset recycling, and we have a Labor government selling off public housing sites and selling off so-called surplus land to private developers, Homes New South Wales, we thought, was designed to actually provide more public housing.
And that's
Is it
exactly
fulfilling
what
its
we're doing.
promise?
Yeah, we're fulfilling it. We're absolutely fulfilling that promise. I've always been clear, Ms. Boyd, and I've said repeatedly and on the record, it's not the case that no public home will ever be sold under a Labor government. What we ended was the mass privatisation of the estate, $3 billion worth of assets sold to fund core services like maintenance. We've put an end to that. But there'll absolutely be decisions made on a site-by-site basis to maximise the delivery of public housing, and that is exactly what we're doing.
But less privatisation, still privatisation. Sorry, go on.
Minister, New South Wales unfortunately has the title of lowest per capita funding for community mental health services compared to other states. We also have the wooden spoon for number of psychiatrists per capita. I'm going to borrow some words from Jonathan Harms from Mental Health Carers New South Wales, who said if you only fund crisis services, of course you're only going to get crises. When will we see meaningful uplift in community mental health care that actually keeps people well in the community?
Yeah. Year on year on year, we're making budgetary decisions to invest in community mental health, and that was reflected in our budget last year. It's reflected in our budget this year. You will see the initiatives that we are funding year after year, and I appreciate that they're not as much as some people would like. I accept that, but every year the budgetary allocations that we are making are going towards community mental health, because I accept that having done the gaps analysis and committing to that work, it highlighted exactly the same issue that you have raised, that is the area that is most primarily in need of funding, and that is exactly where we are directing our resources.
I mean, it's good to hear that you acknowledge that that should be a priority. When you look at the 25-26 budget papers, there are a number of community mental health initiatives in there, and I don't mean to criticise any one of those in particular, but it's perpetuating a paradigm of small one-off grants to individual organisations in individual locations. I mean, this committee conducted an inquiry that found that that kind of siloed, fragmented funding was not a good use of public funds. When will we see that significant uplift, either in public services or in long-term core funding to NGO services, rather than perpetuating this approach of small grants?
Well, as I said, at the moment, part of our longer-term funding challenge is that we only have a one-year funding agreement with the Commonwealth. So, in this year's budget, that was a significant challenge in terms of longer-term funding in the health portfolio, because clearly health is jointly funded with the Commonwealth, and that partnership is incredibly important to underpinning the delivery of our services. With only a one-year funding agreement, that did present some challenges in terms of long-term funding. Nonetheless, every budget that I have been responsible for as the Minister has seen the initiatives that we have announced fit fairly and squarely into the community mental health space. Now, your question, when will we see a meaningful uplift? I mean, I don't want to make commitments about future budgets, and I'm not here to talk about that. But, you know, you are right that that is the area that is the most in need, and that is the area where we have committed funding in all of the budgets in which we have delivered.
I had an earlier question about the community living supports program. There are a couple of other extremely effective and quite cost-effective programs I wanted to ask about. One of those is the Pathway to Community Living initiative. Will you increase the investment to stage 2 of PCLI as it was originally intended?
Look, I mean, I'm not going to guarantee that, but I'm not going to rule it out either. My biggest concern right now is delivering PCLI stage 1. I agree with you again. The Pathways to Community Living is a good initiative. It is cost effective. It is an important part of ensuring that people who have long-term complex mental illnesses who currently are essentially living in hospitals have a pathway to community living. A program that, you know, when I became the minister was just so delayed, so riven with funding gaps and non-delivery that, you know, we have been really focused on getting stage 1 fully delivered. We now have 2 sites identified for Pathways to Community Living projects. One is in Hunter, New England, LHD. One is in Northern Sydney, LHD. And we are very hopeful of having genuine progress in relation to the delivery of the housing component of the PCLI happening quickly. We still have funding for other capital under that program where we have not yet identified a suitable location for those beds. Again, that is my top priority, getting that moving. And we have seen progress, but it's one of those projects that you inherited is an absolute basket case, and then you have to try and get it back on track.
Along a similar vein, I wanted to ask about the step up, step down services. They've been found to cost a third of inpatient care. And you just talked about people who have been functionally living in hospitals because there isn't appropriately supported accommodation for them in the community. So again, these initiatives are highly likely actually cost saving rather than a cost to the government. Will you be expanding step up, step down park services?
Well, at the moment we don't have any specific funding allocated for more park services, although again, I accept your point that they do play a particularly valuable role. I think that the Southeast LHD has a park at Bondi, that's right, that, you know, has continued ongoing funding and we think plays an important role. There have been some discussions about potentially an additional park service linked with the St Vincent's Hospital network. Just trying to think about how we might make that happen. As I said, there's not a specific budgetary allocation to deliver that at the moment, but we are in conversations about how we might, with St Vincent's Hospital, about how we might make that work. They are good, they are valuable. There's a lot of different quality, valuable services that, you know, we would love to fund under the budget, and we just have to try and find a way, you know, to prioritise funding where it's most needed, and that's what we're doing.
In response to one of my questions earlier this morning, you talked about the consultation that's being undertaken about the alternative models for mental health emergencies. I've already been contacted by people who are listening to this hearing who are very interested in this, who have not heard anything about that consultation. Where can they find public information about the consultation that you're doing, and how can people be involved if they haven't been directly invited?
Yes, indeed. Well, I mean, to reassure those people, it literally just started this week, and so if they have not been engaged, it's not because we're not interested in hearing those voices, it's just because we have really just started to reach out to some of the peak groups and core you know, organisations that will be our partners in that consultation. I don't know whether we have even a sort of public website yet or landing page. Elizabeth might take on notice just, you know, how people can be part of that and what programs we'll have underway to engage people. But as I said, just to reassure people, it's only because it's only just begun, not because there's any inclination not to include those voices.
So can I take from your answer a commitment to provide that information publicly with an opportunity for people to feed in who haven't been directly invited?
Sure. Elizabeth, who is running that consultation through New South Wales Health, you know, we can take on notice that and a commitment that we will work with you and others, you know, to make sure the voices that want to be heard as part of that absolutely can be.
Thank you. And just to reassure you, Chair, if you have got information already from individuals, we're very happy to have those directed through to us, just so we can make sure we capture them in our consultation planning by all means.
I absolutely will. There's a certain type of very bold individual who feels comfortable ringing a parliamentary office about this, and I want to make sure this is open as broadly as it needs to be, because we're talking about particularly marginalised groups of people. Of course. And as I've said earlier and yesterday, we are very, very conscious that this is a very new model and it does require extensive consultation and co-design. So we're very keen to hear from as many people as we can through that process. So very happy for you to forward them to us in the meantime, but we will certainly make sure that people are clear of what the consultation process is and how they can be a part of it.
Yeah. Thank you. Just to reiterate, I'm very clear, Dr. Conn, that yes, we have peak groups and organisations that are representative of cohorts within the mental health system, but then we also just have individuals with lived experience, either as consumers themselves or as carers who are not part of that ecosystem, who do want to be heard, and we're clear that there should be a pathway for that too.
Thank you. In my last remaining time, with the changes coming to ADHD prescribing, there'll be a number of people able to access treatment for ADHD from GPs. Currently, the IPTAS reimbursement for travel for rural and remote patients doesn't allow reimbursement for people accessing a GP specialist. Would you support IPTAS being expanded so that people can access a GP specialist such as an ADHD prescriber?
Oh, look, that's a very good question, Dr. Conn. Allow me to take it on notice, merely because this is the first time it's been brought to my attention. I'm very happy to look at that, and the team at New South Wales Health can assess that too. You rightly identify the intention of that reform is to provide pathways to access healthcare for people who are struggling to see a specialist. We want GPs to be able to play that role, and if that's a way that we can provide some support for that through the IPTAS, let me take that on notice and come back to you as to what we might be able to do there.
Thank you. We'll go to the opposition.
Thank you. So, Minister, the government's got $193 million to fund the development of Woollahra train station. Does Homes New South Wales have any land there identified for social and affordable housing?
I don't think that we do have any land holdings in Woollahra. So,
has Homes New South Wales been doing any work in terms of social and affordable housing around the potential Woollahra train station site?
No, I don't think we have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, just following on from this morning, or earlier session, regarding you ruled out raising the Warragamba dam wall, I'm interested to know what your alternative position or message would be to the 70,000 people living below the wall.
Well, I mean, my message to them would be that the idea that raising the Warragamba dam wall is a solution to the flood risks that they face is unfortunately a total illusion, that it is not a solution to the flood risks that they face for a range of reasons. One, it's a multi-billion-dollar boondoggle of a project. 40% of the flood risk, flood waters that those communities face come from tributaries that are not connected to the Warragamba Dam. So, I suppose I can understand why people would like to think that there was one easy solution to that challenge. But there's not, and it's completely misleading to them to suggest that there is. I would give a commitment to that community that I know that the Reconstruction Authority is working extremely diligently on the Hawkesbury Nepean DAP, Disaster Adaptation Plan, which was the commitment that we made to that community, a range of infrastructure upgrades, local and regional solutions to flood risks. That is meaningful, practical, on-the-ground work that is actually intended to provide flood management and disaster adaptation to those communities.
And that's your solution, so the next time it floods, that you have no short-term or long-term solution to protect them and their homes?
As I said, we do have those things. Those things are systemically and thoughtfully set out in the Hawkesbury Nepean Disaster Adaptation Plan, which I know is in the final stages of preparation at the Reconstruction Authority. Those are practical solutions. Dangling a solution like raising the Warragamba dam wall out there as though it's some silver bullet is it's incredibly misleading. It's been debunked multiple times as a solution, and as I said, I actually think it's incredibly unfortunate and unfair that those communities have been told that this option is going to help them, when all of the evidence is that that's not the case, and that we're not interested in those kind of airy-fairy solutions. We're interested in real work, real planning, real strategic approach, and that's what the Reconstruction Authority is working on now.
Minister, you announced on 30th of June that you've delivered 1,711 social homes. Of those, I think 1,408 were new. How many of those were allocated to victim survivors of domestic and family violence?
So we're on track to deliver our commitment of 50%. I'll have to take on notice whether it was exactly 50% of those homes. The commitment was 50% of the homes that we're delivering under the Building Homes for New South Wales program, which is 8,400. It may be that it's 45% in 1 year, 55% in the next year. So I can take on notice that exact figure. I mean, there's obviously some privacy concerns in relation to the information around the allocation of homes and who they're going to. But nonetheless, I will take on notice what we can provide to you. But I am very clear with Homes New South Wales that we are well on track to deliver our commitment of 50% of those homes to.
Thanks, and I'll cover that up a little bit more in this afternoon. Minister, what is the average length of stay in TA at the moment?
Do I have that here? Just give me a tick. I have a range of information. Do we have average length of stay in temporary accommodation? I might have to take that on notice, or see if Ms Pinkston is able to pull that up. Yep. Just as we're...
and also interested in the average length of stay for women and children in a refuge as well, if you have that.
Sure, yep. So average length in temporary accommodation, average length in a crisis refuge for women and children. That's fine. As I said, I don't have that here, but we can...
No, that's fine. I'm happy to come back to it. Minister, you committed $10 million for crisis and transitional accommodation in the budget. How much of that will be provided for women and children experiencing domestic and family violence?
I believe our budgetary commitment was $20 million, and that we are still working through exactly how that $20 million will be allocated. Yep. It will be allocated to crisis accommodation. As I said, I don't have an exact breakdown yet of which form of crisis accommodation, women and children fleeing domestic violence, young people, etc., will receive allocation under that budget. But obviously it goes without saying, women and children fleeing domestic violence are a major cohort who use crisis accommodation, and so my anticipation would be that there would be specific funding allocated for that as part of that budgetary commitment.
And that is over a 4-year period?
Yes, that's right.
So how much is it planned to be, or anticipated to be spent this financial year?
Is that the $20 million is over 1 year, isn't it?
1 year.
That's right. Apologies, Ms McLaren-Jones.
No, that's
that
fine.
is a 1-year commitment, so that $20 million is anticipated to be spent in the next 12 months.
The average nights in temporary accommodation is 28.2 at the moment for last financial year.
Thanks, Rebecca.
So last December, or the figure I got at last estimates was 26 days, so it's gone up.
Yes, it has increased slightly.
And did you have that for women and children?
No, we don't. I don't think we have that broken down. I think that's just a statewide average, but we can see what more granular detail we might be able to provide.
That'd be great. And then in relation to that $20 million for this year, what's the time frame of how you intend to allocate that fund?
We're just finalising that now. We would hope to have that done by, I would say, the end of September. Okay. In terms of, look, I mean, Ms McLaren-Jones, there's no question from me that funding is not adequate to solve the problem of unmet demand in crisis accommodation. So I feel like I need to put that on record. There's no suggestion from me that with that funding, which we were pleased to secure a $20 million injection for the next year, there is still going to be a lot of pressure on crisis accommodation. I say that because as we are allocating that money, we do need to be thoughtful about maximum impact. We want to make sure that we are maximising the outcome and the impact of that $20 million, and that's the process that we're working through now. But we do hope to have that finalised by the end of September.
I might move on to mental health portfolio. So in February, the Premier said that paying higher costs for locums and VMOs to replace psychiatrists who had resigned was short-term. This is something you also reiterated in budget estimates. We're now 6 months on and we're still in that emergency measure. What's the total cost of these emergency measures?
The cost of the VMO and locums,
Yep.
is that the question? Yes. The figure that I have in terms of VMO and locum costs, and I think this figure is from the beginning of 2025, although I may clarify the time frame of that figure, is $32,617.
Okay, 16 million. And this is coming out of the mental health budget?
That's coming out of the health budget, yeah.
The health budget, yeah. And how many locums have been employed? And VMOs?
We have, let me just see if I can find that here. I might have to take that on notice or see if I can have that figure provided to me. I don't have a figure here on locum employment. Do you have that?
Richard might have it.
That's all right. We're just going to see if we can get that for you.
That's fine.
Oh, Richard, Mr. Griffiths has that. Richard, do you mind? Sorry. Thank you, Richard.
While Mr. Griffiths is pulling that up, Minister, are you aware of the fact that there are some VMOs that are working 10-hour shifts? They're actually being paid for 10-hour shifts, but actually only working 8.
Oh, no, I was not aware of that.
Is anyone in your department aware of that?
Richard, are you aware of that?
Yes, Ms McLaren Judge, we are aware of that. We factor in some travel time for those visiting medical officers.
And are you able to provide that locum figure for Ms.
Yes,
McLaren?
so we've recruited 81 locums. That equates to about 60 full-time equivalent officers.
Okay.
Thanks, Richard.
And how much money has been spent accommodating public mental health patients in private hospitals?
The cost that I have for private patient care is $3,071,738.
Thank you. Minister, is your government committed to providing the 25% wage increase if deemed fair and reasonable by the IRC?
Yes.
And once the decision's handed down by the IRC, how quickly will you implement their findings?
Well, I mean, I would imagine that we would move to implement those findings as quickly as we can. I actually haven't been briefed on a time frame for that. Obviously, we don't know when we're going to receive that information. As I said, I don't know whether it's a matter of weeks or months. That's information that I haven't been briefed on. I'm happy to take that on notice, although, to be clear, we absolutely are committed to respecting the findings of the Industrial Relations Commission and would intend to proceed to executing that outcome without delay.
And has any funding been allocated in the budget in relation to the wages?
Well, I mean, not specifically, no, because it's, you know, the budget is not based on hypotheticals. It's not guesswork. And at the moment, putting funding aside for the purposes of meeting a completely unknown Industrial Relations Commission outcome would be guesswork, would be hypotheticals. We just don't know. We will have to make provision for that and manage that. Once the Commission has made its determination, we accept that, we're upfront about that, but we haven't just guesstimated a figure and put it in the budget because that's not good budgetary practice.
Okay. Minister, in relation to the New South Wales Police Force health and also the ambulance and their working group to deal with police force response and incidents in community, have you been involved in that workforce in any way or briefed on it?
I have been briefed on it, yes.
Yeah. And what's the latest update in relation to it?
That we have now had a sort of whole of government agreement in relation to a framework for that project going forward, and that is the community consultation that Dr. Conn has been asking myself and Deputy Secretary Woods about. So I've been very clear that that work between those different organisations has been happening within government. It has not been a piece of work that we have engaged externally with, and that is the work that is commencing now.
Mm-hmm. In relation to official visitors' remuneration, will you commit to indexing the remuneration for them, particularly in the wake of cost of living pressures?
The remuneration of official visitors is actually managed by Minister Park.
Okay, thank you. Minister, are you aware of the particular incidences involving police when they're conducting welfare checks? And would you commit to having the investigations made public and reporting on that?
Well, am I aware of particular... I don't know what particular instances you're referring to, so it's hard for me to make comments about making information publicly available when I'm not clear what information...
I'm referring to...
Police reports. I can't commit to making police reports public, if that's what you're referring to.
No, instances where you, police are interacting obviously with an individual has mental health issues. It's been reported quite broadly, hence why there's the working group. So moving forward, would you make a commitment that those instances would be reported annually?
Well, I can take on notice what kind of data we might be able to provide. I imagine that you are referring to police reporting information.
And the impact it has on individuals with mental
I
illness.
can't make commitments in relation to making police reporting data publicly available. That's not something that I have responsibility for. I haven't discussed that with Minister Catley, and so I wouldn't want to make a commitment about it. If there is an interest in having more information publicly available, I'm sure that that's something we can look at. But no, I'm not in a position to make commitments in relation to the public release of police information.
Okay, thanks. I'll hand to a colleague.
Thank you. Minister, with the 8,400 social homes promised outside Wollongong, Newcastle and Central Coast areas, what's the percentage of that for regional areas of New South Wales, across New South Wales?
That is actually something that I will have available. I might take it on notice and just ask Ms Pinkston if she's able to pull that up whilst your questions continue. I give you an assurance that we recognise that we have a lot of pressure on social housing in regional New South Wales, and we acknowledge that that pipeline has to include a significant proportion of new homes in regional New South Wales. But Ms Pinkston, if you wouldn't mind...
It's approximately 70% in metro areas and 30% in regional and rural New South Wales.
But so in that 30%, you're including Wollongong, Newcastle and Central Coast?
Metro areas,
that's right. So 30% for all of regional New South Wales, including those areas. Minister, the social housing wait lists in the regions, how are they tracking?
Well, I don't have a regional breakdown here, although that information is publicly available. There is a lot of pressure on the wait list. I can provide information on notice in relation to the wait list in specific districts, if you like. I have general statewide waitlist information here, not broken down district by district, but accept the premise of your point, which is that there is high demand for social housing everywhere in New South Wales, and that includes in regional areas. And in some regional areas, it's particularly significant.
Indeed, there is. In August 2024, you issued a media release on the 3D printed social housing in Dubbo, stating construction was expected to start in late September. When did construction commence?
When
we could take that on.
I don't have that.
Complete now and tenanted.
That's right. So Ms Pinkston is confirming that it is now completed, tenanted. I don't have a construction begin date.
Well, you published another media release, Minister, in November 2024, stating construction had commenced. So I'm presuming that that's October, November 2024, rather than August. Are you aware of the reason why there was a delay for construction?
I'm not. I'm happy to take that on notice. I would say my assumption would be that it could have been, one, weather related. 3D printed housing is a little bit weather dependent. Or two, because this is quite new, obviously many times I have pointed out that this is the first time that we have delivered in Australia 3D printing for social housing. So new and innovative program. It may have just been that we required some...
If you can take that on notice
Yes,
to clarify that would be great. Your media release also stated the build would take 16 weeks. How long did it take?
Again, I'm happy to take that on notice, although I believe that it was around 16 weeks.
It was 20 weeks, actually. So it similarly stated that tenants were expected to be able to move in come February 2025. When were the properties able to be occupied?
I don't have that. As Ms Pinkston said, they're occupied now.
Well, again, you have another media release that was issued 15th of May 2025, suggesting that the tenants would be moving in May 2025. So what was the reason for the delay between the construction being completed and tenants being able to move in? So you'd committed to February 2025, didn't move in until May 2025. Why?
I'll take that on notice, but I mean, based on the timeline that you have articulated in my media releases, if we were able to turn over 2 incredibly high quality social homes between even October 2024 and May 2025...
We're getting to that. We're getting to that. You did. So it's still taken 7 months from construction starting to when the tenants were able to move in, not 20 weeks, as the media release explained. So the reason for the delay, were there additional works undertaken, required to be undertaken? Were there any defects, for example, that had to be attended to in these particular projects?
Look, not that I'm aware of, but I'm happy to take that on notice. I've already indicated that I'm happy to take the questions in relation to the slight delay on notice, but I would reiterate, I feel as though that
from
is
20 weeks to 7 months.
I feel as though that is an excellent turnaround time.
I'm sure you do. You also claimed that the costs were going to be 10 to 20% less than. How much were the costs to complete these projects in entirety?
Again, I'll take that on notice. That's not a figure that I have here.
Okay, so your media releases said 815,000. So I'd like to know whether that was the finalised cost, or were there any additional works that may or may not have required additional funding prior to the tenants moving in May 2025?
Absolutely, I'm happy to take that on notice.
And you're also aware of the median price for such a property in Dubbo?
No, I have to say, unfortunately, I'm not aware of the median house price in Dubbo.
Okay, 445,000 according to realestate.com. So that might also factor into the figures that you use of the 10 to 20% less in terms of the construction costs.
I imagine that is a sale price that you've referred to.
That's a median, that's right. It's median, not
cost
average.
Of delivery
absolutely.
Price. Just to be clear, they are different figures, but again, I'll take on notice.
That would be great if you can provide that information. Appreciate it.
Minister, I have some questions about the Albury-Wodonga Regional Hospital Project Lived in Living Experience Consumer Working Group, and I'll seek to table the terms of reference for that group, and I have a copy so that you can refer to the document as well. So while that's being done, the Royal Commission into Victoria's mental health system found that involvement from individuals with lived and living experience must not be tokenistic or constrained by institutional agendas, and it issued warnings against processes that engage consumers just to validate predetermined outcomes. The Productivity Commission inquiry into mental health found that consumers only being included where they agree with existing system priorities creates distrust and disengagement. Noting those findings, these terms of reference for the Lived Experience Working Group for the Albury-Wodonga Hospital redevelopment, and that's being run by New South Wales Health Infrastructure, include prerequisites and requirements that participation is at the invitation of Albury-Wodonga Health. Participants must agree to commit to promoting awareness and understanding of the project's benefits. They must obtain authorisation from the project team member leading the activities prior to publicly discussing any matters relating to those activities. They must acknowledge and understand that Albury-Wodonga Health reserves the right at their discretion to withdraw the invitation to participate in the working group, and they must acknowledge that information discussed in the meetings is confidential. In your view, are those requirements for lived experience participants in this process in keeping with best practice?
Yeah, I mean, look, I have to say, obviously, Dr. Conn, this is the first time that I've seen this information. I don't pretend to be across the terms of reference for the Albury-Wodonga Regional Hospital Lived and Living Experience Consumer Working Group prior to you bringing them to my attention. The principles that you outlined in relation to best practice for lived experience engagement I am familiar with and do think are important. Yes, at first blush, I would say that some of these provisions do appear to be quite restrictive and perhaps not necessarily in keeping with the principles that you have correctly identified as being consistent with best practice. So, but that would be a very sort of initial assessment. I would say that those best practice principles in relation to lived experience engagement are consistent with the analyses that was done in relation to the Towards Zero Suicides programs and other programs that New South Wales Health has run, where we have done analysis and evaluations of those programs, and they have also identified those kind of principles as being at the basis of best practice of engagement with lived experience. And so I'm committed to those and happy to take on a little bit of a deeper look at the documentation that you've provided, but I accept your point that some of that seems a bit restrictive.
Thank you. And look, I appreciate your comment that you're willing to take a look at it. In particular, there's this provision to remove people from the working group.
Do you know whether that's happened, Dr. Con, or...?
That was going to be one of my questions.
Okay. I don't know whether that's happened. So, I mean, I'm happy to take on notice whether that's happened. And I accept, yes, I mean, if it has happened because people have spoken publicly or been critical or, you know, something along those lines that the people convening the working group, you know, didn't think didn't appreciate, then, you know, I accept your point that in that circumstance, that would seem problematic to me. I don't know whether that's occurred, and if you don't, I can take it on notice and provide you with information.
And certainly this has been brought to my attention by people with lived experience in the region who don't want to participate in this lived experience working group under these conditions.
Yes, sure. Understood, and it's good feedback to hear that. And, you know, yeah, I mean, as I said, we will take on notice the detail here and any specific examples that we're able to ascertain and perhaps talk to you about how we can ensure that people who have lived experience, whose voices we want to hear, feel welcome as part of the working group.
Thank you. My related question about the Albury-Wodonga Health redevelopment, which again it's cross-border health service, but the redevelopment is being managed by New South Wales Health Infrastructure. They're currently proposing the inpatient mental health facility at level 6 of the multi-storey building without any access to green space. Are you aware that back in 2021 there was co-design work undertaken for an upgraded version of our Nolan House inpatient facility, which envisioned a standalone mental health facility consistent with sort of newer best practice facilities such as at Dubbo, Hornsby, others in the Murrumbidgee LHD?
Look, I have to say I'm not familiar with the 2021 project or piece of work that you have referred to. I am familiar with the proposition that Nolan House would be delivered on level 6 of the new hospital. I mean, I'm advised that there are a few reasons for that. Just to be clear, there will be I'm advised there'll be no other patients or health services delivered on level 6, that it will be exclusively for mental health consumers, and that in terms of green space, that there is intended to be an open courtyard. I mean, again, I don't know the exact design of that courtyard and the green space within it, but specifically, Dr. Con, I've been advised that one of the reasons for that is that is the only facility or area within the redevelopment where the open space is not overlooked by other health facilities. So previously, I understand the site on level 1, the courtyard, the open space could be overlooked by others. And, you know, there are obviously privacy concerns and, you know, to be honest, we don't want other health patients and consumers gawking at mental health consumers as they use their outdoor space. And that the decision to have the site on level 6 and the courtyard there so that it could not be overlooked was for that reason. But look, that's just the advice I've received. I have to say, that did not refer to work that was done in 2021 that may have provided alternative options. So you'll have to let me just take that element on notice.
Thank you. I'd be delighted to provide you with a copy of the 2021 Clinical Services Plan if you're interested. In terms of the advice you're being given about what alternatives are, I mean, this is a redevelopment that has been significantly pared back, value managed by health infrastructure to fit within the funding envelope that was allocated by the previous government. It actually wasn't by your government. So I suppose the challenge I would leave you with is, or the question on notice is, were all options considered for delivery of a standalone best practice mental health unit? Is it the value management or the funding constraints that have resulted in a suboptimal solution on level 6?
Yes, as I said, I will take that on notice. I'm not sure why those decisions were made and the basis for them, but I'm happy to take that on notice and try and provide you with some additional information.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions about the contingency plans for the resignation of the staff specialist psychiatrists. The first one is I'm aware of a small number of psychiatrists who resigned in protest or demanding systemic change to the mental health system. Because of some of the individual circumstances of those individual clinicians, some of them are now wanting to return to their previous positions, and in some local health districts that has been reported to be extremely difficult, that there's actually been a preference given to locum or VMO arrangements now rather than rehiring those staff specialists. Why is that? Surely it's better for patients, for the health system, for other staff to have permanent staff specialists in those roles.
Yeah, so I'm also familiar with that and have had dialogue with the Royal College of Psychiatrists about it. I would say my understanding is that those pathways to return differ district by district. And so in some districts, that has been more straightforward, but yes, in others it has been difficult. It's difficult for me to comment on individual decisions around hiring staff. You know, I'm not directly involved in that for good reason. You know, the Minister doesn't make decisions or issue directives in relation to who should be hired for what positions and how, and it is in fact very appropriate that you don't have that level of involvement. But I have been very clear through Dr. Flynn and Dr. Wright, and they, I know, and you can ask them this afternoon or you can ask them to elaborate now, have been engaged with the district chief executives to try and make sure that the pathways for those who wish to return and fill vacancies are as straightforward as possible and are as consistent as possible across districts. But as I said, there is a limit to how much any of us can get involved in individual hiring decisions for specific roles at the district level. Did you want
certainly, and I think it's not the role of this committee to get involved in specific individual hiring decisions either, but I suppose as a matter of policy, to confirm, it is your view that it's preferable to fill those roles with permanent staff specialists rather than continue to rely on VMOs and locums in the future?
Yes, it is. And, you know, we recognise that we have ongoing vacancies in staff specialist roles, and if there are suitable people to fill those vacancies, our policy position is that that should happen.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms. Fairman.
Minister, what's being done to ensure that the 300 roles that have been called in terms of voluntary redundancy, what's being done to ensure that experienced and knowledgeable staff, or at least significant knowledge, is retained within Water New South Wales?
Sure. Well, the management of that transformation process is being done collaboratively, a project working group with the leadership of Water New South Wales, the relevant trade unions, other staff representatives. Because it's currently at a voluntary redundancy stage, I would say that there is a effort to ensure that very valued staff within Water New South Wales are retained in the organisation. As I said before in relation to other questions that were asked on this, this is a consequence of a decision by IPART. Water New South Wales is required to undergo this process and is very clear that it wants to do that in a collaborative way with its valued staff, and that there, is to be no compromise on the capacity to deliver its legal and statutory obligations.
And how is that being undertaken in terms of ensuring that core functions are retained and the level of knowledge within Water New South Wales is retained for, critical things such as water quality across the state? Will, the replacement of the budget cuts, will it impact Sydney's drinking water, ageing infrastructure?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can ask Mr. George to elaborate now, although I imagine you will be able to ask him questions this afternoon. My answer to you is that I have been clear that Water New South Wales needs to manage this process collaboratively. They have a working group, a project working group to do this, and that we're still in the early stages. The EOIs for the voluntary redundancy round haven't even closed. There is a way to go on this journey, but I have been very clear, the organisation is clear, that those core responsibilities which you outlined cannot be compromised as a result of this process. And if there's any suggestion that might occur, government will need to be involved to ensure that its core statutory and legal obligations are not compromised, but there's still a while to go as part of the transformation process. So I think it's too early to say what that might look like.
Were you concerned at all in terms of the increases? So what Water New South Wales put into IPART was requesting an increase of 25% before inflation for 25-26 and each subsequent year until 2030. Were you worried about that, particularly in terms of the light of increasing staff numbers in Water New South Wales, that in fact the organisation may be becoming unsustainable?
Well, look, I mean, I was concerned. I was concerned in relation to a number of the increases that were put forward. What we think cost of living is a major issue right now. But look, I have to say that is why independent price regulation through IPART is a core part of the price determination process, Ms. Fairman, because as you say, those businesses, those organisations are required to make the case to an independent regulator that they are structured in a way and delivering services in a way that is necessary and efficient, and that is as it should be.
Okay, thanks, Minister. So you have confidence in the board, the CEO, the CFO?
Yes, I do.
Minister, turning to a different issue now, the Natural Resources Commission, who will ask a question of later today, Professor Darren White, they reviewed when they reviewed the unregulated water sharing plans. It suggested improved protection for wetlands. A lot of work was then done by the Water Science Group in the 18 months leading up to the 30th of June this year to map wetlands, including a lot of work on a detailed layer of wetlands, below Ramsar listed wetlands, below
the
Directory of Important Wetlands of Australia. Thank you very much. And however, Water Group significantly reduced the number and size of those wetlands after all of that work. Why did that happen?
Because it was made pretty clear during the consultation process that whilst there would be and should be expanded wetland protection, that some of those map overlays had not been ground truthed and captured sites that were in no way justifiable as protected wetlands. There were numerous examples, specific examples brought to the attention of the department through that consultation process. And so what we have done is expanded wetland protection and committed to a process of review and ground truthing wetlands. I mean, ground truthing, wetland mapping across a state the size of New South Wales is significant undertaking. We weren't able to do that in time for the water sharing plan renewal, but there is a commitment to review and look at that. I mean, just one example that comes to my mind is the Lake Centenary. Is that the one, Ms. Jones? Yes, you know, which is not in any way, no one would argue is any kind of protected wetland. It is a recreational lake in part of southwest New South Wales, and it was captured as part of that mapping. Now, that's just one example of where, unfortunately...
So how is, how you said improved protection for wetlands, there's something that was being worked on maybe after that or at the time, which was minimal harm test for wetlands. Do you know what that is?
I'm not familiar with that provision.
I think that refers to when works approvals are being considered, a minimum harm test is reviewed.
And is that in replace to what would have been the mapping of those wetlands and protection of those wetlands in water sharing plans?
No, it's separate too. So the wetland mapping identifies wetlands where there is held water under a definition of wetlands. As the Minister has said, the mapping layers that we had in addition and we originally consulted on proved to be inadequate, and that's what we will review. But there's protection...
So when you're saying inadequate, Ms Jones, are you saying the mapping that was undertaken by Water Science Group, the 18 months of work, was inadequate?
No. The mapping that Water Science Group did was actually confirming the Ramsar wetlands are given, the important wetlands in the other atlas are given, but there were some other wetlands that were retained in the various water sharing plans that were able to be validated within the time frame. There is a whole another layer of mapping where, as the Minister said, there were aberrations in the information. So we had wetlands identified in an airfield, we had wetlands, so clearly the mapping
There possibly was a wetland in an airfield.
Ms Fairman, I assure you that there were
mistakes.
There were mistakes,
yeah.
and this is why we do consultation. I mean,
so in terms of having a few mistakes like that, just to be clear, I mean that instead of just working and saying, oh, this shouldn't have been there, and carefully working out that to therefore have the mapping corrected, Water Group just dismissed that 18 months of work on that more detailed wetland layering?
Well, we had to make a decision, Ms Fairman, about how we approach that. As I said, we are doing that more detailed work now.
And but they won't be incorporated into this 10-year round?
Well, they absolutely could be. They
with
absolutely
this
could be.
The fact that they're now being
That's right.
paused?
Yeah, I mean, we can make amendments to water sharing plans in the public interest with concurrence of the Minister for the Environment at any stage. Absolutely, our commitment is to do that review. And yes, I mean, I recognise that, you know, it's a big undertaking, it's a big piece of work. We do want to get it done, but including that mapping layer when we knew that there were inaccuracies was not something that we wanted to do. So we have committed to doing that ground truthing thoughtfully and considering the local information.
How long is that process taking? And when you're saying we are doing the ground truthing, I mean this was 18 months work by Water Science Group. What is ground truthing? What does ground truthing entail? And who's undertaking it?
I'm not sure the exact agency within the water group that's undertaking that ground truthing. Who is doing that, Amanda?
So we'll be doing that consultation later this year and have a result by the middle of next year. That's
to be clear, Water Science Group isn't within Water Group, is it?
No, but we have a Water Science Group within Water Group, but I'm not sure if that's the Water Science Group that
the one that
you're
undertook
referring.
The initial.
Well, we have a Water Science Group that was part of the map review.
Will we be doing the ground truthing though, or will that be done
yes,
by...
we'll go to the community and we'll actually work through the map layers to confirm what land areas are actually wetlands to make sure that we have accurate mapping.
Thank you.
We'll go to the opposition.
Thank you. Minister, if we could turn to homelessness in regional and rural New South Wales, are you aware of the figures in relation to regional areas specifically when it comes to homelessness?
Yes, I am. If you're referring to, for example, information in the statewide street count, yes, I am familiar with the regional.
Can you share those with us?
Let me see if I can get that up for you. I can't remember off the top of my head the different breakdowns in the...
And you're aware of what the 2021 census had said about those figures?
Apologies, Ms. Overall. So we've got that up now. So, for example, in the street count 2025, Byron Shire 291, which pleasingly was a decrease from 348 from 2024. Tweed Valley 155, also a decrease from 174 in the previous year. Coffs Harbour 99. So have you, also, you asked this question,
thank you.
And then
do you have an in globo answer for regional New South Wales?
No, perhaps we can get that. Pinkston can
that
add up
great,
the
rather than going through each. That's all I would like to know, just the whole figure.
That's publicly
because it
available
is. Thank you, and it's your job as the minister to be across these figures as well.
We're literally,
so it is
line
different from the 2021 census, is where I'm going with this. Just for the figures, noting that the 2021 census was much lower than what Homelessness New South Wales was suggesting were the actual figures. That's the point that I'm trying to ask you about, Minister. So let's move on. With these figures and with homelessness more broadly, and rather than the focus on regional areas now, can I move to, are you aware of the figures for veterans who are experiencing homelessness every year?
Again, I don't have that figure on the top of my head, but I am familiar with the fact that we do see an overrepresentation with veterans in homelessness.
Okay, so the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare estimates 5,800 veterans every year. And again, I'm not suggesting this is a disparagement in any way, but I'm sure that you would be able to tell me the figures for women and youth homelessness figures if asked.
Well, I mean, as in, do I have a figure in my head without referencing notes of how many women and children experiencing homelessness? No, I'd have to look at my notes for that.
So to come back to the veterans, Homelessness New South Wales has previously said that 1 in 10 people sleeping rough in New South Wales are veterans. So is there any provision in the current budget for veterans specifically in this regard?
Well, the way that we manage homelessness services in the budget is through a number of different programs. We fund specialist homelessness services, which do provide dedicated and specialist care. We have a $100 million homelessness innovation fund. I can't recall, there are 70 projects that we've funded through that fund. I can't recall whether any of them are specific to veterans, but I'm happy to take that on notice. And as I said, we generally operate, try and operate a no wrong door policy in relation to homelessness, which means that the services that we fund meet any homelessness need in the community so that we're not bouncing people between different doors. But having said that, we do recognise that there should be specialist service provision for priority cohorts, and so there are specific programs that are for some of those different cohorts within our funding. But as I said, I'd have to take on notice whether or not, for example, under the Homelessness Innovation Fund, we've had any specific propositions in relation to veterans.
Okay, that would be appreciated if you're able to do that. And when it comes to, again, just pinpointing veterans in this regard, are the support services, the programs that are put forward, are they all in relation to when veterans are already homeless?
Look, it is fair to say most of our homelessness programs at the moment are crisis response. So, you know, I think that is a comment and a criticism in a way that could be applied across our homelessness services, that we don't do enough in terms of prevention. We don't do enough in terms of early intervention. Most of the programs that I've mentioned, our specialist homelessness service funded programs, our Homelessness Innovation Fund programs do generally focus on that crisis response. We've just released our new homelessness strategy, literally 2 weeks ago in Homelessness Week. That is a 10-year plan to reorient us towards prevention, towards early intervention, but that's a 10-year plan of which we're 1 month in. So there's still a bit of work to do to realign our services to ensure that we're not just meeting people when they're in crisis, that we're actually intervening early.
Right, we'll be watching that one closely. So when it comes to that, Minister, and if we go back to social housing and those figures that have been produced about social housing, are there any specifically figures set aside for veterans who may either be experiencing homelessness or at risk of?
Yeah, I don't think that we do currently specifically allocate social housing for veterans. You know, we have a lot of demand for social housing, and we have a priority waiting list which, you know, meets the needs of people who are experiencing significant crisis, of which being homeless or at imminent risk of homelessness is a priority category for the priority waiting list. But no, we don't set aside or specifically allocate social housing for veterans at the moment.
Okay, and yes, and we should qualify. We know that there are other programs through defence and things, but we are talking about those who are at risk of homelessness as well. So thank you, and appreciate that additional information would be very helpful. Minister, just turning to looking at your office expenditure. How much have your staff salary costs risen by?
I don't know whether I have that information here, so I may have to take that on notice. I don't have that information here. I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, so I believe media reports have suggested they rose 400,000 to 1.4 million with a 40% increase. So you'll take on notice to confirm whether that's the case? Is that correct?
Well, I don't know whether that's correct, but I will take on notice to confirm that.
How many staff do you have?
I have, in my ministerial office, as in not excluding DLOs.
Well, yes. I mean, I suppose I'm getting to the point there, the increase, is that for just your ministerial office, or would that increase apply to your staffing more broadly?
I don't know where that figure has come from, so I'm not sure the component parts of it. I can try and provide information in relation to how many ministerial staff I have and how many DLOs in the office. My understanding is that in general, office budget figures are inclusive of staff costs and other costs in.
So salary on costs as well?
Perhaps even stationery and other things.
Yeah,
as I said, my understanding is that it is a broader category of costs that are captured in that figure, but I without having the detail, I'll have to take it on notice.
I'm happy to have that detail provided on notice. That would be very helpful. And your motor vehicle costs are up as well. Are you using your private vehicle more for your duties as well?
I don't know that motor vehicle costs captures my use of my private vehicle.
Okay, again, that might be on notice as part of that detail.
I don't know how that figure is captured, so I'll just take on notice that. But I don't think that includes any private vehicle costs. I've certainly never reported any, so I can't imagine how that will be captured.
And perhaps you'll need to take this on notice as well, if you're able to provide that for confirmation, the overall office expenditure increase.
Yes, as I said, I'm happy to take those figures on notice.
Okay, just one more very quickly before I hand to my colleague. We were directed to ask the question of you yesterday by the Minister for Women on this particular program, the washing machine exchange program.
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about how that worked?
Sure. So we entered into a partnership with Good Guys to meet the cost of living pressures that a number of low-income residents in New South Wales were facing, and also try and improve our water and energy efficiency by replacing expensive and energy-efficient top-loading washing machines with more energy efficient and water efficient front loading machines. Actually, this was a program that was first commenced under the previous government in 2022.
Very popular.
Yep.
Very
and
popular.
we were able to provide something like just over 8,000 machines, and we have now done that. That has now been, those machines have been fully allocated under that round.
Are you aware of how quickly they were allocated?
I believe that was within 6 days that we received EOIs to, that were at the level to have the full program allocation. So quickly, I think, is the answer.
Yes, very, very quickly. So when you mentioned low income, so it was low income as well as pensioners?
Yes, sorry, that's right. Pensioners, veterans, those people who were categorised under certain Commonwealth government income support categories.
And I'm sure that you won't have this to hand, but perhaps you could take it on notice as well, a breakdown of those who did make the application.
That's right. I don't have that to hand, but I am happy to provide that information.
So the Minister for Water yesterday, she said that it was your program, but she suggested that it was ongoing. Obviously, this allocation was very quickly snapped up. Is it something that will be rolled out again?
That's our intention. It was popular. We feel as though it ticked a lot of boxes. It's cheaper for people to run those machines. They're more energy efficient. They're more water efficient. Right. You know, if we're able to provide those kind of practical cost of living, help the environment initiatives, we will. There is an intention to have future rounds.
Great.
Just looking at that now.
So one aspect to it though, and it is hearsay, it's just talk, but there was the suggestion that there's been a glut of these washing machines unopened appearing on social media trading posts. Is that just a coincidence?
I'm not familiar with any of that. As part of to be fair, I have been made aware of 2 instances of recipients of the machines attempting to on-sell them, 2 out of over 8,000. We've been in contact with those people to try and understand what's gone on, why they might be doing that. When we deliver the machines, we don't just leave them unopened in a box. We actually install them. Right. And that is an important part of trying to make sure that they are achieving their purpose. Yes. So I have not heard of any instances of machines unopened. I have heard of 2, as I said, instances of people trying to on-sell them. We've engaged with those people, and for future rounds we will again be looking at ways that we can ensure in the provisions of the arrangement that we're achieving the goals that we want to achieve.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Minister, on a day I think probably with weather a little different today, back in March 16, 2023, you posted on X, "Hey everyone, sweltering out in Western Sydney today, sweaty emoji. How good's it going to be when Labor opens the beautiful Prospect Reservoir to swimming so local families have a place to cool down?" Sunglass emoji. When will this happen?
Yes, as soon as we can. What we've done is looked at a range of what I would describe as low-hanging fruit swim spots in Western Sydney. The principle that I was reflecting in that post remains the same, which is that it's often very hot in Western Sydney, hotter than it is on the coast, and there's not enough access to free public recreation and swim spots. Obviously, we've had Bondi come in online, Lake Parramatta. There are others that we are identifying. I think there's been one out at Putney or Meadowbank. I'll have to just take on notice the exact suburb. So
there is one at Putney.
We're doing work to identify those sites. Prospect Reservoir is challenging because of its relationship with the Sydney Drinking Water Network, and we don't want to make any mistakes in relation to bringing that online. But we are actively considering what options might be feasible there. And as I said, in the meantime, whilst we consider that slightly more complicated site, one that is directly linked to Sydney Drinking Water Network, we are activating other sites that don't have that same risk profile.
So prior to the election, you were confident that potentially it was opening by July of 2023 for a trial for 1 year. Obviously, it's proven to be much harder than you thought.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a range of risk factors that have been surfaced as we try and activate that. You don't always have access to all of that information when you're in opposition. you do your best with the access to information that you have. As some of those risk factors have been surfaced, we've been working through those, but as I said, very committed to the principle of trying to activate more water-based recreation in Western Sydney, because I do think that it's an equity issue, and there have been examples of where we've been able to do that in a low-risk way, but we are still working through some of the higher risk issues at the Prospect Reservoir.
So on the 20th of August 2023, nearly 2 years ago, you commenced a feasibility study. How's that study progressed, and how much does it cost?
I have to take on notice the cost of the feasibility study. It has progressed. I mean, the feasibility study was did a range of community consultation, a range of sort of government agency engagement and consultation. It was part of surfacing some of those risks that I have just previously mentioned. And so now that we have that, we are just exploring ways that we might be able to manage or mitigate those. As I said, I don't want to pretend that it is straightforward, because when you have a site that is in any way linked to the drinking water network, you have to be extremely careful about managing that. The Water New South Wales, for example, with its assets, elsewhere, manages extremely stringent special catchment provisions in relation to sites that provide Sydney drinking water, and as they should be. So we do need to be mindful of that. That's part of what's been surfaced as part of the feasibility study. But nonetheless, we're creative and determined to find solutions that meet our goals. Our goals being people in Western Sydney should have as much access as they can to beautiful, natural-free recreation and swim spots. We've been able to do a little bit of that work at alternative sites, and we're just still working through that at Prospect Reservoir.
So has the feasibility study concluded now?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And I take it from your concerns you're outlining in terms of Prospect Reservoir, is it possible that you won't be able to swim at Prospect Reservoir?
I'm not going to make any commitments. We are still exploring options. All options are still on the table. We're just figuring out exactly what the mix might be. I mean, again, there's just so many different ways that you can approach this, Mr. Farlow. You can say, right, everyone run and jump in. You can say watercraft. You can say motorised or non-motorised watercraft. You can say swimming. You can create barriers. The reservoir itself is quite big. You can identify different areas. There are a range of different approaches and level of recreational engagement that might be possible. And we are just exploring which of those we think meet that mix of achieving our goal of more swim-based recreation in Western Sydney without creating risks that are unacceptable risks to the drinking water network.
So the proposal at Prospect Reservoir isn't dead in the water?
I love a good water park. Thank you, Mr. Farlow.
Minister, just with respect back to housing, and with respect to community housing providers in particular, what dedicated funding streams are available within this budget for community housing providers?
So
provided by the New South Wales Government?
I was talking to Ms. Pinkston about this in the break, because we do really value our community housing provider partners. The information that we were discussing, and you might be able to explore more with her this afternoon, I understand time's about to run out, is that we anticipate that 40% of the new supply pipeline that we are delivering as part of our Building Homes for New South Wales program will be done in partnership with community housing providers. So
40%, did you say?
Yeah, 40%. Okay. So I mean, they are valued partners. I've said before many times, I think our community housing sector in New South Wales is one of our secret sources. I think they do a great job, and we want to engage them and partner with them to deliver homes. And we do think they can bring a value add. We want to build the public housing stock. We've got clear plans to do that, but I'm not apologetic at all about a strong partnership with community housing providers. And as I said, the figure that we are looking at is 40% of our new pipeline done in partnership with community housing providers.
Thank you. So previously I think you'd advised that it was 30%. Sure. So the government's revised that, have they, to increase it to 40%?
Yeah, I think we have. As I said, we think that there are valuable opportunities for us to engage with them to maximise the delivery of housing. and we want to do that.
Thank you, Minister. So at the moment, though, and while I take your word that 40% is what you aspire to achieve with community housing partners, is there anything on the table at the moment for community housing providers to access?
Well, I mean, what we have at the moment is what we are calling like a direct dealing framework with them, where they are able to engage with Homes New South Wales without any kind of complicated bureaucratic rounds or processes. They come to us and they say, we have this site, we think it has this development potential, we would need this capital support from Homes New South Wales to deliver that, and we work through that and are quite regularly engaging with them and sort of, in a way, constantly assessing their proposals and making determinations to partner with them. I don't know if you have anything to add, Ms Pinkston, but I mean, it's a constant and ongoing process.
They're actively developing and delivering the projects now. So of our delivery last year, 824 were through public housing, 583 were affordable homes through the community housing sector. So they're delivering the projects in partnership with us. For example, the HAF projects that were successful, the 14 sites will be delivered in partnership with the community housing sector. That's the delivery model. So I suppose it's just a different way of looking at how the partnering's occurring and the program, as opposed to, for example, a direct grant for the Together Home program.
But as I said, I mean, we consider it a waste of time to sort of say, well, this is a specific and complicated, round where you have to get your application in at this time and fill in all of this paperwork. That's just bureaucratic nonsense from our point of view. As Ms Pinkston said, our approach is we are open for business with community housing providers. Approach us with projects that you think add value, and we have a direct dealing framework to finalise those arrangements and get on with the job of delivering the homes.
So how does that work then? So community housing providers come knock on your door and say, hey, we've got this site here, we think that you could partner with us in delivering 50 social and affordable
That's
homes.
right.
Yep.
Yes, they do. They, not necessarily me personally, but through Homes New South Wales, they do that. We also, with our redevelopment sites, go to them and say, well, we are redeveloping this particular site. We think it would be good to do it in partnership with a community housing provider. Who is active in this area, who already has, tenant management responsibility in this area. Would they be a suitable partner? It's a two-way street, but yes, the community housing providers are able and welcome to approach Homes New South Wales with those propositions.
Minister, with the short remaining time that I've got, I wanted to ask about the virtual psychiatry hubs, and I understand that those were introduced as a contingency measure to respond to the resignation of the staff specialist psychiatrists.
Yes.
How much has the government spent on those virtual hubs to date?
$3,398,939.
And at what point will the virtual hubs be ceased, or is it becoming a permanent feature of the mental health system?
My feedback and my view is that they have been well received, they are playing a valuable role, and that we do not intend to discontinue them. Is that, yeah? Yes. That's my view too. Yep. Thanks for agreeing with me.
Some of the feedback that I've received was certainly that they were necessary in situations where there's no other means to access specialist psychiatrist advice, but that in some instances the lack of local knowledge of the psychiatrists employed at the virtual hub meant that decisions or advice was not as good as it would have been by someone who actually knows the local area and the capability of local health services where the calls are coming from. Do you not accept that it would be better to have someone who's either based in that area or who has significant knowledge of that area rather than clinicians trying to serve the whole state virtually?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there have been instances where what you have articulated are true. I mean, in the modern era, it's not just psychiatry health services that are delivered virtually. There are a range of telehealth and virtual health services that are now delivered online. And like you, I've received feedback that occasionally in all delivery of health services that is done virtually, you sometimes miss very local knowledge. You sometimes miss the benefits that come from face-to-face engagement. That's true. That is true. I've heard that feedback too. But what we're trying to do here is find a balance. Yes, acknowledging that, particularly perhaps in mental health, there are occasions and times when sitting down face-to-face with someone is very valuable and very important. With the fact that, particularly for some of these specialists, even putting aside the challenges that we have had this year with staff specialist psychiatrists and the wage dispute, there were vacancies and challenges accessing face-to-face psychiatrists for years prior to this, and that if we can use virtual services and telehealth services to augment where we can local face-to-face provision, we will. And it's not just psychiatry that is having care delivered that way. It's happening across health care delivery.
I have some more questions, but I'll save them for Dr. Flynn this afternoon. It is time for government questions, if there are any.
Government have no questions.
Okay. There being no government questions, that's the end of the time the Minister has with us. Thank you for your attendance this morning and answering our questions. And we'll resume at 2 o'clock with the departmental witnesses. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
welcome back, everyone. We'll start this afternoon's session with questions from the crossbench and some of my own questions. There'll be for mental health branch and other health witnesses, if that helps you organise your time. My first question is about medical agency commission costs. It might be for Mr. D'Amato if he's sitting in the back row. So I understand that in 2023-24, $43.8 million were spent on commission fees to agencies for recruitment of locum doctors. Have you got that figure for 24-25?
Give me a second, I'll pull up the figures.
No problem.
Sounds about right. Sounds correct. I'm just takes a little time for the system to upload, sorry.
No problem. That's right. So I'm after the figure. So I quoted the figure for 23-24. I'm after the figure for 24-25.
24-25, we haven't finalised the accounts yet. So
Okay.
we probably have a couple of months before the financial statement is finalised. So I can only provide an estimate and is unaudited.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'd appreciate an estimate. That's right. I can move on and come back to you if that'll be more helpful. That's right. Okay. I'll do some different mental health questions. I'm interested in an update, please, on the reforms enabling GPs to prescribe medication for ADHD, which was an excellent initiative. I think in another life I may have been one of the GPs who put in an expression of interest for that program. Where are things up to in terms of the preparation of the training for the two different tiers of prescribers?
Thanks, Dr. Cohn. Good afternoon. I have very high-level details of this program, and it's actually largely run by another division within health, although it's certainly true that mental health branch, health and social policy with paediatric input, and also the Office of the Chief Health Officer are all involved. I do understand that from the 1st of September, the training will become open for general practitioners, and again, I can come back with more details on notice, but I understand that essentially there's two things being offered. The first is the capacity for continuity of care, and the second is extra education and capacity building and support for GPs around diagnosis. The emphasis at the moment, as I understand it, is very much on the first group, just in order to ensure better access to continuity of care.
For prescribers who are currently already prescribing under the other designated prescriber scheme, will that be recognised? Will those GPs need to complete training again?
Look, I think we should take that on notice because it is being run through the Office of the Chief Health Officer, and so I wouldn't want to mislead you.
That's all right.
Chair, if you'd like, I have the figures now. Just confirming the figures for 23-24, 43.8 million, and the figures currently for the 24-25, as I mentioned, unaudited, 43.2.
43.2, thank you. And have you also got how many different agencies were contracted in this year?
I don't have it with me. Let me ask Mike. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I'll come. Sorry, this has really split my attention. I'll come back to ADHD.
That's all right. That's okay.
Obviously, medication can be life-changing for many people living with ADHD, and it's an important part of treatment options, but certainly not the only one. Is there any work being undertaken by the mental health branch to improve accessibility and equity of access to other kinds of management types for people living with ADHD?
As I mentioned, there's a working group chaired by Dr. Chant, which has got representatives of general practitioner organisations, the mental health branch, paediatrics, pharmaceutical services, and the focus right now, as Dr. Flynn said, is on the continuing prescribing, but it's also about developing up appropriate education packages for the identified GPs, and those education packages will actually be including the fact that a medication is not the be-all and end-all in attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and so there will be 2 levels of training ultimately, and there'll be one level of training for the continuing prescribers, and then at a later date there'll be a more rigorous training for the initiation prescribers, and I would expect that training will be substantially about the non-medication treatments, and also about the importance of a detailed and longitudinal assessment to actually make the diagnosis, as you're well aware. And so it certainly doesn't rest on prescribing medication alone. It's that would be that would not address the needs of everyone with attention deficit disorder.
Absolutely, and I would agree with you. I suppose the concern is with this very simple change enabling significantly greater access to medication, it could inadvertently, without that attention, set up a situation where it's now far easier to access medication and not other types of treatment.
It could, but I think that the linking of the prescribing rights to a broader range of clinicians, including the GPs, that education will be about the non-pharmacological treatments that are necessary. And I think there's also talk about having mentoring type relationships for some of the GPs with the initiation, so that they can get advice. And so I think the desire is not just to open the floodgates and have more prescriptions. It's about providing access to the GPs to appropriate education and support, so that they can make more nuanced, I guess, treatment plans for the people that they're seeing.
Okay, great. And it's my understanding correct that GPs are being compensated for their time to undertake that training?
That is my understanding.
Thank you. And I appreciate you might be about to take this one on notice as well, but I'm interested for the GPs that have already put in their expressions of interest for the Tier 1 training that's due to start in September, what the balance is of metropolitan and rural and regional GPs who will be participating in that first training.
I know there's a sensitivity to that issue, and that issue is represented in the working group, which I'm a member of. But I couldn't tell you what the breakdown is. I can take that on notice.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer on notice. My other question in relation to medication is about supply disruption for a number of common ADHD medications at the moment. And I understand that's a nationwide issue, not a uniquely New South Wales issue. But is the department doing any work to support people who might have difficulty accessing ADHD medication?
Well, I think one of the issues is about substitution of the different medications, and that's certainly an issue that's important to address. And that becomes important when you have a specialist initiating a prescription and then you have a continuation prescriber, and that has been addressed in the working group. I can't tell you exactly where it's landed, but I think the issue of securing the supply, that's not something that I'm privy to, and I'm not sure. I mean, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. I think Dr. Chant's probably the right person to have put that question to, but I understand there are other medications where the department has actually stepped in with temporary arrangements to support supply. Okay, thank you very much. I will go to my colleague, Ms. Kate Fairman.
Dr. Conn,
yes.
I can come back to you if you like with
Please.
that figure. So at the moment, apologies, at the moment we have 62 locum agencies on the register, but that is a figure that goes up and down from time to time, so agencies will come on the register and agencies will come off. If it's okay as well, if I could just, for some clarity from my answer this morning about the number of locums that Ms McLaren-Jones asked. I advised that we had recruited 81 locums, which we had 81 locums recruited at the current at this point in time. It is a cumulative number. The cumulative number, though, what we've recruited from the time we began the program is 195. Obviously, some have come in, finished their contract and exited, but we've got 81 in the system at the moment, which equates to around 60 FTE.
Okay. Thank you. I'll come back to you in the next round, and I will go to my colleague.
Excellent. Thanks, Chair. Ms Jones, might go back to you now. So if you could continue, I think, where I asked you to pause until this afternoon in relation to the what is your understanding of why the environmental water has been paused across the state?
Yeah.
What are the issues?
Thank you, Ms Chairman. So for planned environmental water, that type of water release is managed under water sharing plan rules, and that is the intention of the policy position. What was identified is that the nature of that water release is that it often doesn't stay in channel. What it does, and its intention is, to move across the landscape. When it does that, to get to wetlands and to get to important areas that need the water, sometimes forests, it can move between different water sources, and it's technically, when that water moves between different water sources, that technically it could need to be licensed because it's technically take. Clearly,
when you're saying moving between different water sources,
well, from a regulated water source to an unregulated water source, for example. So this is a very technical issue. It's not the intention of the policy position. The policy position is that this type of water is managed under water sharing plan rules. It should be released for the purposes that it's intended, and doesn't need to be licensed as well.
So what's the difference between that and, for example, I understand if you could consider all flows in the Barwon-Darling are travelling between water sources. Water for irrigators below the Macquarie Marshes travels through water sources?
In the Barwon, it's mainly staying in the water source. For example, we are actually advertising at the moment for consultation on environmental releases from the Snowy, which will start next month. And in that case, that water stays within the water source, so within that river system. And so that is an example of environmental watering that is continuing. This is where water actually moves through the landscape and downstream of where it's been released from a regulator, it actually moves across different types of water sources.
Of course it does. In an ideal situation, the whole point of environmental flows at some point is to reach the Coorong, isn't it?
Well, absolutely.
At some point.
And that's the reason why
that's a lot of different water
we've never
sources.
considered it also needed to be licensed. It's like asking what environmental water to clip the ticket twice, if you like. That water release is covered in water sharing plan rules. It was never designed that it should be also needing to be licensed.
Why is the pause necessary, though? Why the pause? I mean, this has been... It's not suddenly as though somebody woke up and realised this was an issue. And
well, actually, it kind of is. So the
floodplain harvesting was identified as an issue.
Point of order. I think the witness is entitled to answer the question instead of being cut off. That's my point of order.
So I always allow latitude for members to interrupt and redirect if needed after the witness has had at least a sentence of answering the question.
To the point of order, that wasn't a request to redirect. The witness was answering the question and got cut off. I just think that's unreasonable.
I'll allow the witness to continue answering the question.
Thank you. Actually, this came to light only recently because our colleagues in CPHR in DQ are doing everything they can as managing the Environmental Water Holders Entitlement, the New South Wales Environmental Water Holders Entitlement, to make sure that everything's up to speed and current. And it was actually in their review of that situation and different water releases that this was identified. It's unintended. it's going to be addressed, as the Minister was saying this morning, as quickly as possible, and it's a really
How's it going to be
technical
addressed?
issue by a regulation change that actually makes it very clear that planned environmental water does not need to be licensed as well. It's managed under watershed plan rules.
Okay, Mr. Barnes, if I could ask you some questions, please. So, Mr. Barnes, so the stop work order at Tooral, just briefly explain why that has taken place?
So it's a result of a lengthy investigation, and we've concluded that the operators of Tooral are complying with their lawful obligations as described under the works approval. However, the works approval itself is deficient and, in our view, not concordant with the principles of the Act, primarily because the way the regulator works at the Boira Dam, at certain configurations, allows for the diversion of water into the western floodplain. That currently is not being recorded, reported and debited against a relevant water access licence, and our stop work order that we've issued requires the operators to debit the water diverted against the water access licence.
And so, in relation to that, how long have you been investigating it?
We have been investigating Tooral since 2019. Concluded the initial investigation back in 2020 with the issuance of a direction to the National Parks and Wildlife Service to meter the site. It was then proven by National Parks and Wildlife Service that was practically impossible. So a modification was made whereby the water moving around that site is now modelled, and that modelling is incorporated into their operational maintenance plan. This latest investigation, beg your pardon, commenced in 2024.
Okay, so with the installation of accurate metering of works, active works with entitlements 100 megalitres and over in the northern New South Wales basin, where is that up to in terms of the installation? How much of what is required has been done?
As it potentially relates to the carriage of environmental water, there's a handful of investigations underway at the moment. And I think you know this, Ms Fairman, the legal obligation is on the works approval holder, not on the water access licence holder. So in this instance, the TUO has no primary legal exposure. It is the works approval holder, and it's that entity that we are working with at the moment to determine whether or not water has passed across a non-compliant work.
Right, okay, but there are quite a few, I would say, non-compliant works in the northern basin, would there not be, Mr Barnes? And a lot of them being issued with stop work orders, is that the technical term?
Yeah.
Yeah, along
yes.
with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder?
Yeah, so we've committed, post the review of the non-urban metering regs, to focus on the top 400 licence entitlements in the state. So there is about, of that, upwards of 3,000 works that we are auditing, and we would have completed that audit process estimated by the end of this year. We find at the moment that non-compliance sits at around 60% for works greater than 500 millimetres, and non-compliance is similarly for northern inland works and southern inland works. So irrespective of whether you're carrying environmental water or providing water for irrigation purposes or town water supply, we are finding much more needs to be done by works approval holders to get into compliance with the non-urban metering regs.
Okay, so when you, so to be clear, when you're saying a lot more work needs to be done, there is still a lot of non-compliance. Are you issuing stop work orders for those other big irrigators as soon as you find non-compliance? And yes, that's
yes.
Just for the purpose of Hansard, that was a nod. So every time they're told to stop and fix.
So when we first encounter, what we need to do is assess whether or not the works are within scope for the regulations. Our second assessment is whether or not the works may be afforded an exemption. Once that calculation is made, we are then looking at the circumstances of the water user, and I think you'll know that one of the reasons why the non-urban metering regs were reviewed was because of difficulty obtaining meters and difficulty accessing duly qualified persons. That was all taken into account a couple of years ago. Despite that, we have found numerous circumstances where water users have not satisfied us that they're taking the right steps, and they have been served with directions. I would come back to you on record, but my recollection is I'm thinking 20 to 30 directions have been issued to works approval holders over the past 18 months.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Over to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. So you'll forgive me if I continue the questioning from Ms Fairman, and if we may be going over ground that you are all better aware of, but as we try to get a grasp on this, what is a very important issue. So Mr Barnes, you suggest that this current investigation has been going on since 2024.
The Tyrrell one, yes, that's correct.
Yes, sorry, it is Tyrrell that we're continuing. But this stop work order is the first time that such a thing has happened, which is we qualified this morning.
First time NRA, the independent regulator, has issued a stop work order against the New South Wales government.
Right. Did the New South Wales government receive correspondence from the Commonwealth in relation to ceasing the environmental water flows, and can it be tabled if so?
I can't speak to that. I have no knowledge of any correspondence.
Jones, any correspondence that we're aware of?
I'm not aware of any correspondence to the department, no.
So, again, it may be a difficult question for your consideration, but again, in terms of trying to understand this issue more comprehensively, is the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder struggling to comply with the government's rules on water management and regulation? Is that part of what we're seeing has arisen here?
The Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder is a licence holder. The Tyrrell action that Mr Barnes was speaking about is actually about the works holder, and that's National Parks and Wildlife Service.
So is it then, so explain it to me please, so is it the crossover between the two that is causing the issue? I'm trying to nut out why we're at the state that we are of a stop work order, but we don't seem to be pinpointing, and fault is not the word that I'm looking for here, but where the issue has arisen from.
So the issue of the stop work order at Tyrrell and the issue of pausing environmental water releases are separate issues, and I think that's where the confusion comes from.
Right. So if you could explain to me then, if we look at what does the stop work order mean in terms of consequences?
Very simply, if the regulator at the dam is operated under condition X, and water is moving across into the western floodplain, then that water must be accounted for against a relevant water access licence. If the regulator is open, passing water unhindered down into the lower Warrego, there's no obligation on the works approval holder to account for the water.
So, and that's it? So does the stop work order cover any other regulating infrastructure? That's the extent of the impact?
I speak broadly about the regulator. There are elements of infrastructure distributed around that vicinity, but for simplicity, it's how the Boyera Dam regulator operates on certain flow conditions, passes water to the western floodplain, and we've interpreted that to being requiring the recording, reporting and debiting against a water access licence.
Right. So Simon Banks, in the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holders media release on the 18th of August, said that the temporary pause is due to a recent shift in how held environmental water is interpreted under various New South Wales water sharing and policy frameworks. That's what's causing the problem, the shifts in understanding?
So that goes to the issue I was speaking about, rather than the Tyrrell stop work order.
Right.
And it's a temporary pause while we sort the regulations such that it makes it really clear that planned environmental water is managed under water sharing plan rules.
Okay, and so, and I guess that this will come back to Ms Fairman's point that Simon Banks has said that they won't resume environmental water actions until obligations are being met. Is that correct?
You'd have to ask the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder that question. The Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder would put in an order for water to be released against one of their licences. So it's up to them when they decide to do that.
Okay, I still don't think that we're fully across that issue as much as it deserves, but I am going to move on so I can spend a little more time trying to be better across it as well. Can I move on then to a different topic for now? Can I talk with someone, please, about the domestic and stock rights review?
You can speak to me about that.
Thank you, Ms Jones. The What We Heard report on the review, can you tell us where that currently stands?
It's been released, it's been published.
And publicly available?
Yes, that's correct.
When did that happen?
I think in the last week or so. I'd need to confirm the date, but I can do that.
Are you aware of on-the-ground reports suggesting that there are issues in relation to stop work orders about drawing water under the BLR for basic farming tasks such as providing water or crop spraying or even washing down machinery?
So I might ask Grant Barnes to speak to that.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to. I think what you're referring to is a recent conclusion of an investigation where staff encountered a water user who was using his stock and domestic BLR for mixing of chemicals and applying that to a crop. That's a commercial transaction and it's not afforded to under the Act and to the basic landholder right. Now, staff, our investigators, have done the right thing in evaluating the harm that was being caused, which was minor, the public interest, which was determined to be minor, the individual's culpability. Did they know what they were doing was against the law? No, they didn't. They had a reasonable understanding that it was okay. But where this individual failed, and frankly we encounter this on very rare occasions, was this individual was not receptive to our advice or guidance. And you might want to infer from that that perhaps they didn't behave in the manner that one would hope when our staff are on farm. As a result, we had little confidence that the water user was going to get into compliance, so we took the steps to issue an interim stop work order. That water user, I'm now pleased to report, is in compliance. They are mixing their chemicals using a lawful source of water. They're not using their basic landholder right. I would add that we've taken thousands of enforcement actions over the 7 years we've been in operation. We've issued 2 in relation to a basic landholder right. It's not a priority for NRA, and I see no reason in the current context why basic landholder rights would become a priority for NRA.
And this may have to come back to you then, Ms Jones, in relation to the review that's been done, the What We Heard report, is there anything going on in terms of modernising the rules around the BLR and water access? Is there any work going on in that space?
So I can report too that was published on the 14th of August.
Thank you.
What We Heard report. The What We Heard report concluded that there was no need to change the current arrangements. Basic landholder rights are because a river passes past your property or because you sit atop an aquifer, and it's unmetered take, and it's really for domestic purposes. So that's the fundamental principle. As Mr. Barnes has just mentioned, in all of NRA's prosecutorial work, it's very rare to come across an instance where there's any action required to be taken for these types of rights. There is, I'm aware, and I'm aware from the submissions we received, some of the submissions we received on this topic, that some farmers would like the rights extended, but those rights being extended would take water from others, in that this is not a right that is for commercial purposes, it's for domestic purposes.
So then, what was the objective of the review? To simply say that everything's all in order and we're happy the way it is?
I think from the review, what we know, and I think Mr. Barnes would agree here, is that there's a degree of confusion about what these rights are. I think the actions that the department might take, and I'm sure that NRA would join in this, is to do some education around what these rights are.
And what sort of education? What will that involve?
Well, from our perspective, we commit to visiting 2,000 water users every year. And in that interaction is an opportunity to talk with them about their understanding of their rights and obligations, what their water access licences might require of them, what their works approvals might require of them, and where they might be able to access an exemption, or in this case, how they might be using their stock and domestic licences or even their basic landholder rights. We find that farmers appreciate that one-to-one engagement, and in most cases, previous one I mentioned distinct, but in most cases we find that the advice that we're giving water users helps them better understand their circumstances and ensures by the time we leave the farm gate they are fully in compliance.
And is this the first such review that's occurred in this regard, or is it a regular thing that takes place?
No, this is a review that in my knowledge is the first time we've looked at this in, well, probably many years.
Right, and will it be something that becomes more regular?
I think that what we'll need to do is monitor, and particularly monitor compliance over the coming years.
And education and awareness as well, from the perspective of the farmers. Ms Jones, could I quickly take you back to, we talked this morning and you mentioned about the minimum inflows project. I recall that this morning on the Border Rivers and Murrumbidgee.
So the minimum inflows methodology,
yes,
that we had the Office of the Chief Scientist and Engineer stand up an independent panel to review the methodology that we have developed.
Yep.
The reason that we did this work is because in our regulated water sharing plans, and particularly those plans in the Northern Basin, we have a requirement in the water sharing plans to review the minimum inflow assumptions in those plans by the middle of next year. The minimum inflow assumptions are really assumptions we make about how much water might be coming into a dam, and that is something that we take account of every year when we're doing water allocation decisions.
Right, and you said, yes, twice you clarified this morning that it was a review of the methodology, and you said that it wasn't a trial?
Yes, that's correct. It's not a trial.
But the project plan timeline, according to Water Engagement Roundup February 2025, includes trial method in 2 valleys on the proposed project phasing. So it has develop method review, trial method in 2 valleys. Is that something different or something outside the methodology?
So we are about to commence some community engagement on both the minimum inflow methodology and also the connectivity work that the independent panel on connectivity made recommendations about. So before we would do any trial, we are consulting on the methodology.
Okay, so now we're getting to those. So there will be a trial. in consultation with following this review of the methodology?
So the trial will be actually potentially developing new water sharing plan rules that we would test. Yeah, it's a trial probably is not the clearest word to use. It's testing what changes might be made to water sharing plan rules and the impacts of those rule changes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, I think. We also briefly mentioned the Murray Valley Floodplain Management Plan that you said had commenced.
Apologies, I misheard you. I thought you said Murrumbidgee, and it's the Murrumbidgee plan that has been finalised and released.
Right, so the Murray Valley
is in development. Yeah.
In development.
And being consulted on. Yeah.
Right. Consulted on. And is there a time frame for that?
I can take that on notice and come back with the time frame.
That would be lovely, thank you. If I could talk now with Water New South Wales, Mr. George. The decision to I don't like to use the word sack, move on 300 staff members, was it a matter of cost savings?
No, it's a matter of the revenues determination by the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal to allow, if you like, a significant revenue shortfall on what we...
$80 million?
$80 million per annum.
Mm-hmm. So that was the primary driver behind the need to...
Correct.
To make these cuts of 300 positions. So it's not that the jobs were unnecessary or the roles were redundant, it was a matter of the bottom line.
Correct.
Okay. Alternative saving measures, in addition to the $860 million in deferred capital works and $133 million in operational costs, were they considered as before this decision was implemented?
Correct. So our pricing submission to IPART already included significant efficiency savings and cost deferrals, as you've just referred to. Yep. The $80 million revenue shortfall is on top of those efficiency savings that were proposed in our pricing submission.
Will any programs or business functions be affected by the cuts?
Absolutely.
Can you tell us how many? Which?
Well, we are having to defer even more capital work, more projects around the state, because there simply isn't sufficient revenue allowance to fund the planned capital works. We're going through that prioritisation process at the moment, so we're doing that on a risk-based basis, engaging with our customers on their priorities as well. We're currently in a round of engagement with our customer advisory groups, and we're speaking to them about our capital works program and what we can safely and proceed with in this, at least this year, given the funding constraints we have.
And I presume, and it is a presumption, that customers would then be presenting their concerns around what all of this might mean for them, and to ensure that they continue to get the level of services that they've signed up to?
It is a very difficult proposition to suggest that we can remove $80 million from the business per annum and continue to meet the levels of service we propose in our pricing submission to IPART. I am not going to sit here and pretend that that is the outcome that will be achieved, because it simply can't.
Fair enough. And will the cuts, in terms of the staff, is that spread evenly around the state, or will some areas be more impacted than others?
Some areas will be more impacted than others.
Rural and regional areas?
Not based on geography, based on function. So we are looking at very deeply the way that the revenue allowances have been proposed. We obviously need to continue to meet our statutory and legal obligations. Yep. So we are taking a scalpel to this, not a sledgehammer. We're being very careful. We're looking at the functions that we perform that are commercial, those which are not, which are discretionary. If we can no longer afford to continue with discretionary functions, they will be the sorts of things that we will be seeking to stop doing.
And I think it'd be fair to say the cost of doing business has increased substantially over the last few years.
It has. So in our pricing proposal, of our operating cost increases, around 40% of that was due to new or changed regulatory obligations.
New or changed?
Correct.
Was there any discussion about reprioritising capital projects such as the $301 million for environmental inflows on the Hawkesbury?
Yes, so we have written to the government. We have shelved that project. We will not be proceeding with it.
Right. And how much is Water New South Wales paying in interest each year?
In interest, I'll have to take the interest bill on notice.
If you could please, and if you're able to provide that, that would be very, very helpful. And I only have 18 seconds left, so just quickly, not sure who this one will go to, just to slip another in. Thank you, Mr. George. Non-urban water metering reform. Yes. Ms. Jones, just a quick one then for you. How much has the New South Wales government spent on the non-urban metering reform rollout to date?
I can take on notice the question of how much did the non-urban metering reform cost in terms of establishing what the reform should be. It's not a cost to government for the rollout of the reform.
No. But so I guess the funding and the cost, if we can have the breakdown of that, would be helpful. On notice? Thank you. Thank you.
Coming back to crossbench time, I do have some questions for the Acting Mental Health Commissioner. If you could come up, Ms Dixon, and while you're getting settled, I had a couple of quick ones back to the mental health branch relating to the virtual hub. Have you got any figures of how many calls that hub has been receiving, per day, per week, per month, however you're recording that?
I do have some data, Dr. Con. So this data is as of the 27th of July, so it's a little old, but up until then, for the Western New South Wales hub, there'd been 1,686 referrals, and the Hunter New England hub, which is largely doing more work inside the district rather than serving other districts, was 588 consultations. That's now a little old, and I am aware that in the last month, since that data's been sent, that we know the Western New South Wales hub has got busier. We know that some services understand some new metropolitan services have come online, and also Western New South Wales has started some 24/7 coverage, but I'm not sure if that's 7 days a week, but it certainly is doing some overnight coverage.
Okay. Could you take that detail on notice?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks very much. All right, I'll come across to Ms Dixon. Thanks so much for attending. I understand you're in an acting role at the moment. Last year, Safe Work New South Wales issued the Mental Health Commission with 3 improvement notices relating to psychosocial hazards in the workplace. Can you update us on what work's been done to improve the psychosocial safety at the Commission itself?
Absolutely. So I was actually not there for the last sort of year, but I've just come back, and the work done between the 2 acting commissioners, so Wayne Jones and Deb Howe, and more recently Jennifer Black, the current commissioner, has been quite extensive. To give a snapshot, there has been and continues to be a ADAPSIS we've engaged to actually lead a whole culture sort of improvement in the workplace, which includes the commissioner, the two directors, and the entire team. We're working very closely with, we have been working closely with Safe Work, who recently did come back into the workplace, and we provided them with the previous Safe Work action plan as well as the People Matters Survey action plan. And they came back with favourable feedback indicating that there continues to be extensive work undertaken to improve workplace culture. Those things include setting a very clear direction. So the Commission has a brand new strategy which is really about leading, driving and measuring reform in suicide prevention, mental health and wellbeing across the whole of government. So we're setting a really clear direction. Each of the team members, by the end of August, it's 80% now, each of them have a performance talent plan So we're looking at a very sort of individual work plans, which flow obviously down from the strategy, as well as looking at professional development as well. So there's extensive amount of effort being taken. We've also got a psychosocial wellbeing working group as well. So yeah.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I suppose moving forward from now, what's in place to continue to monitor the wellbeing of your own team following the change that's been made?
Yeah, good question. So we will continue to have a psychosocial working group that feeds into the Workforce Health and Safety Committee. We are looking at iCare's workload tools. We're looking at the, obviously the current People Matter survey is out now, and I'm actually meeting with the whole team on Thursday next week to talk to them about, we've gone through all the sort of the different key elements of work to improve workplace culture, and we've got a question and answer session for each individual staff member that's keen to talk to us more and to gain more ideas about how to continue to improve the workplace. The retention of staff is about 79%. There was quite a big turnover when I was there a couple of years ago, and there is quite a considerable retention now of staff as well.
Thank you. You might not have this to hand, but that retention figure, have you got it for previous years? So that figure is 79% compared to...
Don't. I can take it on notice. But, yeah, I'll take it on notice and come back to you on that. I do have it somewhere.
Yeah. Look, it is a helpful proxy for the wellbeing of your staff. The statutory review of the Mental Health Commission Act that was undertaken last year received significant feedback about the functions of the Commission in terms of being very broad and being spread very thin. You mentioned the strategy in response to my previous question, but can you talk about what work's been done to address the findings of the statutory review?
Yeah, absolutely. So we did previously have an annual charter letter from the Minister of Mental Health. However, there isn't one currently, and that's enabled us to regroup and refocus, knowing that the suicide prevention legislation, which I believe is going to the Upper Assembly potentially next month, we're preparing to lead the administration of that legislation. I think you're aware too, Amanda, that we're actually leading the development of a new 10-year mental health and wellbeing strategy for whole of government, and an associated outcomes framework as well. So we're really focused, which aligns to our new strategy, on sort of whole of government work, and actually looking at how to better support government agencies and departments that are interested in delivering on the new statewide strategic plans for suicide prevention, if the bill passes next month, and also on the strategy as well.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask about the suicide prevention legislation, which passed the Legislative Council but not yet the Assembly. There's obviously a significant role to play for the Mental Health Commission in implementing that work. Does the Commission currently have the capability to do that?
What we're doing is partly through as I've just mentioned, re-looking at the focus of the Commission and what that work is over the next 18 months. We're also looking at realigning resources. So most of the budget, the $9.18 million that the Commission's received this year, is for employing staff. So we have been looking at the funding is attached to that budget, and I've just recruited a manager of suicide prevention and a manager of Aboriginal suicide prevention and another support officer for that work as well. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. You mentioned the consultation that you're doing at the moment as part of the wellbeing strategy. Can you talk us through how that works? And I'm particularly interested in how you're ensuring that priority populations have the opportunity to meaningfully feed in.
Yes, so we have embarked on a multimodal consultation approach. We engaged First Nations Co and Aboriginal Company on the pre-qualification scheme. They have engaged 478 Aboriginal individuals as well as 110 organisations across many parts of New South Wales to consult with them widely about not only their views, ideas and aspirations about building a better mental health system, but also looking upstream at the social, cultural, commercial determinants of health as well. We have also have 23 priority population groups. We've held 31 roundtables so far. We have had engagement with 300 organisations, and that is growing. We have another 20. We've had an enormous, overwhelming interest in engaging, which has been fantastic. And we've also got on the Department of Customer Service, Have Your Say, which is a 5 to 10 minute survey. We've, as of late last week, we had about 4,500 responses and 35 submissions as well. We've also been undertaking community visits across New South Wales and been holding workshops at forums as well.
Can you let us know who the populations are on your list?
I've got a list. It's 23. It's an extremely long list. Do you want me to read them all out? I can.
If you take that question on notice,
yeah, I will.
then you can provide it in writing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned regional visits.
Yes.
Which communities in rural and regional New South Wales have you either visited or got firm plans to visit?
So the Commissioner has visited the Mid-North Coast, Hunter, New England, and I think went to Wagga and Albury as well. So, yeah, so far. And she's got more planned to go to Dubbo and Parkes, and also inner Sydney, and also Illawarra Shorehaven as well, coming up to the end of the year.
This is obviously a huge project. What's the timeline on this work?
So we're looking to hold government roundtables in October, November to talk about the themes from what we've heard. And then we're looking to then develop the strategy. So we're aiming for the end of next year, which will also hopefully align with the legislation, rollout of state plans as well.
Thank you. I'll go to Ms.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to ask a few questions of Professor Hugh Durrant-White. I'll just wait for him to... So, firstly, Professor, does the NRC have a view about the freeze on environmental water?
No, we're not involved in that at all.
Okay. You did, though, make recommendations about the wetlands mapping. We'll move to another issue in terms of identifying and protecting the wetlands in the water sharing plans.
Yes.
What do you think of where the department has got to in terms of protecting wetlands in the new water sharing plans?
We make recommendations on wetland protection under each of the water sharing plans that we review, and we get a response from that in each case, and generally they're followed.
So, in terms of each of the water sharing plans, the NRC made a recommendation around the fact that more wetlands needed to be protected, they needed to be mapped, they needed to be...
No, nothing on the mapping. There are very specific wetlands associated with specific water sharing plans. We have no involvement at all in the mapping of wetlands.
Mm-hmm. And so, are you saying that all of your concerns are met because the wetlands that you're worried about will now be protected in the remade? These are the remade ones that weren't given concurrence.
Yep.
Yeah. Those met your concerns?
No, let's be clear here. We make recommendations under these. We don't do any of the mapping. If there are wetlands as part of the water, as part of the particular regulation system, then we will make comments on them as part of that, and they're published, of course, but that's the extent of the NRC's involvement. So with the comments that you've made, which I don't have in front of me, I have looked at a few of them over the, but I don't have them in front of me. So in every one of the remade water sharing plans that the Environment Minister didn't give concurrence, your feedback was... They're not remade, those are the reviews of the water sharing plans.
Yes.
Correct. Yep.
And so you're satisfied now. Have you looked at has the NRC been provided the opportunity to look at the what came back in terms of the mapping project? So that what I was asking about before?
No, not at all. We are not involved in the mapping of prescribed wetlands at all.
And would that be something that the NRC would look at if it was asked to by any of the relevant minister?
There is a lot.
I know you have a lot of work on your plate.
I just want to, yes, we are heavily involved in, as you know, the
Forestry.
connectivity thing, and then with another hat on minimum inflows and so on and so forth. So that would be at the discretion of the minister.
Thank you. So with did the NRC get legal advice regarding the water management principles at a certain point in time?
Let me be clear here, that advice was actually initially at least given to the Water Department, right? It was then subsequently shared with us. We then sought joint advice, which we have received, and we are now working together on effectively the implementation of that.
Okay, and has that advice been made public?
No.
Would that advice be able to be made public?
I don't think that's for me to address. That's probably with my colleague.
So what we have done is actually ask the Crown Solicitor to actually draft a guidance so that that could be made public.
Yep. And what's the time frame on that, Ms Jones?
It's I can come back to you, but it's in the coming months
we're
or
in,
so.
We're in process.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to Mr Barnes again. Mr Barnes, so with the, we'll go back to the Tooral, did you have, did landholders downstream communicate with NRA about environmental watering from Tooral in the period leading up to the stop work order, or just stop work order?
I think there's been a contact that various parties have had with NRA representing their interests. I wouldn't want to go into the specifics. I just don't want to betray the confidence of the particular informant.
Did the Inspector General of Water Compliance at the federal level, did he also talk to you about any concerns in relation to Tooral?
Not directly that way, but I raised with the Inspector General concerns that I had about how the actions we were contemplating taking with the department may be perceived, and I sought his advice on how to best conduct the issuance of the stop work order.
Okay. I know that the question was asked before about whether you've taken any action against the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder before, but has NRA made any enforcement actions, so including official cautions, advisory letters, anything of the like, to DQ or the Environment Minister, Water New South Wales, or the MDVA or the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder before?
So one of the common tools we use is a formal request for notice for records and information. It's a 338A. And so of the entities you've just listed, I can think of a number of instances where those notices have been issued. They're an important part of the investigative process. They aren't, though, an enforcement tool.
Is it your NRA's view that the CHU, the Commonwealth Environment Water Holder, or any of the just the CHU, have committed any act of willful non-compliance at Tooral?
My board chair, the Honourable Craig Knowles, and I met with Dr Simon Banks on Tuesday afternoon, and we conveyed again that our investigation does not portray or seek to portray any wrongdoing on behalf of the CHUO. As I said in my previous answer, the investigation goes to the the obligations and then liabilities that arise from the works approval, to which the CHUO is not a works approval holder. There is no primary means, therefore, that we could enforce anything against the CHUO, even if that was part of our contemplation legally, no.
So you have advised them that they won't be subject to prosecution?
Not and won't.
Okay, all right, that's good. So, I assume they're acting with haste then.
An abundance of caution, I think, Ms. Fairman.
That is excellent. Just a little kind of technical question about where NRAR sits in the whole machinery of government thing. So is NRAR as an organisation, so the members of NRAR staff considered persons exercising functions under the Water Management Act?
That's correct, and are employees of the New South Wales Government under the Secretary of DQ.
Yeah, okay. I will jump to another issue quickly. The enforceable undertaking that was given to Illawarra Coal Holdings for the rehabilitation of the Wingecarribee swamp, has that rehabilitation commenced?
Yes.
Is it on track, do you think, to be completed by mid-2027?
I think it is in the early stages of implementing the project, but all parties have signed up, they're on board, and I think there's really encouraging first steps.
And so, I mean, this is to restore a swamp. I can't imagine that has been done successfully anywhere in the past. How are you monitoring to ensure that this is kind of world class and that it's, I mean, we're very critical about the fact that you can't repair. So what's NRAR doing from that perspective?
Yeah, I share your sentiment. Restoration is not the word that I would use. There are investments going on at Wingecarribee to rehabilitate some of the lost condition, improve some of the biodiversity values in the site, but it would be a long way and an imaginable stretch to think it was restoration.
The opposition.
Thanks. Thank you very much. I might begin with just some follow-up questions in relation to psychiatrists, particularly the 195 locums that you mentioned before. Thank you. So just to clarify, the figure is 195. Was that locums and VMOs combined, or?
No, that's locums.
Do you have the figure for VMOs?
I do, if you bear with me. So locums, though, are paid, because they're specialist locums, they're psychiatrists, they're paid as VMOs on a day rate. I can get you the total number. Apologies.
No, that's fine. And of those that had their contracts ended, did any of them have a new contract put in place, or have they gone back into working in the public sector at all?
Sorry, do you mean the VMO, the staff specialists that have resigned?
Yes.
Yeah, so out of the staff specialists that have resigned, we've had about 11 of them come and take up a locum role.
Yep.
So just bear with me. I just got to find the number of.
I'm happy for you to take on notice if it's easier.
I might need to, if that's.
Yeah,
I
so
can
just
come back.
a breakdown of the two.
I can come back a little bit afterwards if you like this afternoon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So overall, you said the FTE positions was 60. Has that been across the, I suppose, from the start of the resignation process? Has it been a consistent 60, or has it fluctuated?
It's fluctuated.
And what's been the highest number?
I think 60 has been about the highest at any point in time.
Yep. And just in relation to the 16 million that's been spent since it began, to what date was that figure?
I might need to take that on notice as well. That's okay.
And the Minister said this morning that the money is allocated from health, and I just want to clarify if it's the Minister or Minister Ryan or Minister Jackson that has the overall, I suppose, control over the budget.
Look, that's probably a question that's best responded to by my colleague, Alpha D'Amato, who I think might have stepped out.
That's fine. And he might be the same as well in relation to the $3 million spent on treating public patients in private. How many actual patients were treated?
Yes,
yep,
that's
fine. I might move to some questions on the new Office of Youth, or for Youth, and also the Advocate for Children and Young People. I might start with what is the overall budget for the new office?
So it sits at approximately 18 million.
And how does that compare with previous budget for the Advocate's office?
So it's quite substantial in terms of an uplift, but that's because we received grants. We now have grant programs as well.
Yep.
And so you might recall that the operating budget for the Office of the Advocate for Children and Young People sat at around 4 million. Mm-hmm. And that included ERE and OPEX. And then obviously with the addition of some funding from Office for Regional Youth,
yep,
that has seen an increase in that, and then substantial grants.
And you may or may not know, but what was the Office of Regional Youth budget allocation previously?
I will have that here somewhere, so I will be able to give you that.
Yep. And also the amount for grant funding previously?
In terms of, so the transfer that came across in terms of employee-related expenses was around 3 million. Mm-hmm. Grants and subsidies that came across from Department of Regional was around 3.9, and other operating expenses were 1.6. Mm-hmm. So that's a total of around 8.5 million. We also received a transfer in terms of the SPC grants that sat within DCJ.
Okay.
And so that means that we had employee-related expenses that came across of about 144,000, grants 4.9, and OPEX 241, and so that's a 5.3 million that's come across there.
Okay, perfect. I've had some concerns raised with me, just particularly from the regional youth perspective, and obviously the changes that have occurred over the last few years. But with the changes now and the new office, are you seeing, or do you anticipate any impact on current programs or any future programs that might be rolled out?
I think the important thing is with this new office that we want to engage young people in the focus and I guess what the office is going to deliver, and so that is a process that's being undertaken. Obviously the work that has been done across the board for young people has always been informed by what children and young people need, and so I imagine that it will continue to be informed by that, and the issues that, for example, came out of the Youth Summit or all the polling done have remained the same in terms of cost of living and mental health. So I imagine that programs that continue to meet those needs will be programs that will continue. Mm-hmm. I should also flag that I am not one to commit to something when it's beyond my term, and so when there is a new advocate, it will also be a matter for that advocate to assess and understand what's needed.
Mm-hmm. And I suppose that takes me to the question of what does this new office look like, and how is it going to be different to the current role of the advocate, particularly from, I suppose, a statutory point of view?
Yes.
Will that independence still be there?
So in terms of what the new office does, obviously it brings people from across government who have been focused on youth, and so that is all in one place, and that is in a response to the fact that in the Youth Summit survey, for example, 76% of young people who participated in that survey said they didn't feel like they were heard from government. So the intention is that this is a mechanism where young people can engage with and feel like they're being heard. I would say that, obviously across the time that the offices had existed, everyone was engaging with young people quite repeatedly. In terms of the statutory functions, obviously one of the key functions of that office is the safety, welfare and wellbeing of all children and young people in New South Wales. So I think in terms of delivering on that function as a statutory officer, that is clear that it will remain, and making sure that's always in the safety, wellbeing and best interests of children and young people. So that function will always remain, and there has been no change to the legislation or the statutory functions. And so it's a matter of making sure that in practice and process we set up things to ensure that independence. And I think the important thing is also not only internally but demonstrating externally that we continue to be independent and a voice for children and young people where it differs from the government.
Mr. Tibble, can I ask, is there any intent of changing the independence or the statutory role that currently exists?
No. So the functions of the advocate, as Ms Robinson has indicated, as set out in the Advocate for Children and Young People Act 2014, remain, and there is no change contemplated to those statutory functions. And the advocate, of course, will direct the office consistently with those functions. Should it be the case that there are any functions that are inconsistent with the statutory functions of the advocate, they will be managed very collaboratively between myself and the office, but with me exercising, for example, my GSE Act responsibilities and those things. Clearly, the advocate and I have had an excellent relationship. Clearly, this is a change. The expectation would be that I would be moving in lockstep with the advocate, ensuring that the legislative lines of responsibility were delineated and expressed appropriately.
And is there any plans to review the Act?
No.
In relation to the Youth Advisory Council, will that continue under the new model?
Yes, so the Youth Advisory Council wonderfully is enacted, and so it's part of the Advocate for Children and Young Persons Act, and so that remains.
And have there been any changes around staff at all, or anticipation of any changes, whether it will increase or decrease, or...?
There is no, so in terms of what came over, there is minimal usual retention changes in that regard. At this stage, the office is funded for 42 positions, and there is no vision to alter the current staffing of the office.
Perfect. And then just more broader questions, and mindful that I know you're finishing up, so thank you very much for the service you've given over a number of years.
Thank you.
But have asked previously about the strategic plan. Just wanted to get a bit of an update on that, and mindful that obviously it's a new advocate that will be looking at it, but just if there's anything that you could provide today.
Yes, so the Strategic Plan for Children and Young People 2022 to 2024 is currently being independently reviewed, and actually it is very close to being finalised, and so we will likely release that report next week for people to undertake. And so obviously it's important that it was done independently to make sure that we also delivered the things that we said that we would deliver in that, and as you would appreciate, that was a whole of government report in terms of looking at what people were delivering across government. So that's been a big deal in terms of the in reviewing it independently and making sure we've got all the indicators. And as you say, obviously with a new advocate coming in, I think it's important that they have the opportunity to design their own strategic plan for children and young people. But the wonderful thing is that obviously work and consultation continues with children and young people across this state, which can inform any further strategic plan.
Right. Thank you very much. I might move to more broadly around homelessness. And the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, the last annual report indicated that only 1 in 23 people were able to access homelessness assistance. Now, I noticed in the strategy that was released the other week does talk about a bit more data gathering and things. I'm interested to understand how we're going to capture that cohort that we know are being turned away, whether it's because of lack of resources or just unable to get that support. So how are we going to capture that?
We do capture that through the existing data capture through the SIM system for all of our specialist homelessness organisations. So we're collecting colloquially the turnaway rates, so that we do realise that people are not getting assistance, particularly in relation to housing assistance.
And do you have that breakdown? Is it done by district or by SHS?
Yeah, I can get that by district, absolutely.
Are you able to get it by, without, I suppose, identifying the, well, are you able to do it by SHS or by suburb?
Can I take that on notice? Yep. Yeah, let me take that on notice.
Yeah, so I'm just interested in, obviously getting
if there's a
breakdown, whatever way, it's captured, that's easy.
Yeah.
But getting an indication of how many people have been turned away annually and maybe quarterly.
Yep.
And also if it's captured by age group as well. and also whether it's women and children or single adults, male, that sort of stuff?
I think we could get it in the categories of the service delivery by the SHS.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That'd be great. Thank you. Now, in relation to the 20 million that's being provided, now we know that SHS are generally under pressure, cost of living, expenses generally going up, insurance. How much of that money is going to be going to, I suppose, the back end to, keep them functioning, their doors open, as opposed to actually going out to those that need it?
Well, we're currently developing the plan for that $20 million, and that's really, it's twofold. It doesn't have a requirement around a capital or an OPEX expenditure under that $20 million. But what we're trying to do is say, if we're investing in different crisis homelessness responses, how can we use that to divert people from temporary accommodation? Mm-hmm. Because we know that it's directly related, the rates of homelessness. So that's the piece of work that we're doing. So we'll have that. We're in the mapping stage, really, to identify where the high areas of demand of temporary accommodation are, and where we could intervene to provide proof of concept that crisis responses through a specialist homelessness service system will help us divert from that temporary accommodation system.
Okay. And in relation to the accreditation process, I assume every SHS now is accredited. Right. There's obviously a number that are accredited that aren't funded under the current model. Now, recommissioning is next year, is that right?
We're actually underway now in recommissioning, so we have this financial year to finalise that, and as you're aware, that's a direct negotiation with the current existing specialist homelessness service providers.
And so for those that are accredited and particularly, I suppose, believed or on the understanding they would be able to enter into the tender process for this round, what options do they have moving forward if the recommissioning is only for existing?
The main option is the Homelessness Innovation Fund, and that's exactly the fund that was established to provide, that's $100 million over the 4 years, to provide alternative options. We've had a number of organisations come in to test different models of supported accommodation, for example. They're registered, but they're not currently funded as the SHS under contract. So that's their main vehicle to work with us through that program.
So that's currently funded, I think, it's 22?
It's for 4 years, yeah.
22 organisations have funded out of that at the moment?
No, we've had 70 over the last round in 24-25.
And how much has been expended of that budget so far?
Yeah, I can get that for you.
And are all of those 70 listed on the website?
They should be. Okay. We used the Smarty Grants website to do that. Let me just check for you the HIF.
And I'm happy for you to take it on notice if it's easier.
Yeah, I do have it here, but I can...
No, that's fine. So, yeah, just to
Yeah, we had an allocation of 30 million, and I think it was 27 point something. I'll get that for you.
And then how much is planned to be spent this financial year and the subsequent ones as well?
We have 20 million earmarked for this financial year.
In relation to the street sleeping register, has funds been allocated for that?
They have. We're currently just looking to finalise a tender to establish the register as well.
And how much has been allocated for it?
It was... Let me get that for you. I'll take that on notice.
That's fine.
For you.
And also the time frame for when you expect it to be up and running.
Absolutely, I can take that for you. It's out to tender at the moment. I think it's about to close.
Okay. And do you keep how much? Well, do you know how much was spent over the last financial year on temporary accommodation for commercial purposes, like the hotel motel
The entire temporary accommodation budget for last financial year was 166,083,000, and that is largely primarily commercial hotel and motel accommodation.
Could you take on notice just to get that breakdown?
Between supported temporary accommodation with an NGO versus
commercial.
Yep.
Also, do you have a breakdown of how much was the annual funding the last financial year for SHSs and also the Homeless Youth Assistance Program? Have you got that separate breakdown?
Yeah, absolutely can.
And then separate to that, any additional funding that might have gone towards pilot programs over the last 2 years?
For example, the street outreach programs and those types of things?
Yep.
Yes, absolutely I can.
And then with that list, when they're due to finish, the pilots are due to finish
in this financial year.
So 26.
26.
Which means we don't know if you're going to continue them then until next time.
That's right.
Do you have a breakdown of how many households were assisted in the last financial year?
In terms of new public housing or through housing?
From homeless perspective.
From a homelessness perspective. No, I don't have the final data for this last financial year yet.
Could you take that on notice?
I will.
Yep. Now, just in relation to, and this touches over into the out-of-home care space, around establishing mandatory arrangements to enable timely monitoring of children in out-of-home care who present at homelessness services. If any work's been done around that.
If I can assist Ms McLaren-Jones, I think my evidence touched on that the other day in the course of Minister Washington's estimates. As you may recall, the Ombudsman's inquiry required us to keep a dashboard which has been developed, which is in place.
And is that public yet?
It can be.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It's very happy to provide it, to table it, and to clarify that point.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Now, just in relation to the strategy, just a couple of, one question. I think it's page 15. You refer to the SHARE model, S-H-A-R-E model. Yeah, what is that? It was based out of the UK.
I'll take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay.
There is a number of research reports
Yeah.
that sat underneath that strategy. That's right.
In relation to developing a stronger workforce, in the strategy, page 19, it refers to looking at improving service standards, workforce practices, their framework capabilities, all of that. Do you intend to attach a funding to that to support the SHSs?
We're working with Homelessness New South Wales on that as our industry partner. That obviously, under our contract with them, they already have a number of programs that they're implementing for services in SHS, but in particular, the focus on housing first is one of the areas that we're working with them to have a specialist training response, not just for SHS, but also including community housing providers and public housing staff in terms of what that means in a system to work from a housing first perspective.
Mm-hmm. And what's the overall budget for the strategy over the next, for this forward budget, first 12 months and then onwards?
We have our existing budget for homelessness and the additional $528 million that we received, and we're using that money to fund these initiatives like the new street sleeping register. That will come from that bucket.
But there's no overall budget attached to the strategy and implementation?
No,
it's just
not in that
individual
way.
projects? Okay. I'm fine. That's my questions.
Coming back to the Would you like your
Yeah,
minute? Sorry,
unless you want to use the last bit.
I thought it was getting handed back to me. This is your minute. I've got 3 after this.
I'll quickly start and we'll get ready for the next session. Ms Pinkstone, just with respect to some of those discussions before around the Building Homes for New South Wales package. So originally it was indicated that $4.4 billion would be the new funding component. Is that still correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And with respect, is it still the case that it's 6,200 homes that are anticipated to be new and 2,200 to be replacement?
That's right, there's the replacement component.
Fantastic. And with respect to those 6,200 new, when do you anticipate that they will be complete, those 6,200?
Yeah, we have a 7-year, it's a 4-year funding package, but a 7-year program altogether.
Back to the mental health branch. One of the recommendations of this committee's inquiry into outpatient and community mental health services was around accessibility of information and service directories, and the government, in supporting that recommendation, talked about the implementation of the mental health single front door, which was meant to begin in early 2025. Can you update us on the progress of that program?
I can, Dr. Con. Thanks. So there has been significant progress this year with the implementation of the mental health single front door, but it has not proceeded at the speed that I think we would have outlined at possibly the previous estimates in February. We are looking at a go live date for the first 7 districts that currently use a private provider to be early to mid 2026. The work that's going on this year, there's 2 significant pieces of work that are being completed. One is the contractual arrangements with Health Direct. It's quite complex. We're really keen to make sure that, because we're fortunate to get the investment, we want to do it properly. The second piece of work is finalisation of the scope of requirements. So what Health Direct, what the expectation for them would be when a consumer calls, and in terms of the application of the triage instrument, and what all of the pathways potentially can be for someone in psychological distress. You know, I always sort of imagine the answer to that could be anything between 000 and a men's shed. We just want to make sure that people tell their story as few times as they need to, and there's one key place. So the current work involves particularly engaging with districts and consumers and PHM partners around trying to make sure that what happens if someone's referred to a district or to a PHN service, it's understood, that there's a sense of being able to estimate what that workload will be, and that we just, you know, we just want to make sure that when we start with those 7, that we've got a really high quality service, and then the aim will be after that to move across the state. So it's a good news story. We just want to make sure that we do it properly.
Okay. And can I just clarify something I've inferred from your answer? So those 7 districts are a priority because they currently engage private providers, and that's slated to end through this work?
I would phrase it that we have chosen to go with the 7 simply because they are already used to, if in a sense, not delivering the phone line themselves in-house. But yes, that contract between the Ministry of Health and the provider, which is Ampler Healthcare, will not need to continue once the single front door is up and operational with those first 7.
Thank you very much. That brings us to afternoon tea. We'll break for another 15 minutes. We'll be back at 3:45. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I understand Ms Pinkston had some answers to questions that were asked earlier today. Go ahead.
In relation to SHARE, it's a data platform that frames and assesses prevention and homelessness initiatives. It's run by the UK Centre of Homelessness Impact, and so it enables you to weigh up your interventions, the cost and the benefit to the clients. I think Miss overall had some questions on defence personnel who are homeless. We do collect that information in the SHS data collection. We have, so for the 2021 period, 0.4% of clients presenting. It's actually been relatively stable up until 23-24, it was still 0.4%, and we're waiting for the latest data for the last financial year. There was a query about the breakdown of the regional street count at the larger numbers. Metro was 851 people, and regional was 1,340, and 650 of those were from the Northern Rivers.
Sorry, 650.
650 were from the Northern Rivers alone of that 1,340. There were also some questions about the land audit and the cost and the breakdown. For the Box Hill site, the acquisition cost was 19.75 million. For Menai, it was 3.65, and for Camden, it was 7 million. And we haven't finalised the current deal with the Sydney Olympic Park Authority, but we've exchanged on 25.7 million. There was a query from Miss Boyd about stamp duty. All government agencies are exempt from paying stamp duty, so we don't pay that. There was a query about querying the TA figures and the difference for women and children. It is a higher rate at 31.5 days. And then we do have the data for the wait list broken down by regional New South Wales, but it is on our allocation zones. So I can submit that back to you. It's based on the DCJ allocation zones and districts. There was a query as well about rural and regional new supply. So when you exclude Wollongong and Newcastle, and they're part of the metro figures, it's 27% in rural and regional areas. There was also a query about MMC project in Dubbo. So the original contract sum was 815,000. With variations, the total completed cost was 853,000 for the two properties. The construction timeframe was 5 months. The remediation works for internal finishes took 4 weeks. Overall, the price was cheaper by about 10 to 20% when you consider conventional builds in regional and remote New South Wales. I suppose the issue that you raised around why there was some delays, well, it was the first of its kind as a pilot. We were testing that technology in that area. The reason that we chose Dubbo was relatively stable climate enabled us to go in. We already owned the land. And some of the work that we've done through that project has sort of informed lessons learned for us in terms of the finish that was required inside the property. Once we did that, we needed to internally render the inside of the property.
Thank you. And sorry, and just coming back
so
to the land.
Ms Overall, we're actually this has all been in crossbench time.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can take
so we might have to add a couple of minutes back. This was just the update.
Out of that way, can we just start at 20 minutes and for crossbench time rather than use this?
You can take it, yeah.
Sure,
it's
okay.
Yeah, if we can get just the answer to that question.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay. Happy with that. My apologies. The land, you said that, so the department already owned.
That's right,
owned the
Homes
land?
New South Wales land.
Right.
So that's, so we selected Dubbo for the climate. It was relatively stable, but it also gets very hot out there, and we wanted to test that technology in that environment. In terms of the veterans funding breakdown, we do have a product called Rent Choice Veterans. The budget was $634,510, and we're currently supporting 48 clients with a 3-year subsidy under that program. And we also have a phone line linked to home for veterans. And for the last financial year, we received 626 calls through that line. Ms McLaren-Jones, I think, asked a question about women and youth in the street count. We don't collect that level of data because it's just by site, not to interrupt anyone on a street count. HAF applications round 1 and 2. In round 1, we put 4 applications in from the state. We were successful on 2, and then round 2, we put in 14 applications, and we were successful in all 14.
I did want to supplement my answer to Mr. Farlow's question. I'm just conscious of time.
It's okay, because we've decided that we'll give opposition time later on. So
sure. Okay, so on the DCJ quarterly statistical report on housing delivery, that, and I'm not sure why it had not been updated since June 2024, just to be very clear, it had been authorised to be updated, so it's a problem at the tech end, but just to confirm that the latest data available on the DCJ website was to September 2024, not June 2024. I can confirm that we have just updated the data, I believe, to date of the most recent available quarter, with data to June, March 2025. In addition, DCJ has, I alluded to other reporting changes over the past 2 years with data on the social housing waiting list now reported monthly, which includes the number of people on the general and priority lists by allocation zone and the number of newly housed people on the waiting list register.
Thank you. And if I can just confirm with the quarterly statistic report, is that now available on the Tableau?
I am told it is. I have not personally,
but
I've not. I would prefer to say I've cited it, but I'm told it is.
That's fine. Thank you. I'll look it up and see. We might come back to that later on.
Thanks.
Before I go to my colleague Kate Fairman for the recommencement of our crossbench time, I just wanted to indicate we're going to try and let witnesses go as we can, appreciating that it's a Friday afternoon and there's a lot of people here. So in the first instance, Professor Durrant White and Ms Dixon, there are no further questions for you, and we'll do the best we can for the remaining witnesses. Over to Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Jones, I just wanted to see if we could get any more clarity around the decision in terms of the environmental water freeze. At the beginning of the day, the legal advice was referred to, that legal advice needed to be sought because of a environmental watering action. What was that or event? What was that? Have you found that out?
I haven't, so I'd need to find out what specific event, but it was instigated by CPHR-DQ. So,
but yeah. Sure, Ms Jones, but this is budget estimates, and it's a very significant. That's a very significant event, something which the department is now looking at working up new regs to incorporate. I'm sure the history is well known through the department in terms of what the environmental watering event was that triggered the need for legal advice. Again, it's still very opaque.
I'll take that on notice. Yeah.
So what? So you don't know, or you don't?
I don't know. Yeah. Which specific?
So Water Group wasn't informed?
Sorry?
Water Group wasn't informed?
No, we did become involved in seeking the legal advice. We didn't initiate the legal advice. Whether it was a specific event or a general question, I can't confirm.
So what you're saying with that is that you're not sure whether this upper house committee can know what that watering event is. That's what you're taking on notice.
No, not at all. No, what I will find out is was it a specific event or was it a general question? And we'll try and find that out now. Yeah.
Okay. Water New South Wales, Mr. George, I just want to turn to the issue of PFAS. What's Water New South Wales done to monitor the prevalence of PFAS in waterways and streams? So the PFAS not in drinking water, but in other parts of the state, and not in dams. So waterways themselves.
Waterways downstream of the dams. So that's probably a jurisdictional question. We haven't monitored downstream of the dams.
So what about the contamination in Lake Medlow? So the tributaries, the other parts, so Lake Medlow sits within, that's obviously Sydney water catchment.
Yep.
What about the water that's coming out of there and going into tributaries, because Lake Medlow is contaminated?
Sure. So obviously we monitor the water in Lake Medlow. We're working with the likes of the EPA to monitor water that is released to the environment downstream. But that's the environment downstream, and so that's why we're working with the EPA, and the EPA is monitoring it.
Okay. So in part of the documents that I got released in terms of a Standing Order 52 in the last year, including from Water New South Wales, and I do have some documents to table, which I'll get you to have a look at. There is a communication within Water New South Wales that suggests that the tributaries of Medlow Dam were sampled by ALS, which is Australian Laboratory Services, I think, is that correct?
Correct.
Which returned results at higher concentrations. So it's already indicating that this is a comprehensive catchment risk assessment.
Thank you.
And in that email, that's down the bottom of the first page, over the second page at the top, that Lake Medlow and Cascades dams release and or spill into sensitive downstream receivers, being the Blue Mountains National Park, and are considered as a freshwater habitat. You would know that the species protection for high conservation value streams is 99%. And then it says here that sampling to date indicates that results exceed the 99% threshold in all results from the 3 sampled dams at Cascades and at both depths sampled in Lake Medlow for the 99% UCL threshold. So has testing been undertaken to see whether that threshold is being, as the ALS has already done? It sounds like the threshold is also being breached outside of the dams and in the tributaries?
Yes, so I confirm my answer before. It has been, and we have obviously disclosed that to the Environmental Protection Agency as the regulator for that, because this is not sampling as per, say, the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. This is under the National Environmental Management Plan for PFAS, so the NEMP, which is different guideline values for as you've noted. And that's what this is referring to.
Okay, and part of this email as well, which is the actions out of that catchment risk assessment, maybe it was a meeting, the actions to be completed at the end of the email says review of federal legislation in regards to notification obligations for potential pollution of World Heritage listed sites. Did that happen?
Yes, my understanding was that the results of this review was that we were to notify the EPA, which is what we did.
Right, and so, but the question is that does Water New South Wales have an obligation to notify any federal agency in relation to the World Heritage listed sites or a risk to them?
My understanding is no, but I'll take that on notice to confirm, because I'm not aware that there was a requirement to notify a federal agency.
So that's okay. If you could take that on notice, Mr. George, you're aware of the research into the platypus, dead platypus that was undertaken in terms of PFOS really, and the PFOS levels at those 8 carcasses or maybe 12. The second highest found in the state was found in Wingecarribee River with, I think, 390 parts per trillion of PFOS in the body of that platypus. That's in, you know where that is. Does that indicate that PFAS levels could indeed be quite high in some of the areas within the park, and who would be responsible for testing that?
Well, again, who's exactly responsible? Certainly the EPA has a role there, which is the role they've been undertaking. We are working very closely with the EPA in relation to all of these matters, as well as other agencies.
Are you responsible for the water within the catchment, though, Water New South Wales?
Yes, we're responsible for the protection of the catchment for the purpose of supplying water for drinking water supply. Yes. And protecting and enhancing the environment.
Okay, and so your confidence, so in terms of monitoring that water to see whether there is PFAS, you think that should be the EPA that should do that?
Downstream of the dams, in the natural rivers, is not an area that we have jurisdiction, but in the catchment areas upstream of the dams, we do.
So if you're aware of PFAS in those dams, that is potentially spilling into the tributaries?
Downstream, yes. So in the Blue Mountains example, that's the case, and we've obviously disclosed that to the EPA. That is the only place that we are aware of that, though. So we have undertaken sampling across all dams across the state, and we found largely no detections or very, very low detections below the threshold values.
With the Blue Mountains, so where is that flowing into when you say, is that Cascades and Lake Medlow?
Correct. That's right. So they're in sequence, they spill down.
That's World Heritage, though, where they're spilling into?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
No, National Park.
So that water with PFAS in it doesn't make its way to...
Eventually down into the Hawkesbury.
Doesn't make its way through the World Heritage?
I don't believe so, but happy to take that on notice because it's on the northern side of the Blue Mountains.
I've got 6 seconds left. I'll leave it. Mr. Barnes, I was about to go to. Thank you.
Right, we'll go back to the opposition.
Was it us, or was it 10 minutes for you?
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, I think you've got 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm confused because of the setup that we had before.
No worries, all good.
That's all right. That's fine. So coming back to the mental health branch, please. I'm continuing to follow up recommendations of the mental health inquiry that were supported by the government. So the next one I wanted to ask about was the framework for change regarding trauma-informed care in mental health services. So I understand previously health services were provided with a trauma-informed mental health care organisational self-assessment tool from the ACI. Since then, what have been the results of that, or what's been the change that's occurred?
Thanks, Dr. Con. I don't have an update and would need to take any evaluation on notice to come back to you around. Certainly it's a recommendation from the inquiry that was noted, and we were comfortable, and I think at previous estimates we might have discussed the intervention being very much around the ACI's framework for trauma-informed care and trying to ensure that all health practitioners, not just those in mental health, were attending to that and were becoming skilled in that and were practising that. I will need to take on notice both the existence and outcome of any evaluation around that framework.
Okay, thank you. Look, I appreciate it being taken on notice, and to clarify my question, so the recommendation was around consideration of a centre of excellence for trauma-informed care, and the government's response was that their preferred approach was embedding trauma-informed care through the system rather than establishing a centre of excellence, and the government response particularly talked about the framework for change, which is why I'm now following that up. Thank you. And if I could come to recommendation 16, which was around data collection and sharing.
Yes.
So at the time of the government response to the inquiry, I think you were finalising some work for the AIHW to support sharing of aggregated state and national mental health data.
Again, the branch within health is not the data owner of mental health information, and we would need to ask the relevant part of New South Wales Health, which is Inform, to come back with that information. But I just, obviously in preparation for today, I did note that, and there was, I think we talked about IHW data integration, and also looking at some of the information sharing with CMOs. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And could I ask about the peer work framework?
Yes.
I understand that's been a significant piece of work. It was recommendation 18 of the inquiry.
Yes, yes. And I found my in time. So
that's all right.
Sorry, looking.
My opening question's an easy one. Where's it up to?
Look, it's good news. So it's about to be launched by the Minister. I think in October is the plan. The statewide peer workforce coordinator, Jessica Radvan, has done an enormous amount of work in consultation with the lived experienced workforce, both in mental health and suicide prevention, and particularly with industrial entities as well. The framework is due to be launched by the Minister later this year. As I said, I think it's October, and the Ministry is considering whether or not a complementary policy will go out. I don't think there's a definitive decision on that. I would also, I might leave that there. I could update on our recruitment to the peer workforce numbers, and I could do that.
That would be welcome and relevant.
That's fine. That's fine. We're really trying very hard to get to our target. So our target's 255.3, and the latest update is 239.6, which I think is a significant improvement potentially since when we last reported.
Absolutely. There was also a question of award reform and the need for negotiation with the Health Services Union for peer workers specifically.
Yes.
Is there an update on that front?
I am not in a position to update that. Award reform is not something that's within the remit of the mental health branch, but I do know that there was some consultation, and that issue was raised by the HSU. We probably need to take it on notice unless Mr Griffiths felt able to respond to that now, but otherwise we might need to take that one on notice.
That's all right. I've got more questions for Mr Griffiths anyway, if you wanted to come up to the table, please.
I'll just see if I can get some information on that award reform, Dr. Con.
Oh, thank you very much. I had some other non-related questions that were going to be for you anyway. Wondering if you're the right person to update us on the budget announcements from the government around creating the internal locum agency. So
I wondered if you might ask me that, Dr. Con.
It's an excellent initiative. We love it when the government copies a Greens election policy. What's the progress on implementation?
So yes, we have received some budget to proceed with an implementation of, I won't call it an internal locum agency, but a placement function for contingent workers. The reason that I'm being a bit cautious about calling it an internal agency is what we would like to do with that function is use that as a way to engage the workforce more proactively, but also to look at the reason that people are opting to move to locum work, to see if we can retain them in the public health system in a period where ordinarily they would disconnect from the service and move to locum arrangements. So at the moment, we are recruiting to the implementation team. We have a team of about 11 that will undertake the design of the service, obviously the market interaction, and within about a 2-year period we aim to go live, so 2027. So there's a lot of work in the lead up to that period, as you can imagine, in terms of setting up administrative processes. There's also some work that we're doing in terms of streamlining the engagement process for locum medical officers, where we aim to engage and stream for health once, so they don't need to continue to do that checking process that at the moment I know is a point of frustration, and I think you and I have had conversations about that in the past. So yes, it's underway. The recruitment team, the team is being recruited as we speak.
Excellent. That's a great update. Thank you. While I've got you, Mr. Griffiths, this is tangentially related to mental health, the safe staffing level rollout, I asked Minister Park some questions about it yesterday, but can you provide an update on the figures exactly for the hospitals that have been included so far of where the recruitment of nurses is up to?
I might take that on notice if that's okay.
Okay.
We can provide you that update in the numbers, but I'll get some information and take it on notice.
That's no problem. And just to clarify the information I'm after, so often the government media releases announce that another hospital will be coming on board or is on its way towards, and I'm really seeking, specifically how many new positions have been created at that particular hospital, and for each hospital where it's up to, so whether they've been advertised, whether they've been filled, exactly how many positions have been filled for each hospital on that list.
All right, that's fine, we can do that.
Thank you very much. That's appreciated.
Dr. Con, did you want me to just give you an update on, I think it might have been Ms McLaren-Jones actually, the number of VMOs in psychiatry?
I'm interested in that too, go ahead.
Yes. So at the moment we have 3, so just a little bit of a caveat. As you'll know, Dr. Con, a VMO arrangement is a classic full-time equivalent arrangement for hours. We do our best to convert that to an equivalent. We have 317.5 VMO arrangements at the moment in psychiatry. To give you some context, at the same time last year we had 217.4 FTE VMOs. There's a number of those obviously that are associated with locum day rates. So I'll talk to you about those. It equates to about 60 FTE or so that we have recruited centrally, and then there's some historic locum arrangements that have been carried over as part of the administrative arrangements, and that totals to around about 104 FTE.
Thank you. I don't think I can do anything useful with 20 seconds.
Okay. Let's see if I can. Mr. Plowman. Welcome to the table.
Thank you.
One of the flagged challenges with making Edgecliff a TOD site was flagged as being within respect to water and sewerage services in the area. Are there any planned upgrades from Sydney Water to alleviate those concerns as part of the Forward Capital Program?
There wasn't any flagged concerns with TOD development in that area. I presume you're talking about the train station development that you referred to earlier?
No, I'm talking about Edgecliff Station. I think the Minister at the time, when it was put that it wasn't listed as a TOD development, this is Edgecliff Station, was because of water and sewerage concerns within the area.
Yeah, so at the time, because development in what we call the Bondi system, there wasn't a lot going on there. We didn't actually have up-to-date models in terms of the capacity. We've since advised government that there's plenty of capacity in that system.
Okay, so there's no infrastructure improvements, but you've revised the advice to government, have you?
Depending on the development, one of the things we advised the government on TODs is we did the analysis on the trunk infrastructure, so the big piece of infrastructure and the capacity within those catchments. But we've always maintained that depending on the particular development, there might be very local infrastructure that's required. So, for example, if you put a big building in an area where there wasn't a big building, the normal pipes that have been servicing those houses in the area will have to be upgraded. Very minor works, but things that would need to happen.
Okay. But with respect to trunk infrastructure, there was no requirements
We
in
haven't
that area?
flagged anything yet. Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms Pinkstone, back to you, and I think we'll probably spend the rest of the session. Just with respect to the new social homes and the 6,200, it was flagged that it was intended that 50% would be for domestic violence victim survivors. Just wondering how that is intended to be managed by the New South Wales Government.
Well, we are basically in the process of finalising the data, but we're really looking at female-headed households on the housing register, mums and kids, and my view with the team was to take a holistic view, so that we're looking at both the allocations for new supply, but our allocations in total. And so we'd be looking at female-headed households. There's various categories on the housing register. Domestic violence is one, but there's at risk, and so we're looking at all of those categories and prioritising those in terms of the allocations.
Thank you. So would that be a change to the priority wait list?
No,
or?
they're already priority categories. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to the Aboriginal Housing Office and the repair of the 3,500 Aboriginal Housing Office homes, how's that program progressing at the moment?
Yeah, so in the last financial year, we've been undertaking a number of programs. The major one was the transfer of properties from housing portfolio to the AHO and Aboriginal community housing providers. The maintenance expenditure I can get for you for the AHO.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check it for you. I'll come back to that one for you.
Sure.
It's here somewhere.
Similarly, how is the program progressing with respect to the 30,000 public homes to be repaired?
Absolutely on track. So last year, our social housing portfolio, our public housing budget was 682 million. We actually overachieved on that, 729 million, 440,000 works orders, which were there to upgrade.
Oh, sorry, I was just congratulating you.
Okay, sorry, I
didn't mean to stop you.
They were there to upgrade properties, so wherever possible. We're also doing that in the context of our vacant properties to make sure that we're bringing them up to standard and higher standard before we're reletting them. Okay,
thank you. And how many houses has that taken out of the system while they're being repaired and upgraded?
Well, our vacancy rate at June 2025 was 97.8% occupancy rate. So you can see where the properties are vacant, but we've remained pretty static. For example, vacant properties in 23-24 were 6,682. Last financial year they were 6,828. So yeah, on track in terms of that time frame, but putting extra funding into those when they're being upgraded.
Thank you. And with respect to modular housing that's being used in social housing at the moment, how many new social housing dwellings are currently being delivered by Homes New South Wales using either modular or prefabricated construction methods?
This year our target's 90.
Mm-hmm.
We've completed most of the pilot programs, and that was testing the industry, and we'll be ramping up that program in the forward years as well, just testing that.
And what are you finding in terms of the difference between both time of construction and cost in using modular methods of construction, or modern methods of construction, I should say?
I suppose in terms of cost, overall, we haven't seen that much of a cost differential at the moment. Obviously, if you take into account the time, that's where you see the difference. But we always thought that would be the case when it's a very small part of the industry at the moment. And so part of what we've been doing is trying to test and work with councils that are open to that technology, work with them to test. But I am confident that over time we'll get those savings. It's broader than just new supply though for us. We're also looking at the broader concept of a kit of parts, because for us, if we can get efficiencies in, for example, bathroom changes or kitchen changes and be able to roll that out at scale, we'll also get savings in our maintenance program.
Okay, thank you. So it's in terms of moving forward, are you looking at any particular suppliers, or are you looking at a program by which you're inviting the industry to participate?
That's exactly right. We'll be going to tender for those sites with builders.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any forward estimates for how many you're planning on delivering each year?
I can take that on notice for you. It's it's 90 and ramping up across the future years.
Okay, thank you. And what criteria do you use to determine whether a project will use modular construction?
Well, several different. We are looking at it in the context of local planning provisions and where we can develop that product. There are different councils with different regulations that enable that to happen. We're at the moment testing it really on homes and duplexes, not so much residential flat buildings. That's been the focus. So at the moment, those pilots have been in regional and remote New South Wales. The issue for us also in using MMC in those communities is just the cost of construction in those remote communities really high. And the Aboriginal Housing Office has been doing this for a number of years, using MMC, and so we're also have learnt from their pilot programs that they've delivered in regional New South Wales.
Thank you. And Ms Pinkstone, is Homes New South Wales currently constructing, or has it constructed, secondary dwellings on any Homes New South Wales properties?
Yeah, we do have a second dwelling program, and I can get you that data, and I can let you know across for the MMC modular homes for this financial year. We're looking at 16 Aboriginal housing homes, 109 public housing homes, and 47 teacher and police homes through the key worker housing program. So 172 across all of the programs in homes this financial year.
Thank you very much for that. And with respect to the secondary dwellings, how many properties, and you might want to take this on notice, under the possession of Homes New South Wales would have a secondary dwelling as part of it?
I'll take that one on notice for you.
Thank you very much. Now, with respect to one development, the program at
Sorry, Mr. Farlow. Actually, our demonstration project this financial year on secondary dwellings is 13 dwellings.
Okay.
3 in the Illawarra, 4 in the Greater Hunter, and 6 in Illawarra and Greater Hunter. We're in the DA stage for that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, with respect to one development at 6 to 10 Southview Street, Bulli, what's the status of that development at this stage?
Was that is that the media reports today?
I don't know of any media reports today, but yeah.
I have.
Maybe you can tell me about the media reports today.
I think I've seen one in the media today. We are planning a residential flat building in Bulli, a 3-storey development, and that's a construction of knocking down 2 older dwellings and constructing a new residential flat building in Bulli.
Okay. And is that site zoned for a residential flat building at present?
I'll take that on notice for you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get Mr. Griffith back up, please? Thank you. I've got more questions about safe staffing levels, and I'll argue that clinicians who are understaffed can't provide trauma-informed care. So this is a very mental health relevant question. So my understanding is there's a couple of areas that are still under negotiation in terms of what safe staffing levels will look like. So one of those is very small hospitals. Can you provide an update on the status of negotiations about peer group D hospitals?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice if that's okay.
That's all right. Can I add to your list of things to take on notice MPSs?
Okay.
And are you able to provide an update on the review of Birth Rate Plus?
Again, I'll take that on notice for you just to be sure that we provide the accurate response.
Okay. That's all right. That was very quick. That's the end of my questions for you. And if I can come back to the mental health branch. I understand that there was a federal budget initiative about a year ago to do with wraparound care for complex patients in primary care, and that was previously referenced by the government in terms of an opportunity for improving integration between primary care and mental health services, or embedding mental health care within primary care. Has there been any progress on that?
But look, I'm loath to say there's no progress. I'm probably needing a little bit more information around the program to identify it. Was it in the federal budget?
It was in the federal budget, and it was referred to in the government response to our inquiry.
Yeah,
so this is what I continue to refer to.
Yes, yes.
So at the time it was a recent announcement, but it's now about a year old. It was 71.7 million over 4 years.
I think it's being delivered by Primary Health Networks, though, isn't it?
I haven't got that in front of me.
It's a federal investment, so it's not something we would necessarily have visibility over. I'm certainly happy to.
But I imagine that there's a component of this, if it's to do with integration with mental health services, that might include acute services or community services that are New South Wales Health.
We'll come back with more. I'm honestly not sure. I think, mental health services, as you know, can be provided by a whole spectrum of services and professionals, and I'm just not sure the extent to which that program overlaps with our delivered programs. But it certainly would interact, I think, with some of our funded programs. So,
thank you. I'm very happy for you to take it on notice, and I think I'd be surprised if there was no interaction or engagement with New South Wales Health Services.
Accurate.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll go to Ms. Fairman. Sorry, before I go to Ms. Fairman, Mr. Tidball's excused.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a shock.
Really? No one to back me.
Been here for days.
We know the feeling.
Mr. Barnes, you're not unfortunately excused. I was wondering if you could explain, Mr. Barnes, in the environmental water freeze, what you know in terms of why it has been put in place from NRA's, not from NRA's perspective, but what you know.
So as I said previously...
Have you seen the legal advice, by the way?
No.
Okay.
No. As I said, the Honourable Craig Knowles and I met with Dr Simon Banks on Tuesday to understand his concerns. He expressed that he was uncertain about their legal position. I have reiterated to him, and he has something said publicly, that this is not related to Tooral, so I think we can put that one to the side.
Where did the uncertainty come from?
I'd be speculating at this point, Ms. Fairman. What I can say and what I've assured Dr Banks is the investigations that we have on foot that are not related to Tooral are working on a policy position that our water group colleagues communicated to us many months ago. It sets out a clear position for us to then apply the new non-urban metering regulations. That position has not changed, and the way that we are pursuing those investigations therefore have not changed. From my perspective, whether there's legal advice out there that brings into some uncertainty plan environmental water is not a consideration for us in terms of the investigations that we have ongoing. I'd also again reiterate it's against the works approval holder that we are pursuing, albeit that there is...
This is Tyrrell now?
No, I'll stay away from Tyrrell.
Okay.
So there are other investigations that we have on foot around these allegedly non-compliant works. There are some works where we suspect there may have been environmental water conveyed, and we are working with the works approval holder and the New South Wales environmental water holder to work through the circumstances so that we can come to a conclusion about whether there was a breach of law. If there was a breach of law, the onus will be on the works approval holder primarily.
But
Maybe
this
I can...
is my impression by what the Minister said this morning was that the event didn't take place, that watering event. They sought the legal advice first to see whether or not that event was permitted. This is the Minister's words this morning, that whether that event was permitted under exemptions that they had in relation to the take of water.
I believe Simon Banks, as I said before, is acting under abundance of caution. I don't believe he wants his water associated with potentially non-compliant works.
Is that because people have suggested, I mean, you said very clearly here today that you're not going to prosecute. No, that was Tyrrell, wasn't it? Now I'm getting confused. That conversation was Tyrrell.
The Premier's memorandum makes it very clear.
I'll just rephrase that actually, though, okay, in terms of sending a message or saying to the TUO that they won't be prosecuted while this is being sorted out. This is about this issue in terms of the statewide environmental water freeze. Have you issued that assurance to him while this is being sorted out?
We have no involvement in the conveyance of water through a water sharing plan. That's a matter that we have no authority over. What we do is look at the licences and the approvals that enable the take of water. That is historically, well, the policy advice we have is that pertains to held environmental water. I understand that there's now some uncertainty as to the status of planned environmental water, but until my colleagues formally convey to NRA that the policy position has changed, we will continue to do our work restricted to held environmental water that's conveyed through nominated works.
What is, if you could just explain for me and the committee then, when the Minister says that they obtained legal advice in relation to the watering event that they wish to undertake that raised a question about whether or not that event was permitted under the exemptions that they had in relation to the take of the water. What were the exemptions?
I don't know, Ms Fairman.
So you don't know as NRA. Ms Jones, could you please explain?
So we didn't initiate the legal advice.
You don't...
But however, we then became involved in the advice. I also haven't seen the advice personally either. As I understand it, is what I explained before, which is that in terms of planned environmental water, there was a question about whether when water moves from a regulator across a landscape and moves into different water sources, that it could technically need to be licensed. As I agreed with you, Ms Fairman, that doesn't make any sense in terms of a policy position, and it's not intended. Water sharing plans manage the use of planned environmental water, and so this and it's also not a statewide pause, as I mentioned to you, the Snowy. There will be environmental releases in the Snowy. It stays within, and that is planned environmental water. It stays within the water source. So this is an anomaly, a technical issue that is being addressed by the Minister as quickly as possible.
Thank you. So the question, which I'm sure you know, let's forget about the legal advice, but just that general question in terms of the environmental watering events, what is the exemption, right? What is the exemption that is being questioned here?
I'm not certain. It's the New South Wales environmental water holder who has made the request to have this clarified. So
sure,
that's.
But surely you're here representing the whole water group, the department.
But the environmental water holder is Minister Sharp and CPHR. So they're the licences for that water are held with them.
Is your department working and assisting with the changes to the regulation?
Yes.
Don't you think, therefore, that you'd need to know what you're fixing? What is the issue?
So what we're fixing is to make it clear that Water New South Wales doesn't need to be licensed for planned environmental water to be released under water sharing plan rules. The other aspect to fix is that for held environmental water, when water is released and then some of that flow returns to a river system, that the returned water to the river system can be accounted for so that it doesn't get accounted against the held environmental water licence volume. So there are two fixes.
Thank you. That's the clearest answer I think we've had all day. Now, blueberries, Mr. Barnes.
Hardly a segue.
It's not a segue. No, I was thinking, no, but there was something else. Yes, blueberries. NRA did a compliance audit of blueberries back in 2020, blueberry farms, I should say, not the berries themselves, and found that quite a few were not compliant. I think out of 31 farms inspected around the Coffs Harbour region during the first two stages of the clampdown, 28 were alleged to be non-compliant with water laws. Is that was the case at the time?
At the time, yes, that's correct.
What's the update on that?
So in relation to your question from the previous hearing, we explored those open directions, and at the time now I can say that there are 4 remaining directions that have not been complied with and are now subject to escalated enforcement action.
Is there an ongoing program of compliance, of monitoring those farms in that area?
It remains.
How frequently does it happen?
So it's a I guess I say a hot spot for us and an area of attention. There's some systemic non-compliance in that area, and quite a lot of work is necessary to get those growers fully into compliance. There's more work to be done.
Okay, so there's still 4 growers that aren't complying in terms of the take, is that correct?
So the previous work we did where there were directions issued, and you rightly noted that they were outstanding, I can confirm now, as of today, there are 4 remaining directions that have not been met, and that's a concern for us and warrants escalation.
And that's from 2020, so that's 5 years. Did you want to elaborate on what some of those 4 in terms of the directions and the non-compliance, what they are?
So it mostly pertains to the maximum harvestable rights and whether or not they're able to achieve those. So we've identified circumstances where those exceedances are quite large, and we then require them to seek the necessary approvals through our colleagues at Water New South Wales. That process tracks through. Typically those approvals are issued, then the user's obliged to get a zero, and they get a zero share well, then they have to trade water in. That's a very difficult thing in those environments where there's not an active trading market.
Okay, so there's 4 blueberry farms that have been taking more water than they are entitled to for 5 years, that they're not complying. You said some of them are quite large in terms of the extent of how much they're taking that they're not entitled to. Why don't you put a stop work order on those?
they're about to find themselves before the courts, Ms Fairman. So a stop work order...
but to stop them taking the water.
So the stop work order will have effect. I think where the correction will come is through a court-imposed sanction, and the court may well determine to put additional restrictions on their operations through prohibition.
Okay, thank you,
Very
Mr
welcome.
Barnes. That was good. I have a question about, when I get to it, so I understand, is there somebody that can talk about the Safe and Secure Water Program funding?
Yes, I can.
Ms Jones. I understand that some of the funding has been handed back, has had to be handed back by local water utilities, is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, so the information I've got in front of me is that Rouse County Council is about to have to hand back $500,000 in the Safe and Secure Water Program funding because of grant expiry timelines. Maybe they're overreacting, is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure handing back is what they might need to do. I'm happy to take that particular instance on notice.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll just see whether...
Mainly because the grants are paid in arrears. That is, the councils need to spend the money first and then they're reimbursed.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Special purpose water access licences?
Yeah.
So I understand that some are being applied for from Aboriginal licence holders. Is there an update on that?
I'm glad you asked about that, Ms Fairman, because the last couple of hearings we've been reporting that there are only 2 cultural spouses, and I can report that there are now 6, and we have 25 in assessment at the moment. Now, while that's not an absolute windfall, I completely acknowledge there's much more work to do. We're very hopeful that this is a reflection of, I guess, improved relationships with First Nations people and Aboriginal communities through our regional Aboriginal water committees, and just us improving our engagement with communities about opportunities for cultural licences.
Okay, and how, because there's this peculiar clause in the Water Management Act around this, of course, which is that the licences can be issued to Aboriginal people, but then they can't, there's no direct or secondary commercial benefit that they can...
So for cultural spouses,
yes,
there's no cost for that. Since 2014, there's been no cost for applying for those or for maintaining those licences, and that continues to be the case. Under the Closing the Gap work, we're looking at economic use as another opportunity, and what targets there should be around Aboriginal access to water. That work is in progress.
Okay, so that works in progress. Currently, it's 10 meg. Is that right? Is that
sorry?
10 megalitres. Is that?
So that's on a cultural
yes.
Water licence is limited to 10 megalitres. That's correct.
What work does the department or the departmental staff who are handling this and issuing the licences to make sure that once granted, and I think it's stupid, I'm not saying that they shouldn't, Aboriginal people should not be able to commercially benefit from this, but what is the department doing and asking to meet that to assure themselves that it's only being used for cultural purposes, which there is a very fine line. There's a fine line there between what a cultural purpose is and any other direct commercial benefit.
So if there was any compliance action to be taken or reviewed, that would be a matter for NRA, but the application itself is usually identifying what the cultural purpose is. So it's
right.
And I don't, with so few licences, we haven't had cause to be concerned about that.
Okay, there's been no audit of the program or anything internally?
No.
Not that they're, I'm saying, not that I'm pushing for that. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go back to the opposition for their last block, I'm advised that the only witnesses we need to keep are Ms Pinkston, Ms Robinson and Mr Barnes, and accordingly everyone else can go.
Dismissed. Oh, sorry, I do have one more from Ms Jones. My apologies. Just one. So I'll do that very quickly, but the others, sorry,
Run while you
just
can.
one. Just one.
Could I take the opportunity to address a question I took on notice earlier?
Please.
Yes.
So it's in relation to our interest costs.
Yes, thank you.
For financial year FY24, it was 67.5 million. And for FY25, being last financial year, it was 88.3 million.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Very quick. Very quick question, please, Miss Robinson. Just one, and then you two can head off. The Office for Regional Youth specifically, so that will no longer exist as it has previously.
Correct.
Okay, that's it. That's the question. Thank you. Bye-bye. And I'm sorry, Miss Jones, one more for you. Lake Centenary Temora. Where and what is happening with that particular project as well?
I'm not aware of the project that you're referring to, so...
Okay. Are you able to...
Did you have any more information about it?
I don't. That's the only information
I'll
that I've
take
been
that
provided,
on notice then. But I can let you know that the Murray floodplain management plan will be exhibited from the 29th of September.
Sorry, the 29th of September?
To the 16th of November.
Thank you. Thank you. Miss Pinkston, just a quick one for you, and I'm definitely of the view that modern methods of construction need to be explored to find the most efficient ways to get more done in this regard. So of the...
You need Mr Barnes, didn't you?
I did,
Yeah,
yes.
sorry, we needed Mr Barnes was on the list of people who needed to stay.
That's okay.
I think he's joined the Friday afternoon enthusiasm. We'll need Mr Barnes back. Thank you. Sorry,
Otherwise I can do it on supplementary if he's already gone.
So they've all
sorry,
departed.
Miss Pinkstone. So
It's just
yes.
Ms Pinkstone holding down the fort now.
I know, it's Friday afternoon.
Yeah, so...
This is what happens when you only got one.
In the exploration...
Sorry.
In the exploration of modern methods of construction and the fact that you're testing some of these to ensure that we're getting efficiencies and efficiencies of scale and time, when it comes to the 3D printing, you talked about the 90 more properties that are planned for the modern methods of construction. What's the number of the 3D printed homes that are planned as part of that?
I don't have that with me. I'll have to come back to you.
Okay, that'd be great. And if there's a schedule around that, just be very interested.
Absolutely.
To know.
And just that was 109 this year, not 90 for public housing.
Yep.
16 for the AHO.
Right, 109. Thank you.
And Mr Farlow, just on the Bulli project, so
Yes.
we're in early consultation with the community on a site at 6 to 10 Southview Street. It's three properties that we're aiming to redevelop into a 3-storey residential flat building with 16 homes in it, and the advice I have is it's in line with current planning provisions for that area.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, just with respect to some other issues, are you aware of a case raised at the Your Housing, Your Say event in Glebe, where an elderly resident described being terrorised by a violent ex-prisoner in her building?
Yes, I am.
What action did Homes New South Wales take with respect to that complaint?
We've been working in line with our antisocial behaviour policy with identified individuals and taking action under that policy against them. And I will say that when these incidents occur, the tenant is responsible for that, even if they have visitors to their properties who might be the people who are committing that antisocial behaviour. So we're working with the tenant to address those issues.
And is the tenant still housed within that building?
They are.
Okay. Has Homes New South Wales taken any further action with respect to the other tenants of the building who've raised concerns?
Yeah,
and
my
supporting
team
them?
have gone out to contact tenants in the building and just reiterate our policy. Some of these issues relate to criminal activity or alleged criminal activity, and reiterating that it's very important for tenants to raise that activity with the local police. We have a memorandum of understanding with the New South Wales Police on those incidents, and we can use that for any future tribunal action if necessary.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the Waterloo South redevelopment, what's the progress of that development?
Well, we're undertaking we've signed the contracts, and as you're aware that we're in the stages of planning for that site, and I can get you a detailed breakdown of planning milestones for Waterloo South.
That would be helpful, particularly in terms of when you expect to commence on that site, and also the expected completion date.
Sure.
For Waterloo South as well. That would be good. And in that vicinity as well, are you aware that the common room in the current Waterloo South buildings is currently uninhabitable and that tenants have been left without communal space?
No, that hasn't been raised with me. I can follow on that.
If I can flag that with you as well. And what's the status in terms of those developments pending the redevelopment, in terms of any maintenance requests and the like at present? What's Homes New South Wales doing? Are you maintaining the buildings?
Absolutely. It's the same process. So tenants are able to either log those maintenance requests online or through our maintenance call centre, response centre. And we've already commenced the relocation process. So we've identified a number of sites, including over the Waterloo Metro, a site with City West Housing that's just been delivered, and we've commenced that relocation process with tenants to start the early freeing up of sites to be redeveloped.
Thank you. And now to Wade Street Towers. What's the current status of that? Is it on track for completion in 2025?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Are any of the 148 units now refurbished and habitable?
No, we're doing all of the upgrade works, and then we'll commence tenanting. It's a big site to bring back online.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to understand a little bit more about situations where social housing tenants might be subletting their accommodation through Airbnbs and other types of things. And what is obviously it's not allowed, but do you actually keep a record of how many times that has been brought to your attention?
We have a tenant fraud unit within Homes New South Wales that receives all of those sometimes tip-offs, allegations about that sort of activity and others, and our tenant fraud unit are responsible for reviewing those and investigating.
Okay, thank you.
And just a question with respect to the Mandalay precinct activation. What's the estimated breakdown of the 380 dwellings between social, affordable, key worker and private housing?
Can you prompt me, Mr. Farlow? Mandalay
in Nowra.
Last night I dreamt I went to.
So this is around the Mandalay, around the Nowra Foreshore precinct.
I will have to take that one on notice.
Okay, sure, no worries. Okay, I think that might be it for us. We'll give you a slight early mark, maybe.
I feel so loved here.
Yeah.
I couldn't get out of here quickly enough.
Everyone's just gone.
If you'd like to go to the end, we could really do it. I've got enough,
Thank you.
I'm feeling very guilty at the moment.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Is that no further questions from the opposition?
No further.
Okay. Are there any questions from the government?
Not at this stage.
Me.
Come on, Greg. Miss Pinkstone doesn't want to go home.
No,
That's right.
the democratic process.
Thank you.
But if you did have some for anyone else beyond Rebecca.
There being no questions for the government, that concludes today's hearing. Thank you to our remaining.
Thanks for sticking around.